Sacrifice to the Mountain Demon by Celeste King.
This demon has waited so long to claim a mate.
And now a human village has offered him one.
Gitos doesn't care that they sacrifice Bella to save their own skin.
All he cares for is his bride, his mate, his possession.
Some say monsters do not deserve love.
But they don't know about Bella and Gitos.
And if you want to get your hands on the dirty demon details, get the unabridged version for 40% off with code SAVE40 when you go to worldsofprothika.com.
But if you want to keep these free full audiobook coming, even though YouTube can't handle the heat, consider liking and commenting on this video.
Your support is what brings these stories right to your headphones. Subscribe for notifications on our daily releases.
Thank you for choosing Celeste King's Sacrifice to the Mountain Demon. Chapter 1. Bella. I wake to the familiar bite of cold air on my nose, the only part of me exposed from beneath the pile of furs. Reluctantly, I peel back the covers, shivering as I slip my feet into worn leather slippers. The wooden floor creaks beneath my weight as I shuffle to the window, rubbing sleep from my eyes. Outside, Oshta greets me with its harsh beauty. Frost clings to every surface, turning the world into a glittering wonderland. The sun struggles to pierce through the thick blanket of clouds, casting a muted light over the village. "Bella, you up yet?" Mara's voice carries from downstairs, jolting me into action. "Coming!" I call back, quickly pulling on layers of warm clothing. I hurry down the stairs, nearly colliding with Thomas as he emerges from his room. "Watch it squirt," he grumbles. In the kitchen, Mara stands over the hearth, stirring a pot of porridge. The aroma of cinnamon and apples fills the air, making my stomach growl. "Morning," Mara says, shooting me a warm smile. "Mind setting the table?" I nod, grabbing bowls and spoons from the cupboard. As I lay them out, I can't help but feel a surge of gratitude for this makeshift family that took me in. They're not blood, but they're all I have. "So what's on the agenda today?" Thomas asks, plopping down at the table. Mara ladles generous portions of porridge into our bowls. "Well, we need more firewood, and someone needs to check the traps." I take a bite of the porridge, savouring the warmth as it slides down my throat. "I can check the traps," I offer quietly. Thomas raises an eyebrow. "You sure?" "It's pretty cold out there." I nod, determination rising in my body. "I can handle it. I want to help." Mara gives me an approving look. "Thank you, Bella. I'm grateful that you're always willing to lend a hand." As we eat, I listen to Thomas and Mara discuss village gossip. I'm content to stay quiet, letting their banter wash over me. I soon finish my breakfast, eager to get my daily chores started. Several minutes later, I bundle up in my warmest furs, steeling myself for the biting cold outside. The door creaks as I push it open, a gust of frigid air rushing in to greet me. I take a deep breath, my lungs protesting against the icy intrusion. "Be careful out there, Bella," Mara calls from inside, "and don't forget your knife." I pat my hip, feeling the reassuring weight of the blade. "Got it," I reply, my voice muffled by the thick scarf wrapped around my face. The snow crunches beneath my boots as I make my way towards the forest's edge. The traps are set about a quarter-mile in, hidden among the gnarled roots of ancient trees. As I walk, it almost feels like something is watching me. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and I quicken my pace. I'm halfway to the first trap when I hear voices. Hunters, by the sound of it, returning from their morning patrol. I pause, curiosity getting the better of me. "Biggest tracks I've ever seen," one of them says, his voice carrying on the still air. "Wyra," another replies, the word sending a chill down my spine that has nothing to do with the cold. "And close, too. We need to warn the village." My heart races. I begin worrying about my safety as I rush towards the trap. Are the wearers still out here? Should I call for help? I get so lost in my thoughts that I don't notice the root jutting out from the snow. My foot catches, and I stumble forward with a yelp. The hunter's heads snap in my direction. "Who's there?" one calls out, his hand moving to the bough slung across his back. I step out from behind a tree, hands raised. "It's just me," I say, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. "Bella, I was checking the traps." The lead hunter, a burly man named Goran, relaxes his stance. "Bella? What in the frozen hells are you doing out here alone?" I swallow hard, suddenly feeling very small. I wanted to help with the traps." Goran's partner, a wiry woman named Sella, shakes her head. "It's not safe, girl. Didn't you hear? There are wearer wondering about." "I heard," I admit sheepishly, my eyes darting between them. "Just now, actually. From you." Goran sighs. "Well, you heard right, and it's not just any wearer. These tracks, they're different, bigger." My curiosity gets the better of me. Different how? Sella and Goran exchange a look. It's Sella who answers, her voice low. "Like nothing we've ever seen before. If I didn't know better, I'd say we're dealing with something unnatural." A shiver runs through me again. The forest suddenly seems darker, more menacing. Every shadow could be hiding a pair of gleaming eyes, every rustle of branches the padding of massive paws. "Come on," Goran says, his tone brooking no argument. "We're taking you back to the village. The traps can wait." I can't help but cast one last glance over my shoulder as we head back. The forest watches, silent and unforgiving, and somewhere out there, something waits. Something big, something hungry. As we approach the village, the news of the Werra tracks spreads like wildfire. Goran's booming voice carries across the snow-covered square, drawing curious and frightened faces from every doorway. I hunch my shoulders, trying to make myself smaller as all eyes turn to us. "Tracks, bigger than any we've seen before," Goran announces, his breath forming clouds in the frigid air. "Just beyond the northern tree line." Whispers ripple through the gathering crowd. I catch snippets of conversation, each one more alarming than the last. "Werra? This close again? What if they get to our livestock? Or worse, our children?" My stomach twists with anxiety. I've never seen a Werra up close, but the stories are enough to make my blood run cold. Massive, wolf-like creatures with razor-sharp claws and teeth that can tear through flesh like parchment. Sella steps forward, her voice cutting through the rising panic. "We need to fortify the village perimeter, double the watch. No one goes into the forest alone." Her eyes find mine, and I feel a flush of shame creep up my neck. If I hadn't been so eager to prove myself useful, I might not have put myself in danger. As the crowd disperses, I overhear two elders muttering to each other. "It's not natural," one says, shaking his head. "Werra don't usually come this close to settlements. Not unless—" "Unless what?" the other presses. "Unless something's driven them out of their territory. Something worse." Another chill runs down my spine. What could be worse than Werra? I make my way back to Mara's house, my mind racing. As I push open the door, the warmth inside does little to thaw the icy dread within me. "Bella!" Mara exclaims, rushing over. "Thank the gods you're safe. We heard about the tracks." I nod, unable to find my voice. Tomas appears from the kitchen, his usual smirk replaced by a look of concern. "You okay, Squirt?" he asks, studying my face. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "I'm fine," I manage, but my voice trembles. Just shaken up, I guess. Mara guides me to a chair by the hearth, wrapping a blanket around my shoulders. "Here, drink this," she says, pressing a steaming mug into my hands. The spiced aroma of mulled wine fills my nostrils. As I sip the warm liquid, I can't help but think that something has changed. The village suddenly feels small and vulnerable. What are we going to do now? I ask, my voice soft. Tomas leans against the wall, his arms crossed. What we always do, survive. But as I look into their eyes, I see the same fear that's gnawing at my insides. We might put on a brave face, but deep down, we all know the truth. The wearer are coming, and our little village might not be ready for what follows. The fire crackles, casting dancing shadows across our faces. I clutch the mug of mulled wine, its warmth seeping into my trembling hands. Tomas paces by the window, his jaw clenched tight. Mara sits beside me. A log in the fire pops, making me jump. My heart races, and I take a slow, steady breath, trying to calm my nerves. The spiced wine burns my throat as I take another sip. We remain in quietude for what feels like an eternity. A sound suddenly cuts through the thick silence, distant but unmistakable. A long, mournful howl that makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. We freeze, eyes wide, barely daring to breathe. The howl comes again, closer this time. Then another joins it, and another. "God's above," Mara whispers, her face pale in the firelight. Tomas moves to the window, peering out. I can't see anything, but they sound close, too close. My hands shake so badly I have to set down the mug. The wearer's cries echo through the air, a chilling chorus that speaks of hunger and violence. I think of the tracks Goran described, larger than any they had seen before. What kind of monsters are out there circling our village? What do we do? I ask, hating how small and scared my voice sounds. Tomas turns from the window, his expression grim. We prepare for the worst and hope for the best. That's all we can do. As if in response, another howl rips through the air, so close it might as well be right outside our door. I shudder, huddling closer to Mara. The fire suddenly seems feeble against the encroaching darkness, and I can't shake the feeling that our little sanctuary is about to be shattered.
Chapter 2. Gitos. The stench of fear hangs thick in the air. The delicious aroma sets my blood singing. My tentacles twitch with anticipation as I stalk through the craggy mountain terrain. Every muscle in my 7-foot frame coils, ready to strike at any given moment. A faint growl rumbles in my throat. Come out, wherever you are, I taunt, my deep voice echoing off the rocky walls. The creature, a massive 6-legged beast with razor-sharp tusks, lets out a terrified bellow. It's trapped between me and the sheer cliff face, nowhere left to run. Pathetic. I bare my teeth in a feral grin. My long tongue flicks out to taste the air. That's right, big boy. Time to play. My tentacles lash out, wrapping around the beast's thick legs. It thrashes wildly, but I'm stronger, always stronger. With a vicious yank, I bring it crashing to the ground. Hell yeah, I snarl, leaping onto its back. My claws dig into its hide as it bucks beneath me. That all you got? The thrill of the hunt courses through my veins, a primal euphoria that nothing else can match. This is what I live for. What I was born for. As the last of the Umbrath, I'm the apex predator in these god-forsaken mountains. Everything here belongs to me. My territory, my hunting grounds, my prey. The beast lets out one final, pitiful whimper before I sink my teeth into its throat. Hot blood floods my mouth and I growl in satisfaction. Another successful hunt. Another day of survival in this harsh world that's tried so hard to wipe me out. But I'm still here, still fighting, still winning. I rip into my kill, savoring every bite. Damn, that hits the spot, I mutter, licking blood from my lips. Almost makes me wish there was someone around to share it with. The words surprise me. Where the hell did that come from? I wipe the blood from my chin, savoring the last traces of my meal. The beast's carcass lies at my feet, My tentacles twitch with residual excitement, but as the thrill of the hunt fades, an all too familiar emptiness creeps in. Damn! I mutter, kicking at a nearby rock. It shatters against the cliff face. Is this all there is? I look out over my domain, the craggy peaks and deep valleys stretching as far as the eye can see. It's mine, all of it. But what good is an empire with no one to rule? My tentacles curl around my arms, an unconscious gesture of self-comfort. I growl, irritated by my own weakness. Get it together, Gitos. You're the last Umbrath. Act like it. But the words ring hollow. I'm the last of my kind, the sole survivor of a once proud race. There's no one left who understands me, no one here who can match my power or challenge my will. My black skin gleams in the harsh mountain sunlight. I'm a dark god in a world of light, feared and revered in equal measure. Who needs company anyway? I snarl to the empty air. I'm better off alone. Stronger. Faster. No one to slow me down or get in my way. But even as I say it, I can't shake the nagging doubt, the longing for something, someone. A worthy adversary, perhaps, or a loyal subject, or... No, I growl, shaking my head violently. My tentacles lash out, carving deep gouges in the rock face. That's not who I am. I don't need anyone. I don't want anyone. I stare off in the distance for a brief moment, reminding myself of my resilience. I am Gitos, I roar, my voice echoing across the mountains. King of these mountains, and I answer to no one but myself. With a full stomach, I turn and begin to head back to my cave. I pause mid-stride. My tentacles twitch with sudden alertness. Something is off. The air thrums with an unfamiliar energy, setting my teeth on edge. Wera! And not just one or two, but a whole, entire pack of them. What the hell? I growl, my deep voice echoing off the rocky cliffs. This isn't right. Wera are solitary predators, not pack animals. In all my years ruling these mountains, I've never seen them gather like this. It's unnatural and it pisses me off. I scan the terrain with my green eyes. The Wera are out there. I can sense them. Their presence is an affront to my dominion. You want to play, you overgrown mutts? I snarl. Bring it on. But even as I posture, uncertainty gnaws at the back of my mind. Why now? Why here? Wera aren't known for their intelligence, but this feels orchestrated, like someone's pulling their strings. The thought of some unseen puppet master encroaching on my territory makes my blood boil. This is my domain, damn it. No one challenges me and lives to tell about it. I crouch low on the rocky outcrop, my tentacles coiled tightly against my back. The human village sprawls below, a pathetic collection of wooden hovels and stone structures. The scent of smoke and unwashed bodies wafts up, making my nose wrinkle in disgust. Stupid humans, I mutter, my deep voice low, always huddling together like scared little prey. But I can't deny the curiosity inside of me. These creatures so weak and fragile, yet they persist. They build, they breed, they leave offerings. My green eyes narrow as I spot a familiar sight at the edge of the village. A dead human male laid out on some kind of stone altar. It's not the first time I've seen this, and it sure as hell won't be the last. What's your game? I growl, my tentacles twitching with irritation. You think I want your cast-offs? I've encountered humans before, of course. Killed my fair share when they dared to encroach on my territory. But this is different. It's like they're trying to communicate in their primitive way. A group of villagers gather around the altar, their voices carrying on the wind. I strain to listen, my superior hearing picking up snippets of their conversation. Appease the mountain god. Protect us from the Wera. Sacrifice to the dark god. I can't help but smirk. Dark god, huh? I like the sound of that. But why do they think I want their dead? Do I look like a scavenger? My tentacles lash out once more, carving deep gouges in the rock beneath me. The stone crumbles easily, a reminder of my strength. These humans with their soft flesh and fragile bones, they're nothing compared to me. And yet, damn it, I snarl, punching the ground. The impact sends tremors through the earth, and I see a few villagers look up in alarm. Why the hell do I care? But I do care, and that pisses me off more than anything. As I watch them scurry about like ants in their little village, I can't shake this nagging feeling. There's something intriguing about them. Something that keeps drawing me back, time and time again. Forget this, I growl, rising to my full height. I've got better things to do than watch these idiots play house. But even as I turn to leave, I know I'll be back. There's a mystery here, one that I'm determined to solve. And when I do, well, these humans better hope I like the answer. I soon arrive at the entrance of my cave. Still feeling perplexed, I decide to collect some firewood and clear my mind. Before long, night descends. I perch atop my favorite outcropping, surveying my domain. The darkness doesn't hinder me. My eyes pierce through it like it's daylight. A short distance away, I see the flickering lights of the village. Then I hear it. The howls, the snarls. The Wera are on the move. Damn it, I growl. Looks like the mutts decided to crash the party at the village. Part of me itches to join the fray, to show these upstart beasts who really rules these mountains. But I hold back, my muscles coiled tight with restraint. Not my problem, I mutter, even as the first screams reach my ears. Let the humans deal with their own problems. But it's hard to stay put. The sounds of battle, the scent of blood on the wind, it calls to something primal inside me. Damn it! I snarl, pacing back and forth along the ledge. Why should I care? They're just humans. Weak. Pathetic. Not worth my time. And yet I can't tear my eyes away from the chaos unfolding nearby. The Wera tear through the village's pitiful defenses like they're made of paper. Humans scatter like leaves in the wind, their terrified cries music to my ears. That's right, I growl, a savage grin splitting my face. Run. See how helpless you are without your mountain god to protect you. I watch as a group of villagers make a stand, brandishing torches and crude weapons. It's almost admirable in a stupid, suicidal kind of way. They don't stand a chance against the Wera's savage strength and speed, but I can't deny the spark of something. Their bravery ignites in me. It's been so long since I faced a real challenge. These humans, weak as they are, at least have the balls to fight back. I flex my muscles, feeling the raw power thrumming through my body. With a single leap, I could be down there. I could end this fight in seconds. Show both the Wera and the humans what true strength looks like, but I don't move. I stay rooted to my perch, watching the carnage unfold with a mixture of disgust and fascination. Not my fight, I remind myself, even as the battle rages on. But deep down, I know I'm lying to myself. Something is changing, whether I like it or not. And I've got a feeling this is just the beginning.
Chapter 3. Bella. In the aftermath of the Wera attack on our village, the air hangs heavy with the metallic stench of blood and the acrid smell of fear. My hands tremble as I press a cloth against a deep gash on a young man's arm. The attack has left the village in shambles. Hold still, I murmur, trying to keep my voice steady. This might sting a bit. The man hisses through clenched teeth as I clean the wound. His eyes, wide with shock, dart around the makeshift infirmary we've set up in the village square. Am I gonna make it? He asks in a soft voice. I force a smile, hoping it reaches my eyes. You're doing great. It's just a flesh wound. To my left, Elder Belinda barks orders, her usually calm demeanour shattered by the night's events. We need more bandages, and someone fetch more healing herbs from the storehouse. I finish wrapping the man's arm and move on to the next victim, A woman, her face pale and drawn, clutches at her side where 3 deep claw marks have torn through her clothing. "It's okay," I soothe, gently prying her hands away. "Let me take a look." As I work, my thoughts turn to the lives lost. 5 men and 2 women, gone, just like that. "Bella!" Elder Belinda calls. "We need your help over here." I hurry over, my heart sinking as I see the severity of the injuries. A young boy, no more than 12, lies motionless on a cot. His chest rises and falls in shallow, ragged breaths. "Do what you can," Elder Belinda says softly, her eyes filled with a sorrow that mirrors my own. I nod, swallowing hard. As I tend to the boy's wounds, I can't help but wonder, how long can we survive like this? How many more attacks can our village withstand? The night wears on, a blur of blood and bandages, of whispered prayers and muffled sobs. By the time dawn breaks, my hands are raw and my back aches from bending over the injured. But I can't stop, won't stop. Not while there are still people who need help. As the first rays of sunlight peek over the horizon, I allow myself a moment to breathe, to feel. The weight of the night's events crashes down on me, and I have to brace myself against a nearby wall to keep from collapsing. I look over at Elder Belinda, tears threatening to spill over. Did we do enough to help? She sighs, her eyes filled with a wisdom born of too many similar nights. We did what we could, that's all anyone can ask. I nod, not trusting myself to speak. As I survey the aftermath of the attack, a thought niggles at the back of my mind. There has to be a way to stop this, to protect our people. But how? Plagued by exhaustion and grief, I head home to rest. After several hours of fitful sleep, I wake to the sound of Mara and Tomas's worried voices downstairs. I soon hurry to the kitchen. They tell me there's to be a gathering in the square, and I must attend. Reluctantly, I pull on my coat and head out into the frigid atmosphere. The village square, usually a place of bustling activity and cheerful chatter, now stands as a grim testament to last night's horrors. I wrap my arms around myself, trying to ward off the chill that has nothing to do with the crisp mountain air. Elder Belinda steps onto the makeshift platform, her weathered face etched with lines of worry. The crowd falls silent, a heavy blanket of anticipation settling over us all. "My friends," she begins, her voice carrying across the square. "We've suffered greatly, but we cannot let fear paralyze us." I shift uneasily, my stomach twisting into knots. Something in her tone sets my nerves on edge. "There may be a way to end these attacks for good," she continues, her eyes sweeping over the crowd. "A solution that requires great sacrifice." Murmurs ripple through the gathering. I strain to hear the fragments of conversation around me. What kind of sacrifice? Anything to stop the wearer. But at what cost? Elder Belinda raises her hand, silencing the whispers. There are rumours that the creature living in the mountains may require a special offering to protect us. It seems our previous offerings proved insufficient to the dark god. My mind starts to race uncontrollably. Special offering? What does that mean? I've heard strange whispers lately among the elders, but always dismissed them as nonsense. "This special offering is quite unique," Elder Belinda says, her voice faltering slightly. "A young unmarried woman from our village." The words hit me like a physical blow. I stumble back a step, my vision blurring at the edges. Number it can't be. "The woman must be of age, with no family ties to bind her here," Elder Belinda continues, her eyes finding mine in the crowd. I feel the weight of dozens of stares turn in my direction. My cheeks burn with a mix of embarrassment and dawning horror. I'm the only one who fits that description. "Bella," a voice next to me whispers. I turn to see Sarah, my closest friend, her eyes wide with fear. They can't mean... But I know they do. The realization settles over me like a shroud. I'm to be the special offering. Elder Belinda's voice cuts through the rising chatter. It's our only hope for survival. We've lost too many already. I want to run, to hide, to wake up and find this all a terrible dream. But my feet remain rooted to the spot, my voice trapped in my throat. My heart pounds so loudly I'm sure everyone can hear it. I feel dozens of eyes boring into me, a mix of pity and relief etched on their faces. Relief that it's not them. Relief that they're not the ones being offered up as a sacrifice to some unknown monster. No, I whisper, my voice barely audible. Then louder. No. You can't do this. Elder Belinda's weathered face softens, but her eyes remain resolute. Bella, my dear, I'm afraid we have no choice. I shake my head violently, curls whipping against my face. There has to be another way. Please. I stumble back, my legs threatening to give out beneath me. Sarah's hand on my arm steadies me, but I can see the conflict in her eyes. I can't, I stammer, looking desperately around the crowd. I'm not strong enough for this. Elder Belinda steps down from the platform, approaching me with slow, measured steps. You are stronger than you know, Bella, and you have the power to save us all. I feel the weight of expectation pressing down on me, suffocating me. My chest tightens, each breath a struggle. But what about my life, my future? Your sacrifice will ensure a future for all of us, someone calls out. The murmurs of agreement ripple through the crowd, and I feel my resolve crumbling. I've always been the one to go along with things, but this is too much. Please, I beg, tears streaming down my face. Don't ask this of me. Elder Belinda takes my hands in hers, her grip surprisingly strong. We don't ask lightly, Bella, but you're our only hope. I look into her eyes, searching for any sign of doubt, any flicker of uncertainty. But all I see is grim determination and a desperate hope. My shoulders slump in defeat. I'll do it, I whisper, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. A collective sigh of relief sweeps through the crowd. I feel hollow, empty, as if I've just signed away my very soul. As the reality of my fate settles over me, I can't help but wonder, what kind of monster am I being sacrificed to? And will I survive long enough to find out? I soon stumble through the door of my small cottage, my legs barely supporting me. The familiar scent of dried herbs and wood smoke does nothing to calm the storm raging inside me. My hands shake as I fumble with the latch, desperate to shut out the world and the fate it's thrust upon me. This can't be happening, I whisper. I sink to the floor, my back pressed against the rough wooden door. The chill from outside seeps through my clothes, but I barely notice. My mind races, replaying the scene in the village square over and over. A sacrifice. They want me to be a sacrifice. A hysterical laugh bubbles up from my chest, quickly turning into a sob. I wrap my arms around my knees, rocking back and forth as tears stream down my face. What am I going to do? I ask the silent room. I force myself to stand, my legs unsteady beneath me. My gaze falls on the small mirror hanging by the wash basin. The face staring back at me is a stranger, pale, wide-eyed, with tear-stained cheeks. You're going to die, I tell my reflection. They're sending you to die. The words hang in the air, heavy and suffocating. I turn away, unable to bear the sight of my own fear. The silence of the cottage presses in on me, amplifying the frantic beating of my heart. I've always been the one to go along, to avoid conflict. But now, faced with my own mortality, I feel a spark of rebellion ignite within me. No, I say, my voice stronger than before. I won't just roll over and die. But even as the words leave my mouth, doubt creeps in. What choice do I have? The village needs me. People will die if I don't go. Can I live with that on my conscience? I sink onto my bed, the weight of indecision crushing me. The monster in the mountains looms in my imagination, a faceless terror waiting to devour me.
Chapter 4. Gitos. I prowl the edge of the forest, my tentacles twitching with anticipation. Something is different in the human village today. The air thrums with an energy I've never felt before, and it sets me on edge. What are those insects up to now? I mutter, my deep voice rumbling in my throat. Crouching low, I slink closer to the village. My black skin blends seamlessly with the shadows. The scent of fear and desperation wafts towards me, tickling my nostrils. It's intoxicating. My green eyes narrow as I focus on the village square. The humans are gathered there, a sea of pathetic, fragile bodies huddled together like prey. Their voices carry on the wind. It's a cacophony of worry and excitement. Interesting, I growl, a smirk tugging at my lips. They're usually not this organized. I've watched these humans for years, studied their patterns and behaviors, but this is new. My tentacles curl and uncurl, itching to wrap around something or someone. An older woman stands at the front of the crowd. Her voice rises above the rest. The villagers fall silent, hanging on her every word. I strain my ears as curiosity gets the better of me. Offering. I catch snippets of her speech. Monster in the mountains. A low chuckle escapes me. Monster, huh? If only they knew. The crowd shifts, and I catch a glimpse of a young woman. She stands apart from the others. Her face is a mask of shock and disbelief. Something about her draws my attention. I find myself leaning forward, my claws digging into the earth. Well, well, I murmur, my tongue flicking out to taste the air. What have we here? The girl's distress is palpable, even from this distance. I watch as she pleads with the elders, her voice rising in panic. But the crowd is unmoved. Their faces set in grim determination. A growl builds in my throat. These humans always so quick to throw away one of their own. It's pathetic. And yet, intriguing. I settle back on my haunches, my eyes still fixated on the girl. Whatever game these humans are playing, I have a feeling it's about to get very interesting. I stride back to my cave, my body filling with a strange, unfamiliar energy. Something's coming. I can feel it in my bones, in the air, in the very earth beneath my feet. Damn! I growl, running a clawed hand through my hair. What the hell is going on? My cave looms before me, dark and imposing. It's always been enough, but now it feels lacking. I pause at the entrance. My green eyes scan the interior critically. This won't do, I mutter, my voice echoing off the stone walls. I move inside, my tentacles reaching out to brush against the rough surfaces. They're seeking something, though I'm not sure what. My body seems to know more than my mind right now, and it's infuriating. I start gathering the softest mosses I can find, piling them in the back of the cave. My claws tear into the earth and create a shallow depression. It's not a nest. It's definitely not a nest. Because why the hell would I need a nest? This is ridiculous, I snarl, even as I continue my work. My tentacles stretch out and grab bits of shiny stone and interesting trinkets I've collected over the years. They arrange them around the edge of the knot nest, creating a glittering border. I step back, surveying my handiwork. It's cozy. The thought makes me bare my teeth in disgust. Since when do I care about cozy? What is happening to me? I growl, pacing the length of the cave. My instincts are screaming at me, urging me to prepare. But for what? A mate? The idea is laughable. I'm the only Umbreth left. There is no one for me, and yet the image of that human girl flashes through my mind. Her fear, her desperation. It stirs something in me, something primal and possessive. "No," I snarl, shaking my head violently. "Absolutely not." But even as I deny it, I find myself adjusting the knot nest, making it softer, more inviting. I growl in frustration. "Well, if something's coming, I'll be ready for it." I pace the length of my cave. My claws scrape against the stone floor. The silence is deafening, broken only by the occasional drip of water from the stalactites above. I hate this. The quiet, the emptiness, the constant reminder that I'm alone in this god-forsaken world. My tentacles twitch restlessly, seeking something, anything to grasp onto. But there's nothing here, just me and my thoughts. And let me tell you, my thoughts are terrible company. I think back to my encounters with humans over the years, their wide-eyed terror, the stench of their fear. It used to thrill me, make me feel powerful. Now it just leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. "Pathetic creatures!" I growl, my voice echoing off the cave walls. "Always running, always afraid." But even as I say it, I can't shake the memory of that girl in the village. The way she stood apart from the others, her face a mask of defiance, even as they condemned her. It was different, intriguing. I shake my head violently, trying to dislodge the thought. What the hell is wrong with me? I'm a monster, the last of my kind. I don't need anyone. I don't want anyone. My gaze falls on the knot nest I've created. The soft mosses, the glittering trinkets. My lip curls in disgust. "This isn't me!" I snarl, lashing out with my tentacles. They sweep across the cave floor, scattering the carefully arranged items. But even as I destroy it, a part of me aches. It's a feeling I've pushed down for so long, buried beneath layers of anger and violence. Loneliness. The crushing weight of being the last of my kind. I slump against the cave wall, my chest heaving. My claws dig into my palms, drawing blood. The pain is a welcome distraction from the thoughts swirling in my head. "I am Gitos," I growl, my voice low and dangerous. "I am the nightmare that haunts their dreams. I am the monster they fear in the dark." But the words ring hollow in the empty cave. And for the first time in centuries, I wonder if there might be more to life than just surviving. As night falls, I crouch at the edge of the forest. My eyes soon fixate on the village below. These humans seem to have no intention of sleeping. The air crackles with tension. "What the hell are you up to now?" I growl, my voice low and menacing. The villagers scurry about like ants, carrying torches and strange bundles. They're preparing something. That much is clear. I watch as they clear a large area in the center of the village. The ground is swept clean, and a circle of white stones is laid out. It's precise, deliberate. This is no ordinary gathering. "A ritual?" I mutter, my interest piqued. "Well, isn't that cute?" My gaze sweeps over the bustling humans, searching for one in particular. There, the girl from earlier. She stands apart from the others, her face pale in the flickering torchlight. Even from this distance, I can see the tension in her shoulders, the way her hands tremble at her sides. Something stirs in me, a feeling I can't quite name. It's not hunger, not exactly, but it's just as primal, just as demanding. "Forget this," I snarl, shaking my head to clear it. I'm about to turn away when I see her, the old woman from before, the one who seemed to be in charge. She approaches the girl, her wrinkled face set in grim determination. I strain my ears, catching snippets of their conversation. "For the good of the village. The monster will protect us." The girl's shoulders slump, defeat written in every line of her body. And suddenly, I understand. They're preparing her for something. For me. A low growl builds in my throat, rising to a roar that echoes through the forest. The villagers freeze, their faces turning towards the sound. Towards me. bare my teeth in a savage grin. Let them tremble. Let them fear. I am Gitos, the last of the Umbreth, and I bow to no one. But as I watch the girl being led away, something shifts inside me. For the first time in centuries, I feel uncertain. Damn, I mutter, my claws digging into the earth. What the hell am I getting myself into? The night deepens, and with it, my restlessness grows. I can't shake the feeling that something is about to change. My muscles coil with tension, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. I hate this uncertainty. I prowl the perimeter of my territory, my senses on high alert. The forest is unnaturally quiet tonight, as if holding its breath in anticipation. Even the nocturnal creatures seem to have gone into hiding. Smart little bastards. My thoughts keep circling back to that human girl. There's something different about her, something that calls to the darkest parts of me. I pause at the edge of a clearing. My eyes scan the shadows. The moonlight filters through the canopy, casting eerie patterns on the forest floor. It reminds me of the ritual circle those villagers were preparing. A growl rumbles in me. What are they planning? And why does it involve me? Part of me wants to storm into their village, to tear through their flimsy defenses and demand answers, to show them exactly why they should fear the monster in the mountains. But another part, a part I barely recognize, urges caution. Forget this waiting game, I snarl. I turn back towards my cave, my steps heavy with purpose. Whatever is about to happen, I'll face it on my own terms.
Chapter 5. Bella. The water in the wooden tub feels cold against my skin, but I barely notice. Mara's gentle hands work soap through my hair. Her touch is a stark contrast to the harsh reality of what's to come. Tears blur my vision, turning the flickering candlelight into a hazy glow. There, Mara murmurs, her voice catching. It'll be over soon. I want to laugh at the absurdity of her words, but all that comes out is a choked sob. Over? My life, you mean? She doesn't respond, just continues washing my hair in silence. I close my eyes and try to savour these last moments of familiarity. The scent of lavender soap fills my nostrils, a cruel reminder of normality. When I step out of the tub, Mara wraps me in a soft cloth. Time for the ceremonial garments, she says in a soft voice. The white dress she helps me into feels foreign against my skin. It's made of a material I've never felt before, smooth and cool to the touch. As Mara fastens the intricate clasps at the back, I catch a glimpse of myself in the polished metal mirror. I hardly recognise the woman staring back at me. My usually unruly curls have been tamed, falling in soft waves around my shoulders. The dress hugs my figure in a way my usual winter clothes never do. I look beautiful and completely petrified. A knock at the door startles us both. It's time, a voice calls from outside. Mara gives my hand a squeeze. Remember, you're doing this for all of us. You're so brave, Bella. Brave? Is that what they're calling it now? I want to scream, to run, to hide. But I don't. I simply nod, my voice lost somewhere in the pit of my stomach. As we step outside, I'm greeted by a group of village women. Their faces are a mix of pity and reverence. They surround me, adjusting my dress, adding final touches to my hair. You look beautiful, dear, one of them says, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Like a true hero, another adds. Their words wash over me, meaningless platitudes that do nothing to ease the growing dread in me. I want to tell them to stop, to leave me alone, but I can't find the strength. So I stand there, a silent lamb being prepared for slaughter, as they continue their ministrations. The women's hands flutter around me like nervous birds. Their touches, once comforting, now feel like chains binding me to this cruel fate. I stand rigid, my heart pounding so hard I fear it might burst from my chest. "There," Mara says, stepping back to admire her handiwork. "You look perfect." Perfect for what? To be devoured by a monster? The thought sends a shiver down my spine, and I struggle to keep my composure. I want to scream, to lash out, to demand why they're doing this to me. But the words catch in my throat, trapped behind years of meek compliance. "Thank you," I manage to whisper, hating how small my voice sounds. Elder Belinda approaches, her weathered face a mask of false sympathy. "Bella, my dear, you're doing a great service for our village." I meet her gaze, searching for any hint of remorse, but find only cold determination. How easily they sacrifice me as if I'm nothing to them. The betrayal cuts deep, leaving a raw, aching wound in my soul. What if... I start, my voice trembling. What if there's another way? The women exchange glances, a mixture of pity and impatience in their eyes. "Hush now," one of them says, patting my arm. "Don't make this harder than it needs to be." Harder for whom? I want to ask. For them, who get to return to their families and their lives? Or for me, being sent to my death? As they lead me towards the village square, my mind races with desperate thoughts of escape. But where would I go? The wearer prowl beyond our borders, and I have no survival skills to speak of. "Remember," Elder Belinda says, her bony fingers digging into my arm, "your sacrifice ensures the safety of everyone you love." Love. The word tastes bitter in my mouth. If this is love, I want no part of it. But even as anger and fear war within me, I can't bring myself to voice these thoughts. I've spent too long being the good girl, the one who never causes trouble. And now, that very nature has sealed my fate. As we approach the village square, my heart races uncontrollably. The weight of my fate crushes down on me, and suddenly, I can't breathe. I can't do this. I won't. Without thinking, I wrench my arm from Elder Belinda's grasp and bolt. My bare feet slap against the cold, hard ground as I run, the ceremonial dress billowing around me. For a moment, just a moment, I taste freedom. "Bella, stop her!" Elder Belinda's shrill voice cuts through the air. I dart between houses, my lungs burning as I gasp for air. The village blurs around me, familiar sights twisted into a maze of potential escape routes. I spot a narrow passage between two buildings and make a sharp turn. "There she is!" A deep voice booms from behind me. Heavy footsteps thunder in pursuit. I push myself harder, my legs screaming in protest. The passage opens up to a small clearing, and I see the village wall. If I can just reach it. Rough hands grab my arms, yanking me backward. I cry out, more in frustration than pain. "Let me go!" I struggle against the iron grip of Gareth, one of the village hunters. His calloused hands dig into my skin as he holds me in place. "Can't do that, Bella," he grunts, effortlessly lifting me off my feet as I kick and squirm. "You know this has to be done." Tears of anger and despair blur my vision. "Please," I beg, my voice breaking. "Don't do this." "I thought you were braver than this, Bella," Elder Belinda says, her tone dripping with disappointment as she approaches. "Think of the village. Think of the lives you'll save." Her words sting, but they also ignite a spark of defiance I didn't know I had. "And who thinks of my life?" I spit back, surprising myself with the venom in my voice. A murmur ripples through the small crowd that has gathered. I see doubt flicker across some faces, but it's quickly replaced by resolve. "Take her to the square," Elder Belinda commands, turning away, "and make sure she doesn't try to run again." As Gareth starts to drag me back, my brief moment of courage crumbles. I slump in his arms, the fight draining out of me. The cold reality settles in. There's no escape. No one is coming to save me. I'm alone, truly alone. And as we near the village square, the weight of my solitude threatens to crush me entirely. Elder Belinda's eyes narrow as she surveys the scene. Change of plans. We'll conduct the ritual outside the village. My heart sinks even lower. They're taking away my last moments in the only home I've ever known. Gareth's grip on my arm tightens as he leads me towards the village gates. The crowd follows, a sombre procession in the fading light. As we pass through the gates, the familiar warmth of the village gives way to the chill of the forest. The trees loom over us, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. Shadows dance across the ground as we make our way deeper into the forest. Here, Elder Belinda announces, gesturing to a small clearing. The villagers form a circle around me. Their faces, once so familiar, now seem alien in the ghostly light. I search for a friendly face, someone who might speak up for me, but find only solemn resignation. Bella. Mara steps forward. I'm sorry it had to be you. I want to scream that she's not sorry enough to stop this madness, but the words die in my throat. What good would it do now? Instead, we embrace in a hug one last time, and I see the tears glistening in her eyes. Elder Belinda clears her throat. It's time. Bella, step into the centre of the clearing. My legs feel like lead as I move. The cold ground beneath my bare feet is freezing, and I shiver. Elder Belinda approaches, a small pouch in her wrinkled hands. These herbs will ease your journey, she says, her voice devoid of emotion. The pungent scent of the herbs fills my nostrils as she opens the pouch. My stomach churns with fear and revulsion. Is this how it ends? Drugged and left as a sacrifice in the cold, dark forest. Take them, Elder Belinda insists, holding out a handful of dried leaves. I stare at the herbs, my mind racing. What if I refuse? But as I look around at the grim faces surrounding me, I realise it's futile. They've made their choice, and I'm powerless to change it. With trembling hands, I reach for the herbs. The leaves feel rough against my palm. I bring them to my lips, hesitating for a moment. I look around one last time at the faces of those I've known my whole life. Words soon bubble up inside me. Angry words, pleading words, words of forgiveness and condemnation. But in the end, only one thing comes out. I hope. My voice cracks, and I swallow hard. I hope it's worth it. I then close my eyes, steeling myself for what's to come. The bitter taste of the herbs fills my mouth as I chew, each swallow feeling like a betrayal to myself. Elder Belinda raises her arms. Let the ritual begin. The forest seems to hold its breath, waiting. And in that moment, suspended between the life I knew and the unknown that awaits, I feel utterly terrified. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 6. Gitos. The stillness of my cave shatters as a commotion echoes from beyond its mouth. My tentacles soon twitch as I sense a disturbance in the air. Curiosity gnaws at me, an itch I can't ignore. What the hell is going on out there now? I growl to myself, rising to my full height. I stride towards the entrance. My muscles begin to coil with anticipation. The cool night air hits my face as I emerge. My green eyes pierce through the darkness. The forest stretches before me, a sea of shadows and whispers. In the distance, flickering lights catch my attention. Torches. Human torches. My lips curl into a sneer. What are those pathetic creatures up to? I move silently through the trees. My black skin blends with the night. As I draw closer, voices drift towards me, a mix of hushed tones and muffled sobs. The scent of fear hangs heavy in the air. Crouching behind a massive boulder, I observe the peculiar procession. A group of humans, their faces etched with grim determination, lead a smaller figure into the heart of the forest. The torchlight dances across their features. Interesting, I mutter. The smaller figure stumbles, nearly falling. A flash of white fabric catches the light. Some sort of ceremonial garment. What kind of ritual are these humans performing? I lean forward, straining to hear what is going on. Their words are too faint, lost in the whistling of the wind and the crackle of torch flames. But their body language speaks volumes. Tension, anticipation, and guilt. My eyes narrow as I try to focus on the central figure, the young woman by the looks of it. Her head is bowed and her shoulders are slumped in defeat. The others flank her like guards, though it's clear she's not a prisoner, not in the traditional sense at least. What game are you playing, humans? I growl softly, my curiosity piqued. The procession continues deeper into the forest, towards the ancient clearing where I've often seen them leave their pitiful offerings. My territory, my hunting grounds. A growl rumbles through me. How dare they encroach on my domain? Yet something holds me back from charging in and tearing them apart. The mystery of their actions intrigues me, sparking a hunger for knowledge rather than flesh. I settle back for a moment, trying to grasp what is happening. Whatever they're up to, it's clear this is no ordinary night. I soon start to watch them again, transfixed as they enter the clearing. My muscles tense even further, ready to spring into action, but curiosity keeps me rooted to the spot temporarily. The small figure in white stumbles forward, and I catch my first real glimpse of her face, up close. She's young, with wide brown eyes that dart around nervously. Her curly hair falls around her tear-stained cheeks. Something stirs deep within me at the sight of her vulnerability. An old crone steps forward, her voice cracking as she speaks. Great Umbrath, we bring you this offering. Protect us from the wearer that plague our lands. My eyes narrow as my earlier suspicions are confirmed. These pathetic humans really think they can buy my protection with this girl. The crone continues, we have prepared her as the ancient texts describe. She has been purified and... I tune out the droning, focusing instead on the girl. She trembles uncontrollably. Her chest heaves with barely contained sobs. The sight of her fear should please me, but instead it leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. Suddenly the crone produces a small pouch. Take this, she commands, holding it out to the girl. It will ease your passage. The girl hesitates, her eyes darting around as if searching for an escape. Finding none, she takes the pouch with shaking hands and brings it to her lips. What the hell is that? I growl, leaning forward. The scent of unfamiliar herbs reaches my nostrils, pungent and sharp. As she eats them, her eyes begin to glaze over. Her trembling subsides and is replaced by an eerie calmness. The villagers back away, leaving her alone in the center of the clearing. My tentacles twitch with anticipation. Part of me wants to charge in, to claim what they've so willingly offered. But another part holds back, wary of this strange ritual and its unknown consequences. The girl sways on her feet, the effects of the herbs taking hold. Her gaze sweeps across the tree line, unfocused, until suddenly, impossibly, her eyes lock with mine. A jolt runs through me. For a moment, the world narrows to just us two. The moment shatters as one of the villagers steps forward, a dirty rag clutched in her gnarled hands. My eyes narrow further and my muscles tighten. What fresh hell is this? The old hag approaches the girl, who sways like a sapling in a storm. Her glazed eyes still seem to seek me out, even as the rag descends over her face. What the? I growl, low and menacing. The girl crumples to the ground. The villagers gather around her fallen form, muttering and gesturing. My body writhes with agitation. I desperately want to lash out and scatter these pathetic humans like leaves. But I hold back. Something about this whole goddamn situation doesn't sit right. I've seen plenty of rituals in my time, but this is new. And I don't like new. New means unpredictable. Unpredictable means dangerous. So I wait, watching as they lift the girl's limp body onto a makeshift altar. Her white garment catches the moonlight, making her look like some kind of ethereal offering, which I suppose is exactly what she is. Humans, I mutter, flexing my claws, always thinking they can buy protection with flesh and blood. The procession retreats, torchlight flickering between the trees. As the last human disappears from view, I straighten to my full height. 7 feet of muscle and terror. The forest seems to hold its breath around me. I stride forward. Each step is deliberate and powerful. The clearing beckons straight ahead of me. As I approach the ritual site, my senses are on high alert. The scent of fear lingers in the air. It's a sweet aroma that makes my mouth water. But there's something else. Something off. I pause at the edge of the clearing, scanning for any sign of trickery or trap. These humans may be weak, but they're not entirely stupid. I've underestimated them before to my own detriment. Finding nothing immediately threatening, I inhale deeply. The night air fills my lungs, carrying with it the promise of something new, something that makes my black skin prickle with an odd excitement. All right, I growl to myself, flexing my tentacles. Let's see what kind of mess you've left for me this time. With that, I prepare to step into the clearing, ready to claim what's been offered and deal with whatever consequences may follow. I approach the unconscious girl. My footsteps are silent on the forest floor. The moonlight bathes her pale skin, making her look like some ethereal creature rather than a mere human. Every part of my body twitches with curiosity as I crouch beside her. Well, I murmur, my voice a low rumble in the quiet clearing. What have we here? I lean in, inhaling deeply. Her scent hits me like a punch to the gut. It's intoxicating. A mix of fear, innocence, and something uniquely her. My mouth waters even more, and I have to forcibly restrain myself from sinking my teeth into her soft flesh. Damn it, I growl, shaking my head to clear it. What the hell is this? I've never reacted this way to a human before. They're usually nothing more than prey or annoyances. But this girl, she's different. My tentacles reach out, almost of their own accord, gently brushing a curl from her face. Her skin is warm under my touch, despite the cold night air. I trace the curve of her cheek, marveling at how delicate she feels, how breakable. And yet, something in me rebels at the very thought of harming her. This is insane, I mutter to myself, but I can't seem to pull away. I slide my arms under her limp form, lifting her effortlessly. She weighs nothing to me. Her head lolls against my chest, and I feel a strange tightening in my gut. All right, little one, I say, my voice gruff. Let's get you somewhere safe. I turn towards my cave, cradling her close. The forest seems to part before me, sensing my determination. Nothing will stand in my way. Nothing will harm what is mine. And she is mine now, I realize with a start. These foolish humans have given her to me, and I'll be damned if I let her go. As I stride through the trees, I can't help but glance down at her face. Even unconscious, there's a strength there, a resilience. It intrigues me. You're going to be trouble, aren't you? I chuckle darkly. Good. I like a challenge. The entrance to my cave looms before us, a gaping maw in the mountainside. I duck inside quickly. The familiar darkness envelops us, but for once it feels too oppressive, too cold for this delicate creature in my arms. I lay her gently on my bed of soft mosses, arranging her limbs carefully. She looks so small here, being surrounded by the trappings of my lair. So out of place. And yet, so right. What the hell am I doing? I growl, running a hand over my face. But I already know the answer. I'm keeping her, protecting her, making her mine. I settle closely beside her. I watch the slow rise and fall of her chest. Whatever those herbs were, they've knocked her out cold, but she'll wake soon enough. And when she does, a grin spreads across my face, all sharp teeth and wicked intent. When she wakes, the real fun will begin.
Chapter 7. Bella. My head throbs incessantly as consciousness creeps back in. A dull ache pulses behind my eyes. I blink, trying to focus, but darkness envelops me. Where am I? The last thing I remember is the village elders, their solemn faces, and then nothing. I shift, feeling soft moss beneath me. It appears to be laid across a stone floor. The cold below seeps through the thin fabric of my ceremonial dress. A shiver runs down my spine, and not just from the chill. This isn't right. This isn't where I'm supposed to be. Slowly my eyes adjust to the gloom. Jagged walls loom around me, their surfaces slick with moisture. A cave? How did I end up here? I try to sit up, but my limbs feel heavy, uncooperative. The air around me is thick and musty with an underlying scent I can't quite place. Hello? I call out, my voice but a whisper. It echoes back at me, mocking and hollow. No response. I'm alone, at least for now. I force myself to breathe deeply. Every ounce of me fights back the panic clawing at my chest. Think, Bella. What happened? The village, the wearer attacks, the elder's decision. It all comes rushing back. Tears sting my eyes, but I blink them away. No time for that now. I need to figure out where I am and how I got here. I manage to push myself up to a sitting position, ignoring the wave of dizziness that washes over me. As my vision clears, I notice more details of my surroundings. The cave is larger than I first thought, stretching back into impenetrable darkness. Near me, I spot what looks like a pile of furs. Did someone bring me here? The elders? Or something else? A chill runs through my body at the thought. The monster in the mountains, the one they were offering me to. Is this its lair? Am I truly alone, or is it lurking in the shadows watching me? I strain my ears, listening for any sound beyond the steady drip of water echoing through the cave. Nothing. But that doesn't mean I'm safe. I need to move and find a way out before whatever brought me here returns. Slowly, carefully I try to stand. My legs shake beneath me. I'm still very weak from whatever they used to knock me out. I stumble but catch myself against the damp cave wall. The rough stone scrapes my palm, and I bite back a hiss of pain. Come on, Bella, I mutter to myself. You can do this, one step at a time. I take a tentative step forward, then another. My eyes dart around, searching for any sign of danger, any hint of an exit. But the darkness seems to press in from all sides, suffocating and endless. As I inch forward, my heart hammers against my ribs. The darkness seems alive. It pulses with unseen threats at every turn. Suddenly, a faint shuffling sound echoes from deeper in the cave, and I freeze. My breath catches in my throat, and I squint my eyes, trying to pierce the gloom. There, a flicker of movement. My muscles tense, ready to bolt, but where would I run? I'm trapped in this stone prison with whatever it is. Another sound, like nails scraping against rock. Closer now. I press myself against the damp wall, willing myself to disappear into it. The ceremonial dress clings to my skin, damp with sweat and cave moisture. "Please," I whisper, though I'm not sure who I'm pleading with. Suddenly, a shadow detaches itself from the darkness. My eyes widen, struggling to make sense of what I'm seeing. It's tall, impossibly so, its outline a jumble of inhuman angles and protrusions. As it moves closer, details emerge that send ice through my veins. Tentacles. Dear gods, it has tentacles. They writhe from its back, smaller ones rippling along its arms. Its skin is black as night, seeming to absorb what little light there is. But its eyes, they glow a deep, haunting green, and they're fixed directly on me. I want to scream, but terror steals my voice. My legs give out, and I slide down the wall, curling into myself. This is the monster, the one from the mountains. The creature takes another step forward. I catch a glimpse of his sharp teeth and long, serpentine tongue. Its head tilts, studying me with an almost curious air. But there's something else in those otherworldly eyes, something hungry. My mind races, recalling fragments of village gossip, an ancient being, violent, territorial. And now I realise with sickening clarity, I'm in its territory. I should run, fight, do something. But my body won't respond. I'm paralysed, caught between the primal urge to flee and the crushing certainty that any movement will trigger an attack. The monster, for what else could it be, is close enough now that I can hear its breathing. It's surprisingly soft, almost gentle, a stark contrast to its terrifying appearance. A tentacle reaches out and hovers inches from my face. I squeeze my eyes shut, bracing for pain, for the end. But nothing happens. After a moment, I dare to peek. The creature has paused, its head cocked to one side. Is it confused? For a heartbeat, our eyes lock. In that instant, I see something unexpected in its gaze. Not just hunger or violence, but loneliness, curiosity. It's gone in a flash, replaced by that predatory gleam, but it's enough to make me wonder. The creature's eyes rake over me, those eerie green orbs drinking in every detail. My skin crawls under its scrutiny. I feel exposed, vulnerable. Its tentacles continue to writhe. Each movement is hypnotic and nauseating. The smaller ones on its arms twitch, as if eager to reach out and grab me at any second. I press myself harder against the cave wall. My heart pounds so hard, I'm sure it can hear it. Can it smell fear? Because right now, terror courses through every fibre of my being. I've never felt so small, so utterly helpless. The monster takes another step closer. Its massive frame blocks out what tiny light there is. 7 feet of pure nightmare looms over me. A sound escapes its throat, a low rumble that might be a growl or... Is it purring? Something in me snaps. Fight or flight kicks in, and flight isn't an option. With a strangled cry, I lunge forward, my hands balled into fists. I swing wildly, aiming for anything I can reach. My knuckles graze its chest, like hitting solid rock. Pain shoots up my arm, but adrenaline dulls it. I kick out, my bare foot connecting with its leg. It doesn't even flinch. Suddenly, tentacles wrap around my wrists, yanking my arms apart. I struggle, twisting and pulling, but it's like fighting against steel cables. The creature holds me at arm's length, its head tilted. Is it amused? Those piercing green eyes dance with something that looks disturbingly like enjoyment. Its lips curl back, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. My blood runs cold. Is this how I die, torn apart by this abomination while it laughs? I thrash harder, driven by pure desperation. "Let me go!" I scream, my voice echoing off the cave walls. But the monster's grip only tightens. It pulls me closer, and I can feel its hot breath on my face. My mind races. Why isn't it killing me? Why did the village offer me to this thing? What does it want? The creature's long tongue flicks out, tasting the air inches from my cheek. I recoil as a whimper escapes my lips. Its tentacles shift, wrapping around my waist now, lifting me off the ground. I dangle there like a helpless caught fish. Tears stream down my face, but I refuse to look away. If this is my end, I'll face it with what little courage I have left. But as I stare into those otherworldly eyes again, I see something unexpected. Concern, fascination. It's studying me as intently as I'm studying it. For a moment we're locked in this bizarre standoff. Me, shaking uncontrollably and horrified, held aloft by its impossible strength. And it, this monster from nightmares, regarding me with an intensity that's almost human. My heart pounds wildly, each beat a desperate plea for survival. I try to steady my breathing, but it comes in ragged gasps. Please, I stammer, my voice but a whisper. What do you want from me? The creature's head tilts slightly, its tentacles shift, adjusting their grip. I flinch, expecting pain, but instead they seem almost gentle. The thought is so absurd that I almost laugh, hysteria bubbling up inside me. Suddenly, the monster's mouth opens. I brace myself for a roar, a growl, anything but what actually comes out. You, it says, its voice a rumble that seems to vibrate through my entire body. You are different. I blink, stunned. It can speak. The shock momentarily overrides my fear. I'm what? The creature's eyes narrow, its gaze raking over me once more. The others leave things, food, trinkets, but I can't understand why they left you for me. My mind reels, trying to process this information. The village's offerings, the sacrifices. They were real. And now I'm face to face with the recipient. I don't understand any of this either, I manage to say, my voice shaking. Why am I here, in this place? The monster's tentacles tighten again slightly, not painfully, but enough to remind me of my precarious position. The creature doesn't respond. It just continues to stare me up and down with a strange curiosity in its eyes. Time stretches on, an eternity compressed into moments. I hang there, suspended by his tentacles, trembling and terrified. He remains motionless save for the slow rise and fall of his chest. The silence is deafening, broken only by the steady drip of water echoing through the cave and my own ragged breathing.
Chapter 8. Gitos. I finally loosen my grip on her. My tentacles soon unwind from her soft, warm body. She slides to the cave floor, her eyes still wide with terror. The scent of her fear is intoxicating, making my mouth water instinctively. But I resist the primal urge to devour her. There's something special about this human. "Why am I here?" she asks again, her voice trembling. I cock my head, studying her closely. Her brown curls frame a face that's both delicate and strong. Fascinating. "Your people left you for me," I growl, my voice rumbling through the cave. "A gift, I assume so. I brought you here to my cave." She flinches at my words, pressing herself against the cave wall once more. Good. She should be afraid. I am not to be trifled with. I'm not just some gift," she stammers. "I'm a person." I laugh loudly, the sound echoing off the stone walls. "A person? Your prey, little one. Food for the taking." I lean in close, inhaling her scent, but I find myself curious about you. Her breath hitches and I can hear her heart beating loudly. It's music to my ears. I've never been this close to a human before, never had the chance to truly examine one. And this one, she's exquisite. "What do you mean, curious?" she asks, her voice low. I reach out, running a tentacle along her cheek. She shivers but doesn't pull away. Interesting. little human, that you intrigue me. Your kind usually runs or fights, but you're different." She swallows hard, her eyes darting nervously around the cave. I don't have anywhere to run to. My village. They sacrificed me." Her words stir something inside me. Anger, perhaps? At her village for discarding her so easily? Or possessiveness at the thought of anyone else claiming what's now mine? "Then you belong to me now," I growl, my tentacles curling around her waist once more. "And I protect what's mine." I notice that she's still trembling, and it stirs something deep within me. A desire to comfort, to protect. What's happening to me? She looks up at me timidly as I hold on to her. Her lips part slightly as if she's about to speak, and I can't help but follow the motion with my eyes. Her mouth is a tender fruit, ripe for the taking, yet I rein in the impulse. My desire to possess her wars with the unfamiliar urge to understand her, to learn what makes her tick. "You must be hungry," I growl gently. I reach for a nearby sack, pulling out some dried meat. "Eat." She hesitates, eyeing the offering warily. "It's not human, is it?" I can't help but chuckle at the thought. No, it's dusk bear, tough, but filling. As she takes the meat, my tentacles move of their own accord, brushing against her arm. Her skin is so soft, so warm, I can't resist tracing the curve of her shoulder down to her elbow. She flinches but doesn't pull away. Thank you," she murmurs, taking a small bite. Her discomfort is palpable, but there's something else there too. Curiosity, perhaps. "You're welcome," I rumble, unable to take my eyes off her. My tentacles continue their exploration, sliding along her forearm, circling her wrist. She shivers, but doesn't protest. "Are you—" She starts, then pauses, swallowing hard. "Are you the god they spoke of? The one they sacrificed me to?" I laugh again, the sound harsh and grating. "A god? Is that what those fools think I am?" I lean in close, my breath hot on her neck. "No, little human. I'm something far more ancient, far more dangerous." Her eyes widen, a mix of fear and fascination swirling in their depths. "What are you, then?" "My name is Gitos, and I am Umbrath," I growl, my tentacles coiling possessively around her waist. "The last of my kind. We ruled these lands long before your ancestors crawled out of the muck." She looks up at me strangely, her body tensing against mine. "Umbrath? I've never heard of—" Of course you haven't," I snap, frustration bubbling up inside me. "Your kind has forgotten so much. You cower in your villages, afraid of shadows, while true power walks the earth." My tentacles tighten around her, pulling her closer. She whimpers but doesn't struggle. Smart girl. "But you," I continue, my voice softening slightly. "You're different from the rest. You face your fear. You interest me greatly, little human." She gasps softly, and I can feel her heart racing in her chest. It's exhilarating. I run a tentacle along her cheek, continuing to marvel at the softness of her skin. What do you want from me?" she whispers, her voice barely audible. "For now," I rumble lowly, "I want you to stay here with me, to be mine." She lets out a horrified shriek that pierces the stillness of the cave. I growl in frustration. My tentacles coil around her trembling form instinctively in an attempt to settle her. Her fear, once intoxicating, now grates on my nerves. Why the hell can't she see I mean her no harm? "Stop shaking!" I snarl, my patience wearing thin. "I've given you food, shelter. What more do you want?" She pulls away from me, backing up against the cave wall. I'm sorry," she stammers. "It's just... this is all so..." "So what?" I snap, looming over her. "Frightening? Overwhelming? Grow a damn spine, human. She whimpers, and I feel a twinge of something. Regret? Impossible. I'm Umbrath. I don't regret. Why can't she see I'm trying to be... what? Kind? Hell, I don't even know anymore. Look at me, I demand, cupping her chin with my hand. Her brown eyes, wide with fear and hopelessness, meet mine. I am not your enemy. Your village cast you out. I took you in. Remember that? She swallows hard, her pulse racing beneath my touch. I know, but... you're so, different. I don't understand what you want from me. I bare my teeth in frustration. What I want is for you to stop cowering like a frightened rabbit. You're here now. You're mine. The sooner you accept that, the better off we'll both be. Her breath hitches. I'm trying, she whispers. It's just... I've never seen anything like you before. You're very intimidating. I can't help but preen a little at that. Good. I should be. I'm the last of the Umbrath, the most powerful creature you'll ever encounter. She nods, her curls bouncing with the movement. It's oddly endearing. Damn it. What's wrong with me? Her eyes trace the lines of my body, from the tentacles that move with a life of their own to the black skin that covers my muscular form. There's curiosity there, beneath the fear, and it ignites a spark of satisfaction within me. She should fear me, but it pleases me that she also seeks to understand me. My tentacles soon twitch with the urge to explore the soft skin of her body again. But every time I try and reach out, she shies away. This isn't how I wanted things to go. Stop that, I growl, frustration building in me. I'm not going to hurt you. I turn away, unable to look at her anymore. Why is this so hard? Why can't she just submit to me? I've never had trouble dominating others before. But this fragile creature, she's really getting under my skin in ways I don't understand. She inches further away from me, backing herself into a corner. I'm sorry. I can't help it, she whispers. I run my hand over my face. My claws scrape against my rough skin. This human is driving me utterly insane. I want her so badly, but I can't have her if she's terrified of me. The thought of forcing her makes my stomach turn for some odd reason. What the hell is going on with me? Fine, I snarl. I'll give you some space. I stalk towards the back of the cave, my tentacles lashing behind me in agitation. This is going to be more challenging than I thought. But I'm not one to back down from a challenge. I'll make her see. I'll make her understand. The cool, damp air does little to calm my racing thoughts. I can still smell her fear, her uncertainty. It's beyond maddening. Eat the food I gave you, I call over my shoulder. I didn't bring you here to watch you starve to death. I hear her shuffling behind me, probably reaching for the dried meat. Good. At least she's not completely stupid. I start to pace the back of the cave. My claws scrape against the stone floor. What am I doing? I'm Umbrath, the most feared creature in these mountains. And here I am, fretting over some human girl like a lovesick pup. But I can't deny the pull I feel towards her. It's more than just hunger or lust. There's something about her that calls to me, something I can't explain. I turn back and watch her from the shadows. She's nibbling on the dusk bear meat, her eyes darting around the cave nervously. Even in her fear, she's simply beautiful. Her brown curls catch the dim light framing her face like a halo. Is it good? I ask from afar, my voice louder than I intended. She jumps at the sound, nearly dropping the meat. Yes, she stammers. Thank you. I nod, satisfied. At least she's eating. I won't let her die, not when I've just found her. With that, I stride out of the cave, leaving her amidst the shadows that have been my only companions for so long. But as I step into the moonlit night, I realize that the darkness doesn't feel as absolute as it once did. There's a warmth in my chest, an ember kindled by the presence of the human I've claimed as mine.
Chapter 9. Bella. Feeling like I've regained some strength, I stand up and take a hesitant step forward. My bare feet are cold against the rough stone floor. The cave stretches before me, a yawning expanse of shadows and secrets. I wrap my arms around myself. The thin ceremonial garments covering my body offer little protection against the chill. My fingers brush against the intricate embroidery, and a wave of bitterness washes over me. This was supposed to be an honour, they said. A noble sacrifice for the good of the village. Liars. All of them. My eyes begin scanning the surroundings, and I notice crude furnishings scattered about. The makeshift bed of mosses and furs is in one corner. There are shelves carved into the rock walls, holding an assortment of objects I can't quite make out. It's more civilized than I expected. I take another step and wince as a sharp pebble digs into my soul. The pain grounds me, reminding me that this isn't some terrible nightmare. This is real. I'm really here, trapped in a cave with a monster. No, not a monster. An umbrath, he'd said. My gaze darts to the cave entrance, a sliver of moonlight visible beyond. Freedom. Safety. But even as the thought forms, I know it's impossible. I'd never make it past Gitos. And even if I did, where would I go? Back to the village that betrayed me. A sob builds in my throat, but I swallow it down. I won't give them the satisfaction of breaking me. Not the villagers, and not him. I force myself to move deeper into the cave, curiosity warring with fear. My fingers trail along the rough wall, anchoring me as I explore. Suddenly, a noise startles me. A rumble echoes through the cave, and I freeze immediately. Gitos. He's moving, shifting in the darkness. I should go back and return to where he left me, but my feet refuse to move. Instead, I find myself sinking to the ground, my back pressed against the cool stone wall. I draw my knees to my chest, making myself as small as possible. Tears burn behind my eyes, but I blink them back fiercely. I won't cry. I won't break. Whatever happens next, whatever Gitos has planned for me, I'll face it with what little dignity I have left. Soon, I push myself back up to my feet and force my shaky legs to carry me back to the makeshift bed. Every step is an internal battle between self-preservation and curiosity. The moss feels soft against my skin as I settle down on the bed. My eyes soon spot Gitos across the cave and never leave his hulking form. He's not what I expected. Sure, he's terrifying, all tentacles and sharp teeth, but there's something almost gentle in the way he moves around me. He hasn't hurt me, hasn't even tried to. It's unsettling, this clash between his monstrous appearance and his oddly considerate behaviour. I watch as he busies himself with something near the cave entrance, his back turned to me. The tentacles on his arms shift and coil, reminding me of snakes. I shudder, but can't look away. Why? The word slips out before I can stop it. Gitos turns, those deep green eyes fixing on me. I shrink back and curse my loose tongue. Why, what? His voice rumbles through the cave, sending tremors through my body. I swallow hard and hesitantly ask, "Why are you being nice to me?" He tilts his head, considering my question for a moment. "You're mine now. I value what's mine." A chill runs down my spine at his words. Before I can respond, he turns and strides out of the cave, leaving me alone with my whirling thoughts. After what seems like an eternity, curiosity gets the better of me. I creep towards the entrance and peer out into the darkness. That's when I see it in the dim light of the moon. Gitos stands a short distance away, his massive frame coiled with tension. A creature, Some sort of deer-like animal with too many legs grazes nearby, oblivious to the danger. In a blur of motion almost too fast for my eyes to follow, Gitos strikes. His tentacles lash out and wrap around the beast's neck and legs. It lets out a strangled cry, cut short as Gitos' teeth sink into its throat. The violence of it steals my breath away. This is the monster I feared, the brutal killer I'd imagined. I watch, horrified and fascinated, as Gitos tears into his prey. His movements are efficient, almost graceful in their savagery. This is a predator in his element, and for a moment, I forget to be afraid. Then his green eyes lock onto mine, and reality comes crashing back. I stumble away from the cave entrance, my heart pounding in my chest. The image of Gitos, covered in blood and looking right at me, burns itself into my mind. He's a monster, a killer. But he's also my protector, my owner. The thought makes me sick, but I can't deny the small part of me that's relieved. If I'm his, then maybe I'm safe. From the Waira, at least. I curl up on the bed, pulling the furs around me like a shield. My mind races, trying to reconcile the gentle Gitos who offered me food with the brutal hunter I just witnessed. Who is he really? And more importantly, what does he ultimately want from me? Gitos finally enters the cave carrying cooked portions of the animal he slaughtered. He holds out his hand in my direction, a piece of the meat dangling from it. I stare at the offering in his outstretched hand. My stomach starts to churn. The meat is still warm, steam rising from the freshly cooked flesh. My mind flashes back to the brutal scene I witnessed earlier, Gitos tearing into that creature with savage efficiency. I gulp hard, fighting the urge to retch. "Eat!" Gitos rumbles, his deep eyes fixed on me. "You need more strength." I hesitate, my fingers trembling as I reach for the food. The scent of cooked meat fills my nostrils, making my mouth water despite my uncertainty. I dot. My voice cracks, and I clear my throat. "Thank you." I bring the warm food to my lips, acutely aware of Gitos watching my every move. The first bite explodes with flavour on my tongue, and I have to stifle a moan. It's delicious and tender, but with each chew, I can't help but picture that poor creature's final moments. "Is it okay?" Gitos asks, his voice oddly hesitant. I nod. As I eat, I study him from beneath my lashes. There's no trace of blood on him now. He must have cleaned up while I was lost in my thoughts. The juxtaposition is jarring, the brutal hunter and this strangely accommodating captor. "You're still afraid of me," he states. I swallow my mouthful of food quickly. "Can you blame me?" His tentacles coil tighter against his back. "No," he admits. "But I promise I won't hurt you, Bella. You're mine to protect now." A shiver runs through my body at his words. "And if I don't want to be yours?" Gitos' eyes narrow, a growl rumbling in his chest. "You have no choice. The humans gave you to me." Anger flares within me, hot and sudden. "They had no right!" I snap, surprising myself with my vehemence. For a moment, Gitos looks taken aback. Then his expression hardens. "Would you rather I left you to the wearer out there in the forest?" The fight drains out of me as quickly as it came. I slump, suddenly exhausted. "No," I whisper. Gitos is quiet for a long moment. When he speaks again, his voice is softer. "Finish your food. We can talk more after you've rested." I nod, too drained to argue further. As I finish eating, I can't help but wonder, what does the future hold for me now? One thing is for certain, nothing will ever be the same again. Soon I curl up on the makeshift bed and pull the furs tight around me. The cave's chill seeps into my bones. My mind races, replaying the day's events in a dizzying loop. Gitos' massive form looms in the shadows across the cave. His deep, even breathing tells me he's asleep. but I can't shake the feeling of being watched. Those piercing green eyes seem to follow me even now. I close my eyes, trying to will myself to sleep, but rest eludes me. How can I possibly relax in this strange place, with this creature nearby? And yet, he hasn't harmed me. He's fed me, given me a place to sleep. It's more than the village did in the end. The thought sends a pang through my chest. How could they just throw me away like that? I toss and turn, my emotions a tangled mess. Fear, anger, confusion, and something else I can't quite name swirl inside me. Gitos is a monster, there's no doubt about that. I saw the savage way he hunted. But he has also shown kindness, in his own strange way. "You're mine to protect now," he'd said. The words echo in my mind. Part of me rebels against the idea of belonging to anyone, but another part, a small, traitorous part, feels a flicker of relief. At least I'm not alone out here. I sigh, burying my face in the soft furs. Will I spend the rest of my days in this cave, a captive of this umbrath? Or is there something more to this arrangement that I don't yet understand? As exhaustion finally begins to claim me, my last thoughts are of Gitos. His terrifying appearance, his surprising gentleness, the intensity in those green eyes when he looks at me. I drift off into an uneasy sleep.
Chapter 10. Gitos. I wake the next morning with the first light filtering through the cave entrance, my senses instantly on alert. Bella is still asleep. Her chest rises and falls in a gentle rhythm. I watch her for a moment, fascinated by her delicate features, so different from my own. As I stretch, my tentacles unfurling behind me, I catch her sweet scent. It's invigorating, and I relish it for a moment. Soon, my stomach growls. It quickly brings me back to reality and the task at hand. We need more food. I move towards the cave entrance, my steps deliberately heavy. Let her wake. Let her see me leave. I want her to know I'm not keeping her prisoner, even if the thought of her trying to escape makes my blood boil. Sure enough, I hear her stir. I turn around to look at her and catch her curious gaze. She sits up and pulls her knees close to her chest. I can sense she's still uncomfortable here. "I'm going to hunt," I growl, my voice echoing off the cave walls. "Stay here, understand?" She nods, a quick, jerky movement. "Good enough." I step out into the crisp, morning air. My senses are immediately overwhelmed by the scents of the forest. There, to the east, the musky odor of a gray fang, a beast easily twice my size. Perfect. I move silently through the underbrush. My black skin blends easily with the shadows. The gray fang soon comes into view. Its massive form hunches over a stream. It hasn't noticed me yet. My muscles tense, ready to spring. In one fluid motion, I launch myself at the beast. My tentacles wrap around its thick neck as my teeth sink into its flank. The gray fang roars, thrashing wildly. Blood fills my mouth, hot and metallic. The beast's claws rake across my chest, but I barely feel it. I'm lost in the thrill of the hunt. The primal joy of dominating a worthy opponent floods through my body. We struggle for several moments, a tangle of limbs and tentacles and fur. But I'm stronger. I'm always stronger. With a final bone-crushing squeeze, I feel the gray fang's spine snap beneath my tentacles' grip. The forest falls silent as the beast's body goes limp. I stand over my kill, chest heaving, blood dripping from my mouth and claws. Damn, that felt good. As the rush of the hunt fades, my thoughts turn back to Bella. I know she saw me last night when I was hunting. I wonder what she thought. The idea both excites and unnerves me. I want her to recognize my brutal strength, to truly understand what I'm capable of. But I also want something else from her, something I can't quite name. I hoist the gray fang's carcass onto my shoulders, grunting with the effort. It's a good kill. It'll feed us for days. As I make my way back to the cave, I find myself wondering what Bella's been doing in my absence. Has she tried to escape? The thought makes my tentacles twitch with irritation. She's mine now. She has no right to leave. But another part of me, a part I'm not entirely comfortable with, hopes she is still there. Waiting for me. Wanting to be with me. I shake off these confusing thoughts as I approach the cave entrance. I drag the Grey Fang's carcass next to the cave's entrance, my muscles rippling with the effort. The scent of fresh blood fills the air. I can't help but grin, my sharp teeth gleaming in the sunlight. I peer into the cave briefly. Bella's still there, huddled in the corner. Good girl. Hungry? I growl into her through the cave's entrance. She flinches at the sound, her brown eyes wide. Why does that bother me? I'm used to creatures cowering in fear, but with her, it's different. I turn towards the Grey Fang's carcass and start ripping off chunks of meat to cook. My claws make quick work of it, and soon I've got a decent portion set aside for Bella. I set up a fire in no time at all, and before long, the meat is ready. I make my way inside of the cave with the food, knowing that she must also be starving. I approach her and toss the meat her way, watching as she catches it reflexively. Eat, I command, my voice gruff. She hesitates, eyeing the strange meat warily. She finally gives in to her hunger and takes a small bite of the meat. I watch her, fascinated by the way her throat moves as she swallows. You like it here? I ask, immediately cursing myself for the stupid question. Of course she doesn't, you idiot. She shrugs, her eyes downcast. It's different. I snort. Yeah, no kidding. Look, I know this isn't what you're used to, but it's not so bad. You're safe here with me. She flinches again, and I feel that twinge of guilt? Is that what this is? I don't like it. Hey, I rumble aggressively. I'll take care of you. She nods, but I can see the lingering fear and uneasiness still in her eyes. It makes me want to lash out in frustration. But I resist the urge. Instead, I try to make her feel more comfortable. Tell me about yourself, I say in a low voice, trying to sound less aggressive. What do you like? She hesitates, picking at her food. I like to read. And sing sometimes. Sing? I lean forward, intrigued. Sing something for me. She shakes her head, her cheeks flushing. I couldn't. Come on, I press, my voice rumbling low. I want to hear you. She inhales deeply, then starts to sing softly. Her voice is like nothing I've ever heard before. Sweet and clear, filling the cave with a warmth I didn't know was possible. I close my eyes, letting the sound wash over me. When she finishes, I open them to find her watching me, a hint of a smile on her lips. That was nice, I manage, feeling suddenly awkward. You can do that whenever you want. Oh, she nods, looking more relaxed than I've seen her since she arrived. It makes something in my chest tighten. Look, I say, leaning closer. I know this isn't easy for you, but I want you to feel comfortable here, with me. She meets my gaze, her brown eyes searching my green ones. I'll try, she whispers. As I watch her lips curve into a tentative smile, something shifts inside me. A warmth spreads through my chest, unfamiliar and intense. What is this feeling? It's like nothing I've ever experienced before. My tentacles twitch restlessly as I struggle to process this new emotion. I want to wrap them around her, to shield her from the world. The urge is so strong it's almost painful. You're completely safe with me, I growl, my voice low and possessive. No one will ever hurt you again. I brush my hand gently across her cheek. Her eyes widen slightly, but she doesn't flinch away this time. Progress. I lean in closer to her, inhaling her sweet scent. You understand, right? You're mine at any cost, I state matter-of-factly. She nods slowly, her brow furrowing. I know, But what does that mean, exactly? I bare my teeth in what I hope is a reassuring grin. It means I'll protect you. Take care of your needs. No one else gets to touch you or bother you, ever. The intensity of my own words surprises me. But damn it, it's true. The thought of anyone else laying a hand on her makes my blood boil over. But what about my village? She asks softly. My friends? Will I ever get to go back there or see any of them again? I snarl, my tentacles lashing out behind me. They gave you up willingly. Tossed you aside like garbage. You don't need them anymore. She flinches at my aggressive tone, and I force myself to take a deep breath. Calm down, you idiot. You're scaring her again. Look, I say, trying to soften my voice. I know it's not what you're used to or what you maybe want, but I can give you everything you need. Food, shelter, protection. Isn't that better than being sacrificed to some monster? Her lips twitch into a wry smile. But aren't you the monster they sacrificed me to? I can't help but laugh, a deep rumbling sound that echoes throughout the cave. Fair point, but I'm not going to eat you or anything, unless you're into that. She blushes furiously, and I feel a surge of satisfaction. Damn, she's cute when she's flustered. I'm kidding, I add quickly. Sort of. Point is, you'll be better off here, and I want you to be happy with me. The words feel strange on my tongue. Since when do I care about anyone's happiness but my own? But as I look at her, I realize it's true. I want to see her smile, hear her laugh. I want to be the reason for it. I'll try, she says softly, echoing her earlier words. But this time, there is a hint of genuine warmth in her voice. I nod, suddenly feeling awkward again. What the hell am I supposed to do now? This isn't exactly covered in the Umbrath Guide to Human Interaction. So, do you want to explore the cave some more? I offer lamely. There's some cool stuff deeper in. Her eyes light up with curiosity. Really? Like what? Come on, I'll show you. I hold out my hand, and after a moment's hesitation, she takes it. Her skin is so soft against my rough palm. I have to resist the urge to pull her closer to me. As we walk deeper into the cave, I can't shake the feeling that everything has changed. Bella isn't just some human sacrifice anymore. She is mine forever.
Chapter 11. Bella. The air grows cooler as Gitos leads me deeper into the cave. My heart races, a mix of fear and curiosity pulsing through my veins. The rough stone beneath my feet gives way to smooth, worn rock. Soon I can hear the faint echo of water in the distance. Where are we going? I ask, my voice low. He glances back at me, his green eyes gleaming in the dim light. You'll see. As we round a corner, my breath catches in my throat. Before us stretches a vast underground lake. Its surface is as smooth as glass. Bioluminescent fungi cling to the cavern walls, casting an ethereal blue glow across the water. It's beautiful, I murmur, unable to hide my awe. He grunts in agreement, settling himself on a flat rock near the water's edge. He pats the space beside him, and I hesitate for a moment before sitting down. The silence stretches between us, broken only by the soft lapping of water against stone. I steal glances at him, studying his alien features. The tentacles on his back twitch slightly, and I wonder if they have a mind of their own. Gathering my courage, I clear my throat. Gitos, can I ask you something? He turns to me, his expression unreadable. What? I was wondering about your past. Could you tell me more about it? He is quiet for a long moment, and I fear I've offended him. But then he speaks. His deep voice rumbles through the cavern. I am Umbrath, he says. Once we were many. Now I am the last. My heart aches at the loneliness in his voice. What happened to the others? War, disease, time. He shrugs, his massive shoulders rising and falling. We were not meant to last forever. I lean forward, captivated by his words. How long have you been alone? Longer than I can remember, he admits. These mountains have been my home for centuries. I hunt, I survive. That is all. But surely you must have encountered others, humans or other creatures. A growl escapes him. Wera, vicious beasts. I kill them when they come too close. I shudder, remembering the howls that haunted my village. And humans? His eyes narrow. They fear me, leave offerings. You are the first to speak to me in a very long time. My mind reels with this information. How long has he been up here, alone and feared? The village elders spoke of him as some sort of god, but he's just a survivor. It must be lonely, I say softly, surprising myself with the sympathy in my voice. He turns to me, his gaze intense. It was, until now. I watch as his tentacles curl and uncurl, remembering the strength I've seen in them when he hunts. When you hunt, I begin, hesitant, it's brutal, efficient. Have you always been that way? A dark chuckle escapes him. It is the way of the umbreath. We take what we need to survive. I swallow hard, my mouth suddenly dry. And am I something you need to survive? His eyes lock onto mine again, and I feel pinned in place by the intensity of his gaze. He doesn't respond, just continues staring at me like he's trying to unravel some kind of mystery. My heart thunders in my chest. I'm not just something for the taking, Gitos. His muscles tense, and for a moment I fear I've angered him, but then his expression softens, just slightly. I know that. I think you are special. I sit there, baffled by what I'm hearing from this creature, who is both terrifying and fascinating. Here, in this underground cavern with a being straight out of legend, I feel like I'm stepping into a world I never knew existed. And despite my fear, despite the strangeness of it all, a part of me is curious to see where this path will lead. I inhale deeply, the cool cave air filling my lungs. His presence beside me is both intimidating and oddly comforting. His last words echo in my mind. I think you are special. The weight of his gaze makes my cheeks flush. I suppose I should tell you a bit about myself, I say softly, since we're going to be living together. He nods, his green eyes fixed on me. Go on. I fidget with the hem of my dress, unsure where to begin. Well, I've lived in the village my whole life. It's all I've ever known. But I never really felt like I belonged there. Why? He asks. I shrug, a bitter laugh escaping my lips. I don't have any family. My parents died when I was young, and I never quite fit in with the other villagers. Always felt like an outsider, you know. His tentacles twitch, and I wonder if it's a sign of understanding. Alone among many, he says. I know this feeling. Yeah, I nod, surprised by his insight. Exactly, and when the village decided to offer me up to you, it just confirmed what I'd always suspected. I was expendable to them. A growl escapes him, making me jump. They were fools, he says, his voice laced with anger, to discard something precious. My cheeks flush even more as I continue on. I spent my days helping in the village, tending to the wounded, preparing meals. But I always felt like I was just going through the motions, you know? Like I was waiting for something more. He shifts closer, his massive form blocking out the dim light. And now? Do you still wait? I look up at him, really look at him. His alien features are no less terrifying, but there's something in his eyes that speaks of a deep loneliness, one that mirrors my own. I don't know, I admit. Everything's changed so quickly, but I think maybe I've found that something more I was looking for, even if it's not what I expected. You are not afraid? He asks. I let out a shaky laugh. Oh, I'm terrified, but I'm also curious, and for the first time in my life, I feel like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. Is that strange? A rumble that might be a chuckle escapes him. Strange is all I know, he says. But perhaps we can be strange together. As I sit there next to him, I realise that we're both outcasts in our own way, both lonely, both searching for connection. And maybe, just maybe, we've found it in the most unexpected place. I'd like that, I say softly, daring to reach out and touch one of his tentacles. It's smooth and cool beneath my fingers, and I feel it twitch at my touch. To be strange together. His eyes widen at my boldness, and for a moment I fear I've overstepped. But then his expression softens, and he nods. Then it shall be so, he says, his voice a low rumble that sends warmth spreading through my chest. As we sit there, the soft glow of the bioluminescent fungi casting an otherworldly light over us, I feel a sense of peace settle over me. For the first time in my life, I'm not alone. And neither is Gitos. We've found each other, two lonely souls in a vast, uncaring world. Soon I find myself studying him with new eyes. The initial terror that gripped me when I first saw him has slowly faded, replaced by a growing desire to understand him. He no longer feels threatening. Instead, there's an odd comfort in his presence. I watch as his tentacles move gently, almost hypnotically, and I'm struck by how graceful they are. Gitos, I say softly, breaking the comfortable silence between us. I want to thank you. He turns to me, his green eyes glowing in the dim light. For what? I take a slow, steady breath, gathering my thoughts. For taking care of me, for being patient with me. I know I was terrified at first, but you've been kind. A rumble escapes him. You are truly different, Bella. You stay with me. You speak kindly to me. His words touch something deep inside of me. I guess we're both a little different, aren't we? He nods and smiles. Perhaps that is why we fit. My heart skips a beat at his words. Do we fit? The thought should terrify me, but instead it sends a thrill through my body. I've been thinking, I continue, emboldened by his openness, about how you protect this territory. It's care, in its own way. His tentacles twitch, and I wonder if I've surprised him. Yes, he says simply. I protect what is mine. The possessiveness in his voice should frighten me, but instead, it makes me feel safe, valued. I realise suddenly that no one has ever made me feel that way before. His eyes lock onto mine, and the intensity in them takes my breath away. Slowly, so slowly, he raises one of his hands. I stay perfectly still as he gently, almost reverently, brushes a strand of hair from my face. In that moment, something shifts between us. The fear and uncertainty that have clouded our interactions melts away, replaced by a tender understanding. I lean into his touch, closing my eyes. When I open my eyes again, he is looking at me with an expression I've never seen before. It's soft, almost vulnerable. In that moment, I don't see a monster or a beast. I see someone who, like me, has been alone for far too long. Without thinking, I lean forward and rest my head against his chest. His arm wraps gently around me and pulls me closer. The steady beat of his heart echoes in my ear, a soothing rhythm that speaks of strength and protection. We fit, I murmur, echoing his earlier words. And as I feel his arm tighten around me, I know in my heart that it's true. My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
This is Delia. Starting price is 3 ducats.
You will wed soon and restore the Enoch family name.
Okay. I'll lower it down even more. 2 ducats. Who wants to buy Delia for 2 ducats?
She is my mate. Destiny has foretold it.
You don't know anything about me, and you want me to marry you?
You're nothing but a human toy to be used and discarded.
Hold on. How about 1 ducat? Does anyone want her?
A gilded cage is still a cage.
6 ducats. 6 ducats for Delia. I'll give you revenge on your parents if you marry me.
Okay, I'll marry you.
Godhood is mine for the taking. Chapter 12. Gitos. I pull Bella closer, savoring the warmth of her body against mine. Her soft hair tickles my chin, and I breathe in her sweet scent. My tentacles twitch with excitement, but I keep them still. Don't want to scare her off now. Come on, I say in a low voice. Let me show you around some more. She nods, her eyes wide with curiosity. I lead her even deeper into the cavern, my hand on the small of her back. The rocky walls glisten with moisture, reflecting the soft glow of bioluminescent fungi. Watch your step, I warn as we navigate a narrow passage. We emerge into a larger chamber, and I can't help but smirk at her gasp of wonder. An underground stream cuts through the center, its clear waters sparkling in the dim light. Fresh water, I explain, gesturing to the stream. Essential for you humans, right? Drink up whenever you want, it's clean. She kneels by the water's edge and cups her hands to take a sip. I watch her throat move as she swallows, a primal part of me stirring at the sight. It's delicious, she says, looking up at me with a smile that makes my chest tighten. Of course it is, I reply, puffing out my chest. Only the best in my territory. I lead her to another section of the cave, where natural shelves in the rock form perfect storage spaces. Here's where I keep my supplies. Food, furs, whatever else I need. She runs her fingers along a soft pelt, and I imagine those same fingers tracing the contours of my body. I shake off the thought. Not yet. You've made quite a home here, she says softly. Damn right I have, I growl, pride swelling through me. And Umbrath knows how to survive, and now, so will you. I turn to face her, my green eyes boring into hers. This is your home now too, Bella. Everything here is yours to use. You're under my protection. She shivers slightly, but not from fear this time. I can smell the change in her scent, the hint of her that makes my blood sing. Thank you, Gitos, she whispers. I grunt in acknowledgement, fighting the urge to claim her right then and there. Instead, I lead her into another chamber, my hand never leaving her back. I notice her eyes lingering on the small, delicate flowers growing in the crevices high up on the cave walls. Humans and their fascination with pretty, useless things. Still, if it will make her happy. Want some of those? I ask, jerking my chin toward the flowers. Her eyes widen. Oh, they're beautiful, but we can't reach. Before she finishes, I extend my tentacles, effortlessly plucking a handful of the tiny blooms from their rocky perches. Her gasp of surprise sends a thrill through me. Damn useful, these things, I smirk, retracting my tentacles and presenting her with the flowers. Not just for fighting and hunting. She takes the flowers gingerly, a soft smile playing on her lips. Thank you, Gitos. They're lovely. I shrug, trying to appear nonchalant, but her genuine appreciation warms something inside of me. It's nothing. Just some weeds growing in the rocks. She brings the flowers to her nose, inhaling their scent. They smell wonderful. I've never seen anything like them before. Yeah, well, there's a lot you haven't seen, I mutter, suddenly feeling exposed. I turn away, pretending to inspect a nearby rock formation. Gitos? Her voice is soft, hesitant. Are you all right? I grunt, not meeting her eyes. Fine, just not used to company, I guess. It must get lonely up here, she says, her words hitting closer to home than I had liked to admit. I whirl around, green eyes flashing. I don't need anyone. I'm the last Umbreath. We're solitary creatures. But even as the words leave my mouth, I know they're a lie. The truth is, I've been alone for so long, I've forgotten what it's like to have someone around. Someone to talk to. Someone to care for. She takes a step closer, her brown eyes filled with understanding. Everyone needs someone, Gitos. Even the strongest creatures. Her words pierce through my defenses, and suddenly I'm spilling my guts like some weak, sentimental fool. You have no idea what it's like, I growl. Years of nothing but silence, hunting, surviving. No one to talk to, no one who understands. I pace the cave, my tentacles writhing with agitation. I've watched your village from afar, seen the way you humans interact. The laughter, the touch, the connections. And I've wondered what it would be like to have that. She's quiet for a moment, then says, I think I understand more than you might think. Back in the village, I always felt like an outsider. No family, no real friends. Just existing. I stop pacing and look at her. Really look at her. For the first time, I see beyond her fragile human exterior to the kindred spirit within. Guess we're both a couple of lonely bastards, huh? She laughs, a sound that sends a shiver down my spine. I suppose we are. I move closer, drawn to her warmth. Well, you're not alone anymore. You're with me now. Her cheeks flush. I'm beginning to see that, she murmurs. I reach out, my rough hand cupping her soft cheek. Good, because I plan on showing you just how well I can take care of you, Bella. Over the next several days, I watch Bella as she moves around the cave. Her steps grow more confident with each passing day. The fear that once clouded her eyes has faded, replaced by a spark of curiosity that sets my blood on fire. Damn, she's becoming more irresistible by the minute. You're getting pretty comfortable here, aren't you? I growl, a smirk playing on my lips. She turns to me, a shy smile lighting up her face. I suppose I am. You've been kinder than I expected. Don't get used to it, I grunt, but there's no real bite to my words. Truth is, I'm getting used to her presence, and I like it more than I care to admit. My tentacles twitch with the urge to touch her, to pull her close and claim her as mine. But I hold back, watching as she runs her fingers along the cave wall, tracing the patterns in the rock. You know, I say, moving closer, my voice low and rough. This cave's been my territory for a long time. Never shared it with anyone before. She looks up at me, her brown eyes wide. Really? Not even other Umbreaths? I shake my head, towering over her. Nah, we're solitary creatures. Or at least we were. But you, I trail off, my green eyes boring into hers. Me? She whispers, her breath catching. I close the distance between us. My hand comes up to cup her face, my rough skin a stark contrast to her softness. You're mine now, Bella. My territory. My responsibility. She doesn't flinch away from my touch anymore, and the realization thrills me. Gitos, she breathes, leaning into my hand. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Good. I rumble, my other hand coming to rest on her hip. Because I plan on keeping you here for a long, long time. I lean in, my action deliberate and slow, giving her every chance to retreat. But she stands her ground, her eyes locked on mine. My hand moves to the nape of her neck, pulling her closer as I lower my head to press a kiss to her temple. Her skin is soft and warm, and the scent of her, sweet, with a hint of the mountain flowers, fills my senses. A growl of desire rumbles in my throat, and I feel her tremble slightly in my grasp. But it's not fear causing her to shake. It's the same raw need that's coursing through my own veins. This human, this Bella, she's awakened something primal within me, something I never knew I was capable of feeling. I pull back just enough to look into her eyes, to gauge her reaction. Her cheeks are flushed, her lips parted in a silent invitation. I want to claim those lips, to taste her fully, but I know it's too soon. She's not ready for that. Not yet. So I content myself with the simple pleasure of holding her close, of feeling her heartbeat sync with mine. The tension between us is a palpable thing, a living entity that thrums in the air. I can feel it wrapping around us, pulling us together with an inexorable force. But I won't rush this. I want her to come to me willingly, to choose this connection between us as fiercely as I have. I'll wait for her. I'll protect her. And when she's ready, I'll claim her as mine once and for all. Gitos, she whispers, her voice barely more than a breath. Yes, Bella, I reply, my tone gruff with barely contained desire. She swallows hard, her gaze dropping to my mouth before quickly darting back up to meet my eyes. Thank you for everything. My smirk returns, this time tinged with a hint of smugness. You're welcome, but don't think this means I'm going soft on you. You're still mine to protect, mine to provide for. She nods, a small smile playing on her lips. I know. I release my hold on her, though every instinct within me screams to keep her close. But I'm not a complete brute. I know how to bide my time, how to build something lasting. And Bella, she's worth the wait. As she moves away to explore another corner of the cave, I watch her, my green eyes tracking her every move. My territory has expanded to include her, and I'll be damned if I let anything harm her. She's mine now, and I'll do whatever it takes to keep her safe.
Chapter 13. Bella. I make my way through the winding cave passages. The soft echo of trickling water guides me towards the fresh spring Gitos showed me earlier. As I walk, I can't help but feel his intense gaze following me, those deep green eyes tracking my every move. It's strange how quickly things can change. Just days ago, the mere sight of him would have sent me into a panic. Now I find myself growing more comfortable in his presence with each passing hour. You okay back there? I call over my shoulder, surprising myself with the ease in my voice. Just making sure you don't get lost, he rumbles, his deep voice reverberating off the cave walls as he starts to follow close behind me. I chuckle softly. I think I can manage to find some water without getting completely turned around. But a part of me is secretly relieved that he's close behind me. As I reach the small pool of crystal clear water, I kneel down and cup my hands to take a drink. The icy liquid is refreshing, and I splash some on my face, relishing the cool sensation against my skin. My mind wanders to the gentle way he kissed my temple earlier. The memory sends an unexpected shiver down my spine. It's confusing, this mix of uncertainty and something else. Something I'm not quite ready to name. You know, I say, turning to face him, for someone so big and scary-looking, you can be surprisingly gentle. He tilts his head, a curious expression crossing his face. Is that a compliment or an insult? I can't help but laugh. Neither, just an observation. As I stand up, I find myself studying him more closely, the way his tentacles move with a fluid grace, how his sharp teeth glint in the low light of the cave. He's still terrifying in many ways, but there's something undeniably fascinating about him too. "What are you thinking?" he asks, his voice softer than usual. I hesitate, unsure how to put my jumbled thoughts into words. I'm thinking that maybe the village elders were wrong about you. You're not just some mindless monster to be feared. As night falls, exhaustion seeps into my bones. The events of the past few days have left me drained both physically and emotionally. I make my way to the makeshift bed, a pile of soft furs nestled in a cosy alcove of the cave. "Sleep well," he rumbles, his deep voice oddly soothing. I nod, managing a small smile before curling up on the furs. The cave's chill nips at my skin, but the pelts provide a comforting warmth. As I drift off to sleep, my mind wanders to thoughts of home, of the village I once knew. Suddenly I'm back there. The familiar wooden houses loom around me, but something's off. The air feels thick, oppressive. Villagers I've known my whole life stare at me with cold, unfeeling eyes. "Sacrifice!" they chant, their voices rising in a terrifying crescendo. Sacrifice! Elder Belinda steps forward, her wrinkled face twisted into a cruel sneer. "It's for the greater good, Bella. You understand, don't you?" I try to run, but my feet won't move. Hands grab at me from all sides, dragging me towards a pyre that suddenly appeared in the village square. The flames lick hungrily at the wood, reaching for me. I jolt awake with a gasp, my heart pounding. Sweat plasters my hair to my forehead, and I can't stop shaking. "Bella?" Gitos' voice cuts through the darkness laced with concern. "What's wrong?" I can't find my voice, can't form words. The nightmare clings to me like a second skin, leaving me trembling and disoriented. In an instant, Gitos is by my side. His massive form should be intimidating, but instead I find his presence comforting. One of his tentacles reaches out, gently brushing a tear from my cheek. I hadn't even realized I was crying. "Bad dream?" he asks softly. I nod, finally finding my voice. "The village. They were—" "Shh," he soothes, his tentacles wrapping around me in a protective embrace. "You're safe now. I won't let anyone hurt you." As I lean into his touch, the stark contrast between Gitos and the villagers hits me like a punch to the gut. The people I'd known my entire life, the community I'd trusted, had betrayed me without a second thought. They had dressed me up like a lamb for slaughter, all in the name of their so-called greater good. But Gitos, this creature I'd been taught to fear, has shown me nothing but compassion and protection. He's given me food, shelter, and now comfort in my darkest moment. "Why?" I whisper, more to myself than to him. "Why are you so compassionate with me?" He's quiet for a moment, his eyes searching my face. "Because," he finally says, "everyone deserves some compassion, even a monster like me." His words strike a chord deep within me. I reach out, placing my hand on his arm. "You're not a monster, Gitos, not to me." The next morning, I wake to the soft glow of light filtering through the cave entrance. Gitos is already moving about, preparing for the day ahead. I stretch, my muscles aching from yesterday's exertions. "Morning," I mumble, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. He turns, his green eyes locking onto mine. "Do you feel better?" I nod, pushing away the lingering unease from last night's nightmare. "What's on the agenda today?" "Gathering herbs," he replies. "There's a patch not far from here. Could use an extra pair of hands." I stand up quickly. "I'd be happy to help." As we make our way through the winding tunnels, I can't help but notice how Gitos' body moves with a fluid grace that belies his size. We emerge into a small clearing, bathed in dappled sunlight. The air is thick with the scent of herbs and wildflowers. He points to a cluster of plants with vibrant purple leaves. "These are what we're after," he explains. "Careful though, they've got tiny barbs." I nod, kneeling beside him. As I reach for the first plant, my hand brushes against one of his tentacles. A jolt of electricity shoots up my arm, and I jerk back, my heart racing. "You okay?" he asks, concern evident in his voice. "Fine," I manage, trying to ignore the lingering tingle where our skin touched. "Just startled myself." We work in companionable silence, our hands and tentacles moving in tandem. Every so often our fingers brush, sending sparks dancing across my skin. I find myself hyper-aware of his presence, the heat radiating from his body, the soft sound of his breathing. As I reach for a particularly stubborn plant, I lose my balance. Gitos' tentacles shoot out, wrapping around my waist to steady me. The contact sends a rush of warmth through my body, and I find myself leaning into his touch. "Careful," he murmurs, his face inches from mine. I can see every detail of his otherworldly features, the sharp angles of his jaw, the deep green of his eyes, the way his tentacles quiver slightly as they hold me. For a moment we're frozen in place, the air between us charged with unspoken tension. Then slowly he releases me, his tentacles lingering for just a second longer than necessary. I clear my throat, trying to ignore the way my heart is pounding. "Thanks," I manage. As we continue our task, I can't shake the feeling of his touch. It's confusing, this unexpected attraction. He's so different from anyone I've ever known, and yet... I steal a glance at him, watching the way his muscles ripple as he works. There's a raw power that both terrifies and fascinates me. I find myself fantasizing being held by those strong arms, to feel those tentacles caressing my skin. I shake my head, trying to banish the thought. It's ridiculous, isn't it? And yet, as our hands brush once more, I can't deny the spark of desire that ignites within me. As we finish gathering the herbs in the dappled sunlight, I can't ignore the growing warmth in my body. His deep, rumbling voice and gentle touches make my heart race in a way I've never experienced before. What's happening to me? This isn't right, is it? He's not human. He's something else entirely. But as I watch him move with that fluid grace, his powerful form so at odds with his gentle touch, I can't deny the attraction building within me. It's not just physical, though there's certainly that. It's the way he looks at me, like I'm the most precious thing in his world. The way he's protected me, sheltered me, when my own people cast me aside. I think back to just yesterday when we encountered an aggressive creature near the cave entrance. Gitos didn't hesitate. He leapt into action, his tentacles lashing out with brutal efficiency. In moments the threat was neutralized. I should have been terrified. Instead I felt safe, protected. His brutality, which once filled me with fear, now stirs something primal within me. He's powerful, yes, but that power is used to keep me safe, to keep me close to him. "Bella?" His voice breaks through my reverie. "You've been staring at that same plant for a while now. Everything okay?" I blink, realizing I've been lost in thought for some time. "Sorry, I was thinking..." "About?" He tilts his head, those impossibly green eyes fixed on me. I swallow hard, my heart pounding. How can I explain these confusing feelings? This mix of desire and uncertainty. "About you," I admit softly. "About... us." He suddenly goes very still, his tentacles quivering slightly. "What about us?" I breathe deeply, steeling myself. "I think I'm developing feelings for you, Gitos, and it scares me because I don't know if it's right, but it feels like the most natural thing in the world."
Chapter 14. Gitos. The stench of Wera fills my nostrils, acrid and foul. My muscles tense and my tentacles coil tightly against my back. They are getting closer these last few days. Too close. I pace the cave entrance. Every sense in my body is on high alert. The sound of Bella's soft breathing from deeper within only fuels my rage. She's mine to protect, mine to keep safe. Gitos! Bella's voice echoes off the stone walls. Is everything okay? I turn and see her silhouette in the dim light. My heart races, a mix of desire and protective instinct surging through me. No, not really, I growl. She takes a hesitant step forward. What's happening? Wera! I spit the word like venom. Getting bolder. Closer. Her eyes widen, fear etching across her delicate features. It makes my blood boil. No one, nothing, should ever make her afraid again. What are we going to do? She asks, her voice trembling. I bare my teeth in a feral grin. I'm going to rip them apart if they dare come near. I step out of the cave and scan the rocky terrain. The Wera stench is stronger now, carried on the cold mountain wind. Let them come. I'll paint these rocks red with their blood. Nothing threatens what's mine and lives to tell about it. The next morning I lead Bella out of the cave, my tentacles twitching with anticipation. The mountain air is crisp and carries the scent of pine and distant snow. Perfect for a lesson in survival. Listen up, I say firmly, my eyes locked on hers. Out here, it's kill or be killed. You need to learn how to defend yourself. She nods, her curls bouncing slightly. I'm ready to learn, Gitos. Damn, she's beautiful. I push the thought aside, focusing on the task at hand. First, we're going to work on your awareness. Close your eyes. She obeys without hesitation, and I circle her slowly. My tentacles brush against her arms, causing her to shiver. Tell me what you hear, I demand. Her brow furrows in concentration. I hear the wind in the trees, a bird calling in the distance. And your footsteps. Good, I grunt, pleased. Now, what do you smell? She inhales deeply. Pine, definitely, and something musky. Is that you? I can't help but chuckle. Yeah, that's me. You've got a keen nose. Her eyes flutter open, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. Is that good? Damn right it is, I say, moving closer. A strong sense of smell can save your life out here. I reach out my hand and cup her face. Her skin is so soft under my rough palm. You're doing well, Bella. But there's more to learn. I show her how to move silently through the underbrush, how to spot signs of predators, how to find water. She's a quick study, her eyes bright with interest. It stirs something in me, seeing her so eager to learn my ways. As the lesson progresses, I find myself watching her more intently. The way she moves, the sound of her voice, the curve of her lips when she smiles. It's driving me crazy. Gitos? Her voice snaps me back to reality. Is everything okay? I realize I've been staring. Yeah, everything's fine. You're doing good, that's all. She beams at the praise, and I can't take it anymore. In 2 quick strides, I'm right in front of her. My tentacles coil around her waist, pulling her close. Bella! I growl, my voice low and rough. I can't help myself anymore. Before she can respond, I crash my lips against hers. It's fierce and hungry, filled with all the pent-up desire I've been holding back. To my surprise and delight, she doesn't pull away. Instead, she melts into the kiss, her small hands gripping my arms. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard. Her eyes are wide and her lips swollen from the kiss. Gitos, she whispers, her voice trembling slightly. I didn't realize just how much you desired me. I cup her face in my hands, my thumbs tracing her cheekbones. How could I not? You're beautiful and amazing, Bella. The word love hovers on the tip of my tongue, but I can't bring myself to say it. Not yet. Instead, I pull her close again, burying my face in her hair and inhaling her scent. We should head back, I mutter, reluctantly releasing her. It's getting dark and the wearer will be out soon. As we make our way back to the cave, I keep her close, my tentacles wrapped protectively around her. The survival lesson may be over, but I have a feeling our real adventure is just beginning. I pace the cave, my body twitching with restless energy. Bella's scent lingers in the air, driving me crazy. It's been days since that kiss, and I can't get it out of my head. The taste of her lips, the softness of her skin under my rough hands, it haunts me. Gitos! Her voice breaks through my thoughts. Are you all right? I turn to face her, my eyes locking onto hers. She's standing there, all soft curves and gentle grace. It takes every ounce of my willpower not to grab her and claim her right then and there. I'm fine, I growl, my voice harsher than I intend. Just thinking. She takes a step closer, and I can hear her heart rate pick up. About what? I clench my fists, my nails digging into my palms. About you, Bella. About us. Her eyes widen, and I catch a whiff of... Is that desire? Damn, it's intoxicating. Oh, she breathes, her cheeks flushing. I've been thinking about that too. I close the distance between us in 2 long strides. My tentacles reach out, wrapping gently around her waist. Yeah. And what have you been thinking? She bites her lip, and it takes all my self-control not to kiss her right then. I'm not sure. This is all so new to me. I grab her hands and look deep into her eyes. It's new for me too, but I know what I want. What's that? She asks, her voice soft. You, I growl. All of you, but only if you want me too. She leans into my touch, her eyes fluttering closed. I do, Gitos. I'm just scared. I pull her closer, my body enveloping hers. You don't need to be scared with me, Bella. I'll protect you. Always. She nods, burying her face in my chest. I stroke her hair, marveling at its softness. This feeling, it's more than just desire. It's something deeper, something I've never felt before. But does she feel the same? The uncertainty gnaws at me, a feeling I'm not used to. I'm Gitos, the last of the Umbrath. I don't do uncertainty. I take what I want. But Bella, she's different. She's not something to be taken. She's to be cherished, protected, loved. Love. Is that what this is? I look down at her, nestled against me, and I know. Yeah, this is love. And it's the most terrifying thing I've ever faced. Later that day, I watch Bella from the cave entrance. My muscles tense as she wanders further into the forest. Every instinct screams at me to grab her, to drag her back to the safety of our den. But I force myself to stay put, my claws digging into the rocky outcrop. Don't go too far, I growl, my voice carrying on the wind. She turns, a smile playing on her lips. I won't, Gitos, I promise. Damn, that smile does things to me. I grunt in response, my eyes never leaving her as she explores. The sunlight catches in her hair, making it shine like polished copper. She looks so small out there, so fragile. One swipe from a wearer's claw could tear her apart. But she needs this. I can see it in the way her eyes light up as she discovers new plants, in the spring in her step as she climbs over fallen logs. She's not meant to be caged, even if that cage is my protection. Look at this flower, Gitos! She calls out, holding up a delicate blue blossom. Isn't it beautiful? I nod, not giving a care about the flower, but loving the joy on her face. Yeah, it's nice. Just watch where you step, all right? She laughs, the sound echoing through the trees. You worry too much. Someone has to, I mutter, scanning the tree line for any signs of danger. As the days pass, I force myself to relax a bit more. Bella's treks grow longer, her confidence building with each outing. I still keep watch, my senses on high alert for any threat, but I let her roam further, explore more. One afternoon, she returns with her arms full of berries and mushrooms. "Look what I found!" she exclaims, dumping her haul at my feet. "We can have these with dinner." I eye the pile skeptically. "You sure these are safe to eat?" She nods enthusiastically. "I'm certain I used to gather these all the time in the village." The mention of her old home sends a spike of jealousy through me. I push it down, focusing instead on her excitement. Later, as we sit by the fire eating our meal, I can't help but feel a sense of pride. She's growing stronger, more comfortable. She's adapting to life out here, to life with me. And damn if that doesn't make me want her even more. "This is good," I admit, gesturing to the berries she gathered. "You did well today." Her face lights up at the praise. "Thank you, Gitos. I'm glad you like it." I reach out, my tentacles wrapping gently around her waist. "Bella," I growl softly, pulling her close. She comes willingly, settling against my chest. I breathe in her scent. Mine, my instincts scream. All mine.
Chapter 15. Bella. I step out of the cave, the crisp mountain air filling my lungs. It's a welcome change from the musty scent inside. The sun warms my face, and I can't help but smile. This newfound freedom, it's exhilarating. My fingers brush against the rough bark of a nearby tree. Who would have thought I'd end up here? I mutter to myself, shaking my head in disbelief. I soon begin my foraging. I scan the ground for any edible plants. As I work, my mind wanders to him. Gitos, the monster, my protector, my something more? A shiver runs through me, and it's not from the cool breeze. I can't help but think about his touch, gentle despite those fearsome claws. His green eyes, how they soften when they look at me. "Get it together, Bella," I chide myself, but my heart races all the same. I spot some berries and kneel to gather them. My hands shake slightly as I work. My thoughts are a jumble of confusion and desire. "He's not human," I whisper, trying to convince myself. But then again, humans threw me away like trash. Gitos, he saved me, protected me, cares for me. I stand up and stretch my back. The mountains loom around me, majestic and indifferent to my inner turmoil. I feel so small here, yet so free. Back in the village, I was nothing. Here, with Gitos, I'm everything. My cheeks burn at the thought. I've never felt so wanted, so cherished. It's terrifying and exciting all at once. A bird calls overhead and startles me from my reverie. I look up, watching it soar across the azure sky. I'm stronger now, I realise aloud. Living with Gitos, learning to survive, it's changed me. I'm not the meek village girl anymore. I'm becoming someone new, someone braver. I continue my foraging. My movements grow more confident. Each plant I identify, each root I dig up, is a small victory. Proof that I can survive out here. As I work, I can't help but imagine Gitos' reaction when I return with my bounty. Will he be proud of me again? Will those strong arms wrap around me in appreciation? The thought sends a thrill through me. I want that. I want him. The realization hits me like a physical blow, leaving me breathless. "Oh gods," I whisper, "I'm falling for him." It should be wrong. He's a monster after all. But in my heart it feels so right. He understands me in a way no one ever has, sees me for who I truly am. I breathe in deeply, steadying myself. This new life, these new feelings, they're overwhelming. But for the first time, I feel truly alive. As I gather my foraged goods to return to the cave, to Gitos, I can't help but smile. Whatever comes next, I'm ready to face it. With him. Soon, the sun dips low on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. I'm so lost in my thoughts about Gitos that I barely notice the changing light. My basket's nearly full of foraged goods, and I can't wait to show him what I've found. Suddenly, a twig snaps behind me. I whirl around, my heart leaping into my throat. Gitos? I call out, hopeful. But the silence that follows is deafening. Another snap, closer this time. My pulse quickens. Something's not right. I take a step back, my eyes scanning the darkening forest. That's when I see it. A pair of glowing eyes in the shadows. My blood runs cold. No, I whisper, panic rising in me. No, no, no. The wearer emerges from the underbrush, its razor-sharp teeth glinting in the fading light. It's massive, easily twice my size, with matted fur and claws that could tear me apart in seconds. I drop my basket, and berries scatter across the forest floor. Stay back, I shout, trying to sound braver than I feel. But my voice quivers, betraying my fear. The beast lunges forward. I dodge, barely avoiding its snapping jaws. My back slams against a tree. Gitos! I scream, desperation clawing at my throat. Gitos, help me! The wearer circles me, its eyes never leaving mine. I grab a fallen branch, holding it out like a pathetic shield. Get away from me! I yell, swinging wildly. It charges again. I swing the branch, catching it across the snout. It yelps, more surprised than hurt. But now it's angry. With a snarl, it swipes at me. I feel a searing pain across my arm as its claws rip through my sleeve and into my flesh. I cry out, stumbling backward. Gitos, please! I sob, clutching my bleeding arm. Where are you? The wearer advances, backing me against the tree. I can smell its rancid breath and feel the heat of it on my face. This is it, I think. This is how I die. But no, I won't go down without a fight. Gitos taught me better than that. I grip my teeth and lash out with my good arm, jabbing my fingers into its eye. The beast howls in pain, rearing back. I seize the moment and run. My legs pump furiously as I tear through the forest. Branches whip at my face, roots threaten to trip me, but I don't slow down. I can hear the wearer crashing through the undergrowth behind me, gaining ground. Gitos! I scream again, my voice raw with terror. Help me! I risk a glance over my shoulder. The wearer is right there, its jaws snapping at my heels. I push myself harder, my lungs burning, my injured arm throbbing. But I'm tiring. I can't keep this up much longer. Where's Gitos? Why hasn't he come? Did he abandon me? Number, I can't think like that. He'll come. He has to. I burst into a small clearing, hoping for some advantage. But my foot catches on a root and I go down hard. Pain explodes through my knee as I hit the ground. I roll onto my back, facing the advancing wearer. It's over. I close my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. Gitos, I whisper, a tear sliding down my cheek. I'm sorry. Suddenly, a deafening roar shatters the air, and my eyes snap open. There, silhouetted against the fading light, stands Gitos. My heart leaps. He came for me. Get your damn claws off her, Gitos growls, his voice dripping with menace. The wearer whirls, momentarily distracted. I scramble backward, wincing as pain shoots through my injured arm and knee. Gitos doesn't wait. He launches himself at the beast, tentacles whipping through the air. The wearer meets his charge with a snarl, and they collide in a tangle of limbs and fury. I watch, transfixed, as Gitos fights. He's magnificent, his black skin glistening with sweat, muscles rippling beneath. His tentacles lash out, wrapping around the wearer's throat and limbs. The beast howls, thrashing wildly. Its claws rake across Gitos' chest, leaving bloody furrows. I gasp, but Gitos barely flinches. "That all you got?" he taunts, grinning savagely. His sharp teeth gleam in the dying light. The wearer lunges, jaws snapping. Gitos ducks, then drives his fist into its gut. The crack of breaking ribs echoes through the clearing. Blood sprays as Gitos' claws find purchase in the wearer's flesh. He rips and tears, his face a mask of primal rage. "You dare touch what's mine," he roars. My breath catches. His? The possessiveness in his voice sends a shiver through me. The wearer tries to retreat, but Gitos' tentacles hold it fast. "Where you going, jerk?" "We're just getting started." With a sickening crunch, Gitos snaps one of the beast's legs. It howls in agony, and I flinch. But a part of me thrills at Gitos' brutality. He's doing this for me. He's unleashing all this violence, this raw power to protect me. He lifts the wearer up, muscles straining. With a roar, he hurls it against a nearby tree. The trunk splinters from the impact. "Gitos," I whisper, awed by his strength. He turns at the sound of my voice, his green eyes finding mine. For a moment, the battle rage fades, replaced by something softer. Concern, tenderness. The wearer, battered and broken, makes one last desperate lunge. Gitos whirls, catching its jaws in his hands. His arms bulge as he forces them apart. "Big mistake," he snarls. With a savage twist, he tears the wearer's head clean off. Blood fountains, splattering across Gitos' black skin like macabre war paint. The headless body collapses, twitching. Gitos stands over it, chest heaving, tentacles writhing restlessly. He turns to me, and my breath hitches. He's terrifying. He's beautiful. He's mine. "You okay?" he asks, his voice gruff but laced with concern. I nod, unable to find my voice. He strides towards me and kneels beside me. His hands are surprisingly gentle as they examine my wounds. "Stupid wearer," he mutters. "Should have killed it slower." A laugh bubbles up in my throat, half hysterical. "My hero," I manage to say. His eyes lock with mine, intense and searching. "Yeah," he says softly. "Yours." And just like that, everything changes. The air between us crackles with electricity. His hand cups my cheek, smearing blood across my skin. I should be repulsed, but I'm not. I lean into his touch, craving more. "Gitos," I breathe, my heart pounding. He leans in, his breath hot on my face. "Tell me you want this," he growls. I nod, unable to speak. It's wrong, it's crazy, but I've never wanted anything more in my life. His lips crash into mine, hungry and demanding. My hands fist in his hair, pulling him closer. When we finally break apart, we're both gasping. He rests his forehead against mine, his tentacles curling protectively around us. "Mine," he says again, his voice rough with emotion. I smile, feeling truly safe for the first time in my life. "Yours," I agree.
Prothika is a dark and dangerous world.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
And the quest for godhood has made it even darker.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
Delia only seeks her freedom.
A gilded cage is still a cage.
But Thorn has something else in mind for her.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
Will they be able to escape their fate? Get every episode from worldsofprothika.com right now. Get the series bundle and score a 70% discount. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this series is just the beginning.
Chapter 16. Gitos. I carry Bella back to the cave, her small form cradled against my chest. The scent of her blood fills my nostrils and ignites a primal rage within me. How dare that wearer touch what's mine? You're safe now, I rumble, my voice raw with emotion. I won't let anything hurt you again. Bella whimpers softly in pain, her fingers clutching at my skin. The sound sends a jolt through me, awakening both protective and possessive instincts. Inside the cave, I gently lay her down on the soft moss that serves as our bed. The sight of her torn clothing and the gashes on her arms and legs makes my blood boil. I want to go back out there and tear apart every wearer in the vicinity. Stay still, I command, reaching for the healing supplies I keep nearby. This might sting. As I clean her wounds, I can't help but marvel at how fragile she is. Humans are such delicate creatures, yet Bella's strength continues to surprise me. She grits her teeth, only letting out small gasps of pain as I work. You did well out there, I tell her, my tentacles gently wrapping around her arm to hold it steady. Fighting back like that, you're tougher than you look. Her eyes meet mine, a mix of gratitude and something else I can't quite name shining in their depths. Thank you for coming for me, she whispers. The words send a surge of pride through me. Of course I came for her. She's mine to protect, mine to care for. The intensity of my feelings during the rescue catches me off guard. I've never felt this way about anyone or anything before. I'll always come for you, I say, my voice low and intense. You're mine now, Bella. Nothing in this world will take you from me. I finish tending to her wounds, my touch as gentle as I can make it. It's a stark contrast to the violence I unleashed on the Wara earlier. The memory of tearing it apart, of feeling its blood on my hands, sends a thrill through me. I would do it again in a heartbeat to keep Bella safe. How are you feeling? I ask, running a tentacle softly along her cheek. She leans into the touch, her eyes fluttering closed. Better now, she murmurs. Thank you, Gitos. The sound of my name on her lips does things to me I can't explain. I want to hear it again and again, preferably screamed in ecstasy. But right now isn't the time for that. She needs some rest and recovery. Sleep for a little while, I tell her, my voice gruff with suppressed desire. I'll keep watch. Nothing will harm you while I'm here. As she drifts off to sleep, I settle myself at the cave entrance, my senses on high alert. Let any creature try to come near. I'll tear them apart without hesitation. Bella is mine, and I'll protect what's mine with every ounce of strength I possess. I pace the cave entrance, my tentacles twitching with restless energy. The memory of Bella's blood, her pain-filled cries, gnaws at me. Damn, I should have been there sooner. Should have never let her out of my sight. A soft rustling from inside the cave catches my attention. Bella's awake. I move to her side in an instant. I scan over her for any signs of distress. How are you feeling now? I ask in a low voice. She winces as she sits up but manages a small smile. Better, thanks to you. I shake my head and say in a rough voice, I shouldn't have let you go out alone. It was careless. No, Gitos, she says, her voice firm despite her weakened state. You trusted me. That means more than you know. Her words hit me like a punch to the gut. Trust. Such a foreign concept, yet here she is, grateful for it. I reach out, my tentacle gently brushing a stray curl from her face. Still, I mutter, I should have been there sooner. She catches my tentacle in her small hand, her touch sending a jolt through me. You came when it mattered most. That Wara would have... She shudders, unable to finish. A growl rumbles in me at the thought. Nothing's gonna hurt you again, I swear it. As I look at her, something shifts inside me. The need to protect her, to keep her safe, it's more than just instinct now. It's become my purpose. You hungry? I ask, already moving to grab some food. You need to keep your strength up. She nods, and I bring her some dried meat and berries. Watching her eat, I make a silent vow. She's mine to keep. I'll tear apart anyone or anything that tries to take her from me. Thank you, she says softly, finishing her meal. For everything. I grunt in response, unused to gratitude, but her words warm something deep inside me. She's changing me, this small human. And for once, I don't mind. I gaze into her eyes and lose myself in their warm, brown depths. The air between us crackles with tension, thick and heady. My tentacles twitch, aching to wrap around her soft body and claim her as mine. Bella, I growl, my voice low and husky. I need you. She shivers, her lips parting slightly. Gitos, I want you too. That's all I need to hear. In an instant, I close the distance between us and pull her gently against my chest. My tentacles encircle her waist, holding her tight. She gasps and her small hands clutch at my arms. You're mine, I rumble, tilting her chin up with one finger. Say it. Her eyes flash with desire. I'm yours, Gitos. All yours. Those words ignite a fire in my blood. I can't hold back any longer. I crush my lips to hers and claim her mouth in a searing kiss. Her lips taste sweet, and it ignites a primal hunger within me. But this isn't about feeding a base desire. It's about connection, about claiming what's mine in the most intimate way possible. Careful! I growl against her mouth, my tentacles coiling protectively around her. You're still healing. Her response is a low, needy moan that goes straight to my groin. I need you, Gitos, she breathes, her hands fisting in my hair. All of you. I pull back just enough to search her eyes, looking for any sign of hesitation. There's none. Only a fierce determination that matches my own. She's a wonder. This human, fearless, in the face of the unknown. In the face of me. My hands, so often instruments of death, tremble slightly as I undress her, revealing the soft, pale expanse of her skin. She's a canvas of scars and new wounds, a testament to her resilience. I trace each mark with a reverence I've never felt before, my touch as light as I can manage. You're sure? I ask, my voice gruff with restraint. I've never been more sure of anything, she replies, her eyes locked onto mine. That's all the permission I need. I claim her mouth again, my kiss fierce and demanding. My tentacles explore her body, each caress a promise of the pleasure to come. She arches into my touch, her body language as clear as her words. She wants this, wants me, as much as I want her. I'm careful with her, mindful of her injuries, but she's having none of it. She pulls me closer, her lips trailing a path down my neck. Don't hold back, she murmurs. I can take it. A growl rumbles in my throat, a sound of pure, unadulterated need. I roll us over so she's straddling me, her hair a wild curtain around us. Her eyes widen in surprise, but there's no fear in them, only a fiery hunger that matches my own. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
We lie there in silence for a moment. The only sound is the crackle of the fire and our mingled breaths. I can feel the bond between us strengthening, a connection forged in fire and darkness. You're mine, Bella, I murmur, my voice rumbling. Body and soul. She tilts her head up to look at me, a small smile playing on her lips. And you're mine, Gitos, she replies. Monster and all. I can't help but chuckle at that. Monster and all, I agree, pressing a kiss to her forehead. In this moment, with Bella in my arms, I feel a sense of peace I never thought possible. She's shown me that there's more to life than solitude and slaughter. She's shown me love in all its fierce, protective glory. I'll be damned if I let anything take that from me.
Chapter 17. Bella. The first light of dawn creeps into the cave and casts a soft glow on the rugged walls. I stir, my body aching in places I didn't know could ache, a delicious reminder of the night Gitos and I shared. The memories come rushing back. The wearer's attack, his fierce protection, and the raw, unbridled passion that followed. The rustle of movement draws my attention to the cave's entrance. Gitos stands there, silhouetted against the morning light, his tentacles shifting restlessly behind him. He's returned from a hunt, with a large carcass draped over his broad shoulders. His eyes find mine, and there's a softness in them that makes my heart flutter unexpectedly. He approaches, his steps careful, as if he's aware of every injury I carry. "You're awake," he says, his voice a rumble that resonates through the cave. I nod, pulling the furs tighter around me. "You're back early." "I don't like leaving you alone for long," he admits, setting the carcass down and beginning to butcher it with efficient, practiced movements. Especially after everything. I watch him, the play of muscle and sinew beneath his dark skin, the way his tentacles move with a life of their own. There's a beauty in his brutality and a grace in his strength. "You didn't have to do that," I say, gesturing to the meat. "I can manage." He glances at me, one eyebrow raised, a smirk playing on his lips. "I know I didn't have to. I wanted to." He finishes his task and moves towards me. His gaze sweeps over me in a way that makes me feel both vulnerable and cherished. "How are your wounds?" he asks, his voice laced with concern. "They're healing," I assure him, though the pain is still there, a constant reminder of how close I came to losing everything. "Thanks to you." He grunts in acknowledgement and reaches out to caress my face. His touch is feather light, a stark contrast to the power coiled within him. "I don't ever want to see you in pain, Bella." The sincerity in his voice touches something deep within me. I reach up and place my hand over his. "You've kept me safe, Gitos. I'm not sure I can ever repay you for that." "You don't owe me anything. I protect what's mine," he states definitively. The possessiveness in his tone should frighten me, but instead it ignites a spark of desire. I'm his, and he's mine, in a world that would see us torn apart. It's a forbidden love, one that defies the laws of my village, of nature itself. But lying here with his gaze upon me, I can't bring myself to care. He moves away to prepare the meat, his tentacles whisking through the air as he works. I watch him, my heart aching with a complex blend of uncertainty, gratitude, and a burgeoning love that I never saw coming. He's a monster, by any standard, but he's my monster. As he finishes his work, he turns back to me, his eyes gleaming with an intensity that takes my breath away. "You need to regain your strength," he says, offering me a piece of cooked meat. "Eat." I take it from him, our fingers brushing, sending a jolt of electricity through me. "Thank you," I murmur, taking a bite. The meat is rich and flavourful. He watches me eat, his expression unreadable. When I've finished, he reaches out with his thumb and gently wipes away a drop of juice from the corner of my mouth. "You're welcome," he says. In that moment, surrounded by the raw beauty of the cave and the warmth of his presence, I realise that I've found a home here, with him. It's a truth that's as undeniable as the pull of the moon, as inevitable as the tides. As the day wears on, Gitos and I find ourselves sitting at the mouth of the cave. We watch the sun dip below the horizon. The sky bleeds orange and pink, casting a warm glow over the rugged landscape. I lean against him and feel the steady rise and fall of his chest. "Bella," he rumbles, his voice vibrating through me. "I need to talk to you about something." I tilt my head to look up at him, noticing the intensity in his deep eyes. "What is it?" He shifts, turning to face me fully. His tentacles twitch nervously, betraying his usual confidence. "I want you to be my woman, permanently." My heart skips a beat. I've known this was coming, felt it in every touch, every glance. But hearing it out loud makes it real. Terrifyingly, exhilaratingly real. "Your woman?" I echo, buying time as my thoughts race. He nods, a faint growl rumbling in his chest. "All mine, to protect, to care for, to—" He trails off, his gaze dropping to my lips. I swallow hard, heat rising to my cheeks. "Gitos, I don't know what to say." "Say yes," he urges, one hand coming up to cup my face. His touch is gentle, at odds with his monstrous appearance. "I know I'm not what you expected. I'm not human, I'm not normal. But I swear to you, Bella, I'll keep you safe. I'll give you everything I have." I lean into his touch, closing my eyes. My heart wars with my head. He's right. He's not what I expected. He's a monster, an umbrath, something that should terrify me. And yet— "You've already given me so much," I whisper, opening my eyes to meet his gaze. He pulls me closer. "And I'll continue to give you that and more. Always." I breathe deeply, inhaling his scent, earthy and wild. "What about children? A future? There's so much we haven't talked about." He hesitates, his brow furrowing. "I don't know if we can have children, but a future? That I can promise you. Whatever it looks like, it'll be ours." His words stir something in me, a longing I didn't know I had. For a moment, I see it. A life with Gitos, unconventional but filled with love and protection. It's more than I ever hoped for back in the village. "Okay," I breathe, hardly believing my own words. "Yes, I'll be your woman, Gitos." I reach up to caress his face, expressing the deep gratitude that floods through my body. Suddenly, his lips crash onto mine with bruising intensity, a feral possessiveness that leaves me breathless. His tentacles wrap around us, cocooning us in a world where only we exist. I kiss him back with equal fervour. The taste of him, a heady mix of the wild and the unknown, ignites a fire within me that I never want to extinguish. He pulls away, his breath ragged, and his eyes blazing with an inner fire. "You are completely mine, Bella," he declares, his voice leaving no room for argument. "And I am yours. Forever." I smile, a sense of rightness settling over me. "Forever," I echo. We sit there for a moment, in the quiet of the cave, our bodies entwined, our hearts beating as one. I rest my head against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heart, a sound that has become my anchor in this strange, new world. His hand strokes my hair, his touch both gentle and assured. "You've changed me, Bella," he admits, his voice a soft rumble beneath my ear. "I was content in my solitude, but now I crave your presence, your laughter, your warmth." I tilt my head to look up at him, my eyes drinking in the rugged beauty of his features. "And you've changed me, Gitos," I reply, my voice filled with awe. "You've shown me strength, resilience, and a world beyond the confines of my village." He nods in acknowledgement, his gaze dropping to my lips once more. "We are bound by fate, you and I," he murmurs, leaning in to capture my mouth in another searing kiss. As we part, I can't help but marvel at the path that has led me here, to the arms of a monster who has shown me more kindness and passion than any human ever did. Our love may be taboo, a defiance of the rules that have governed my life for so long, but in this moment, none of that matters to me. All that matters is the connection between us, a connection that transcends the differences between our two worlds. His hand captures mine, holding it against his face. "Bella," he growls, his voice a low thrum that resonates in the very marrow of my bones. "Tell me you feel it too." I nod. Any lingering uncertainty melts away as I give in to the truth that's been simmering beneath the surface of my consciousness. "I feel it," I admit, my cheeks flushing with the confession. "I'm falling in love with you." He pulls me closer, his embrace a fortress that shields me from the dangers that lie beyond the cave. "I will protect you always, Bella," he vows. His words are a solemn oath that carries the weight of his very soul. "I will be the mate you deserve." I close my eyes, basking in the warmth of his promises. "I know you will," I whisper, my faith in him unshakable. "I know." And in the stillness of the cave, with the echo of our heartbeats surrounding us, I realize that this is just the beginning of our story. A story of love, sacrifice, and the unbreakable bond that ties us together. It's a tale that defies convention, a narrative woven from the threads of our shared experiences and the undeniable attraction that burns between us. As the night wears on, Gitos and I remain entwined, our bodies a testament to the love that has blossomed in the most unlikely of places. And though the world outside may never understand or accept our union, here, in the heart of the mountain, we are invincible.
Chapter 18. Gitos. I stand at the entrance of the cave and watch Bella as she explores the nearby clearing. Her curiosity is endearing, but it's time to show her more. "Bella," I call out, my deep voice echoing off the rocky walls. "Come here. There's something I want to show you." She turns, her brown curls bouncing as she makes her way back to me. I can't help but admire the graceful way she moves. As she approaches, I extend a tentacle, gently wrapping it around her waist to guide her inside. "What is it, Gitos?" she asks, her eyes wide with anticipation. I lead her to the back of the cave, to a hidden alcove I've kept secret until now. "It's time you learned more about my people, the Umbrath," I say, my voice low and serious. "We weren't always confined to caves like this one." With a swift motion, I push aside a large boulder, revealing a small chamber filled with gleaming objects. She gasps, her eyes widening as she takes in the sight. "These are artifacts from my people," I explain, picking up an intricately carved crystal sphere. It catches the dim light, casting prismatic reflections across the cave walls. "We once lived in great cities, high in the mountain ranges. Our civilization was magnificent." I hand her the sphere, watching as she turns it over in her hands, marveling at its craftsmanship. "It's beautiful," she whispers. "That's a communication device," I tell her. "We used it to speak across vast distances. Much more efficient than your human methods." Next, I retrieve a long, curved blade made of a dark, iridescent metal. "This," I say, running a tentacle along its edge, "is an Umbrath warblade, forged in the heart of a volcano and cooled in the blood of our enemies." Her eyes dart between me and the weapon, a mix of fascination and apprehension in her gaze. "You were warriors?" I nod, a smirk playing at the corners of my mouth. "We were everything. Warriors, scholars, artisans. Our race was unparalleled." As I continue to show her various artifacts, scrolls written in our ancient language, jewels infused with powerful magic, tools of impossible complexity, I can see the questions forming in her mind. But she doesn't ask about our downfall, and I'm not ready to reveal that part of our history. Not yet. Instead, I focus on the glory of our past. We lived in harmony with the mountains, I tell her, gesturing to a tapestry depicting a sprawling Umbrath city nestled among snow-capped peaks. Our cities were built into the very rock, rising higher than any human structure you've ever seen. She runs her fingers over the tapestry, tracing the outlines of the buildings. It sounds incredible, she says softly. But why are you here in this cave now? I tense slightly, my tentacles curling involuntarily. That's a story for later, I say, my tone brooking no argument. For now, know that these artifacts are all that remain of my people's legacy. I've kept them hidden, protected from the Wera and other threats. I turn to her, cupping her face with one of my hands. You're the first to see them in a very long time. She leans into my touch, her warmth seeping into my cold skin. Thank you for sharing this with me, Gitos, she says, her voice filled with genuine gratitude. I nod, feeling a swell of possessive pride. She's mine now, not just to keep safe, but to share my world with. As I lead her back to the main chamber of the cave, I can't help but feel a flicker of hope. Perhaps, with her by my side, I can reclaim some small part of what my people lost. The fire crackles, casting dancing shadows across the cave walls. Bella sits close, her warmth a stark contrast to the chill of the night. I stare into the flames, my tentacles twitching with restless energy. It's time. You want to know why I'm here, I say, my voice low and gravelly. Why the last of the Umbrath lives in a cave. She nods, her eyes wide and attentive. I take a slow breath. The memories flood back like a tidal wave of blood and ash. We were titans among insects, I begin, my fists clenching. Our cities touched the sky. Our magic bent. Reality itself. But power breeds envy. And envy breeds war. I pause, watching the flames lick at the air. The other races united against us. Humans, elves, dwarves, all of them, too weak and pathetic on their own, banded together like rats in a sewer. My tentacles lash out, grabbing a nearby rock and crushing it to dust. She flinches but doesn't move away. They sieged our cities, poisoned our wells, corrupted our magic. For years we fought back, slaughtering them by the thousands. But they kept coming, an endless tide of mediocrity. I turn to her, my green eyes blazing with centuries-old rage. In the end, it was betrayal that sealed our fate. One of our own, a coward named Zyraxes, sold our secrets to the enemy. Our defenses fell overnight. The cave trembles as my voice rises. I watched my people burn, Bella. I saw our great libraries turn to ash, our artifacts looted and destroyed. And I swore I'd survive, no matter the cost. I stand, pacing the length of the cave. My tentacles writhe with agitation. For centuries, I've lived here alone. I fought off every pathetic creature that dared to challenge me. Wera, humans, even the occasional dragon. All of them fell before me. Turning back to her, I see a mix of fear and fascination in her eyes. It stirs something in me. This cave isn't just a shelter. It's a fortress, the last bastion of Umbrath might. And I am its guardian, its sole defender. I sit back down, my massive form dwarfing hers. So now you know. The great civilization of the Umbrath, reduced to a single warrior in a mountain cave. But make no mistake, I'm more than enough to ensure our legacy endures. She reaches out, hesitating before placing her hand on my arm. Gitos, I'm sorry, that's a terrible burden to bear. I grunt, shrugging off her touch. Her pity is unnecessary. It's not a burden. It's my purpose. I live, I fight, I survive. That's all that matters. But even as I say the words, I feel something shift inside me. Her presence has changed things. I push my thoughts aside momentarily, focusing instead on the fire and the familiar comfort of my solitude. The silence stretches between us, filled only by the crackling of the flames and the distant howl of the wind. I watch her, this human woman who's managed to infiltrate my existence, carving out a space for herself within my solitary world. Bella. She's become more than just a sacrifice, more than just a passing curiosity. She's become necessary. I stand, my tentacles rippling with a restless energy that mirrors the turmoil within me. Bella, I say, my voice low. She looks up at me, her brown eyes wide and expectant. Yes, Gitos. I take a step closer, my shadow falling over her. I need to tell you something. She tilts her head, a silent invitation to continue. The firelight dances across her skin, and I'm momentarily distracted by the softness of it, the vulnerability that it represents. It's that vulnerability that has stirred something primal within me, something protective and fierce. When I first saw you, I begin, my gaze never leaving hers. You were just a transaction, a deal made between your people and my existence, but now I trail off, struggling to articulate the tumult of emotions that have taken root within me. She waits, silent and patient as I gather my thoughts. But now, I continue, you're more. You've seen me, the real me, and you haven't fled in terror. You haven't cowered or begged for mercy. You've shown strength, curiosity, and a kindness that I didn't know I needed. Her lips part slightly, a whisper of surprise escaping her. Gitos, I hold up my hand, stopping her mid-sentence. Let me finish, I say. I've spent centuries alone, content in my solitude. But now, the thought of you not being here, it's unacceptable. I need you like the air I breathe, Bella. I drop to one knee before her, bringing us eye to eye. My voice softer, I say. Let me protect you. Let me be the shield that stands between you and the dangers of this world. I may be a monster, but I swear on what's left of my honor that I will keep you safe forever. She reaches out, her fingers lightly tracing the lines of one of my tentacles. The contact sends a jolt of electricity through me, a reminder of her power over me, despite her fragile human form. I've been afraid for so long, she admits, her voice a whisper. Afraid of the wearer, afraid of my own people. But with you, I feel completely safe. I feel strong. My heart, a muscle I thought long dead, throbs painfully in my chest. Then let it be known, I say, that Bella is under my protection. Any who dare harm her will answer to me, Gitos of the Umbrath. She smiles, a genuine heartfelt smile that transforms her entire face. And let it be known, she replies, her voice growing in strength and conviction, that Bella stands by Gitos, the last of the great Umbrath. Together, we are stronger than any force that seeks to tear us apart. I lean forward, capturing her lips with mine in a kiss that is both a promise and a claiming. She melts into me as she returns the kiss with equal fervor. We are two souls, scarred by our pasts, finding solace in each other's arms.
Chapter 19. Bella. The next morning, I wake to the sound of Gitos moving about the cave, his heavy footsteps echoing off the rocky walls. The scent of fresh meat wafts through the air and makes my stomach growl. As I sit up, wincing slightly at the lingering soreness from my injuries, I see him approaching with a wooden platter piled high with food. "Morning," he rumbles, his deep voice sending a pleasant shiver down my spine. "Brought us breakfast." I can't help but smile as he settles beside me. "Thank you, Gitos. It smells delicious." As we begin to eat, I find myself studying his features, the sharp angles of his face, the deep green of his eyes, the tentacles that move with surprising grace. It's hard to believe that not long ago the sight of him terrified me. Now I feel nothing but warmth and safety in his presence. Tell me more about your life before, he says between bites. In the village. I pause, a piece of meat halfway to my mouth. My life in the village, I repeat, setting the food back down. It wasn't much of a life, to be honest. He tilts his head, curiosity evident in his gaze. How so? I breathe in deeply, steeling myself. I lost my parents when I was young, just a child, really. There was a particularly harsh winter, and they didn't make it. The memory still stings, even after all these years. After that, I was passed around from family to family. No one really wanted the burden of another mouth to feed. Humans can be cruel, he growls, a protective edge to his voice. I nod, grateful for his understanding. They can be. I always felt like an outsider, never truly belonging anywhere. I had dreams, you know. I wanted to help people, to be a healer. But without a family to support me, it was just impossible. He reaches out, his large hand engulfing mine. The gesture is so tender that I feel tears prick at my eyes. And then they sacrificed you, he says softly, anger simmering beneath the surface. I swallow hard. Yes, when the elders announced their decision, I couldn't believe it. These were people I'd known my whole life, people I'd helped and cared for, and they just gave me up, like I was nothing. The pain of that betrayal washes over me anew, and hot tears begin to spill down my cheeks. The cave walls seem to close in and suffocate me. I realise now I can never go back to the village. The place I once called home, despite its flaws, is lost to me forever. Bella. His deep voice rumbles with concern. His large hand cups my face, thumb gently wiping away my tears. What's wrong? I lean into his touch, seeking comfort. I just realised I can never go back. The village, it's gone for me now. His green eyes darken, a growl emanating from his chest. Those bastards don't deserve you, after what they did. I know, I interrupt, placing my hand over his. But it was all I knew. He pulls me closer, his tentacles wrapping around me protectively. The gesture, once terrifying, now feels like home. I could hurt them for you, he murmurs, his voice a dangerous purr. Make them pay for what they did to you. A small, broken laugh escapes me. As tempting as that sounds, I don't want that. I just want to move forward. With you. His grip on me tightens, and I feel his lips brush against my forehead. You have me, Bella. Always. I look up at him, taking in his fierce expression. Where once I saw a monster, I now see my protector, my lover. The realisation warms me from the inside out, chasing away the chill of loss. Thank you, I whisper, reaching up to trace the sharp lines of his face. For everything, for saving me, for showing me what it means to truly belong somewhere. He leans into my touch, his eyes softening. You've saved me too, you know. From a lifetime of loneliness. Our lips meet in a tender kiss, full of promise and understanding. As we part, I feel a sense of peace settle over me. We sit in comfortable silence for a moment, the weight of our shared loneliness and newfound connection hanging in the air between us. You know, I say eventually, a small smile tugging at my lips. It's ironic. The village thought they were condemning me to death, offering me up to a monster. But really, they were giving me a chance at life, at love. He chuckles, the sound rumbling through his chest. Fate works in mysterious ways. I nod. It does. And I'm grateful for it. For you. As we finish our meal, I realise that for the first time in my life, I feel truly at home. not in a place, but with a person, or rather a being. The village may be lost, but I found something far more precious here in this cave, in the arms of my monster. Soon Gitos leads me outside the cave to his favourite rocky outcrop to bask in the sunlight for a while. We sit down on a flat rock, and he wraps his arm gently around me. As I sit there in his powerful embrace, a new revelation dawns upon me. With him, the person I'd always longed to be starts to emerge from the timid shell I had inhabited for so long. Strength, courage, passion. These were the virtues I'd whispered to myself in the still of the night, my prayers unanswered. Yet here, under his protective gaze, those whispered dreams have been reshaped into the bold strokes of my new life. Gitos, I begin, my voice barely above a murmur. There's something I need to confess. His eyes meet mine, a quiet invitation in his steady gaze. My heart races, yet the fear that once clouded my judgment has evaporated like mist at sunrise. Ever since I was brought here, I've changed. I've become more. It's as if the weak-willed woman who accepted her fate without a fight has been reborn, stronger and more certain of what she wants. A slow, predatory smile graces his lips, tentacles shifting restlessly on his back, betraying a hint of pride. And what do you want, Bella? I draw a steadying breath, holding his gaze with a resolve I never knew I had. You, Gitos. I want you. Not because there is no other choice, not out of gratitude, and certainly not because fate has decreed it. My hands fist in his rough tunic as my next words spill out, raw and sincere. Because from the moment you picked me up from that cold, lifeless altar and carried me to your world, you've awakened something fierce within me. A fire that refused to be quenched. The temperature in the air seems to rise with the confession. His massive hands frame my face, his finger gently tracing the line of my jaw. I never intended to let you go, Bella. His voice is low and resonant, rumbling through me like the first growl of a gathering storm. The very thought of you walking out of my life, willingly or not, the idea was unfathomable. His words should terrify me. They should conjure images of cages and chains, of freedom stripped away. But there's no trepidation, only the pounding of my own heart in sync with his. A delighted shiver runs through my body as I lean into his touch. The knowledge that you staked your claim should unsettle me. Back in the village, they painted you as a savage beast, one that desired nothing more than my ruin. Yet I feel safer with you than I ever did among them. He places a soft kiss against my neck that elicits a sharp intake of breath from me. I may be a beast in the eyes of your kind, Bella, but every territorial instinct I possess burns with the need to keep you by my side forever. His lips soon find mine with bruising intensity. My heart pounds in my chest, a wild rhythm that matches the fervour of our kiss. His lips are fierce and demanding, yet there's a tenderness beneath the surface that makes my knees weak. His hands, strong and sure, hold me close, as if he's afraid I might vanish if he lets go. You're all mine, Bella, he murmurs against my lips. I can't help but smile, even as we continue to explore each other's mouths with a hunger that seems insatiable. I'm not going anywhere, I assure him, my words punctuated by the gentle nip of his sharp teeth. When our lips part, my fingers linger on his sharp cheekbones. He says breathlessly, "You are my queen. With you, I stand undefeated, no longer the last of the Umbrath forced into solitude." We soon make our way back into the cave and lie down on our bed of soft moss. As we lay there with our bodies entwined, I can't help but think how this cave, once so unwelcoming, is now a sanctuary to me. How Gitos, once a creature of doom, has transformed into the guardian of a fierce and unbreakable flame that burns within me. And I find myself yearning for more of his unapologetic brutality wrapped in tenderness only for me. More of our shared solitude and whispers in the night. His green eyes bore into mine as his hand envelops mine in a gesture that seals a silent pact. And in this moment, bound by the primal essence of our unlikely love, I know I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm exactly where I belong, in the heart of the wild, cherished by the monster who teaches me every day how it feels to truly live, not merely survive.
Orcs, gargoyles, vampires, ice monsters, demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprothika.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Prothika's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 20. Gitos. The icy wind whips against my rough face as I stalk through the snow-covered forest on the hunt for more food. My tentacles twitch, sensing every minute change in the air. Something's off. The usual stillness of these mountains has been disturbed recently. I crouch down and examine some tracks in the snow. Waira, and not just one or two. These prints tell a different story. A whole damn pack has been through here. Damn, I mutter angrily, my breath clouding in the frigid morning air. The tracks are fresh as the ground is barely dusted with new snow. The Waira are moving with purpose and heading closer to my territory. To my cave. To Bella. A growl rumbles through me at the thought of those mangy beasts anywhere near what's mine. My tentacles writhe restlessly, itching for a fight. I follow the trail, moving silently despite my massive size. Years of hunting have honed my skills. Nothing escapes my notice. Not the bent branches, not the tufts of fur caught on thorny bushes. As I crest a hill, I spot them in the valley below. At least a dozen Waira. Their dark matted fur stands out against the pristine snow. They're gathered around something, probably the carcass of some unfortunate creature. I watch them intently, noting their movements, their hierarchy. Knowledge is power, and I'll be damned if I let these mutts catch me off guard. The alpha of the pack raises its head suddenly, sniffing the air. For a moment, I think it's caught my scent. But no, it's distracted by something else. Something in the direction of my cave. My blood runs cold. Bella. She could be out there, alone and vulnerable. The Waira haven't spotted her yet, but it's only a matter of time. Every instinct in my body screams at me to rush back and scoop her up, keeping her safe. But I force myself to stay put for a moment. Charging in without a plan is a fool's move. I need to be smart about this. These Waira are a threat, and threats need to be eliminated, permanently. As I watch the pack, my mind races with possibilities. I could take them on now, but the odds aren't in my favor. No, I need to be strategic. Set traps, pick them off one by one. A plan starts to form in my mind. It'll take some time, but I'll make sure these bastards regret ever setting foot in my territory. I turn back towards the cave, moving swiftly but cautiously, making sure the Waira don't pick up my scent. I try to step as gently as I can manage against the snow-covered ground as I trek back to our sanctuary. My tentacles whip silently through the air, sensing for any immediate threats. The scent of Bella grows stronger as I near the cave entrance, and my heart rate quickens. "Bella!" I bellow as I burst into the cave. My eyes scan the dimly lit interior, searching for her familiar form. She emerges from the shadows, her brow furrowed with concern. "Gitos? What's wrong?" I stride quickly towards her, my tentacles reaching out to caress her face, reassuring myself that she's safe. Waira, a whole pack of them, heading this way. Her eyes widen, fear flickering across her features. How many? At least a dozen, I growl, my teeth bared at the thought. We need to prepare. She nods, her initial fear replaced by a fierce determination. What's the plan? I can't help but smirk a little. She's always ready to face whatever life throws at us these days. We set traps. Make this place a death trap for those mangy mutts. What kind of traps? She asks, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. I move deeper into the cave, gesturing for her to follow me. I've got some ideas. First, we'll need to gather materials. We spend the next few hours scouring the cave and surrounding area for anything that might be useful. She proves to be very resourceful, spotting things I might have overlooked. Her small size allows her to reach places I can't to retrieve sharp rocks and sturdy vines. As we work, I explain my plan. We'll set up a series of traps along the main approaches to the cave, pitfalls covered with snow, tripwires that'll bring down boulders, that sort of thing. She nods, her brow furrowed in concentration. What about inside the cave? That's where it gets interesting, I grin, my sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. We'll create choke points, funnel them into areas where we have the advantage. As we continue our work, I can't help but marvel at how seamlessly we function together. She anticipates my needs, handing me tools before I even ask for them. It's like she can read my mind, and it sends a thrill through me. I don't want anything bad to happen to you ever again, I growl, pulling her close. My tentacles wrap around her waist, holding her tight against my chest. I suddenly crush my lips against hers, pouring all my possessiveness and need into the kiss. When we break apart, we're both breathless. We should get back to work, she says, her cheeks flushed. I nod, reluctantly releasing her. You're right. Those jerks could show up any time. We return to our preparations with renewed vigor. As night falls, we've transformed the area around our cave into a deadly gauntlet. I survey our hard work with satisfaction, my tentacles twitching with anticipation. Now we wait, I tell her, pulling her close once more. And when those bastards come, we'll be ready for them. The next morning, my eyes scan the dimly lit cave as I take in the sight of Bella, eagerly making more preparations. Her brown curls catch the flicker of the morning light, and for a moment, the harsh reality of our situation fades into the background. She's become more than just a way to ease my loneliness. She's my confidant, my pupil, my everything. I clear my throat, the sound echoing off the stone walls. Bella, I say, my voice gruffer than I intend. I need to teach you some more advanced fighting techniques. Those Wera could be here any second and we may get separated. She turns to face me, her brown eyes wide and earnest. I'm ready, Gitos. Teach me what I need to know to survive any attack. The determination in her voice sends a surge of pride through me. I nod, gesturing for her to follow me deeper into the cave. Good. First, we'll work on your reflexes. We spend hours training. I throw objects at her, stones, bits of wood, and she dodges them with increasing agility. Her small size and quick movements are an asset, and she uses them to her full advantage. Faster, Bella. You can't hesitate, not even for a second, I instruct, my sharp gaze never leaving her. She grunts with effort, her body twisting and turning in a dance of survival. I won't let you down, Gitos, she promises between breaths. As the hours wear on, her skills improve dramatically. She's a natural, and every successful dodge or swift counterattack makes my chest swell with approval. I find myself watching her more intently, not just as her protector and mentor, but as an admirer captivated by her resilience and strength. The air around us grows heavier as the night draws near. We're both sweaty and exhausted, but there's a spark in her eyes that ignites something deep within me. I can see her confidence growing with each passing moment, and it's a heady sight to behold. Enough for today, I say finally, my voice low and weary. Even though I can't tear my eyes away from her. My tentacles soon coil restlessly at my sides, as my exhaustion threatens to overtake me. We head towards our bed in the corner of the cave. It's simply a pile of furs and soft moss, but in this moment it feels like the most luxurious palace. She settles onto the bed, her eyes never leaving mine. "Thank you, Gitos," she says softly, "for teaching me how to protect myself, even though I know you could easily protect me." I shake my head, moving to sit beside her. "You don't owe me any thanks, Bella. You mean the world to me. I want you to be safe, even if that means protecting yourself at times." She smiles at that, a soft, genuine smile that lights up her entire face. "You mean the world to me, too." Her words pierce through the armor I've built around my heart. I lean in, capturing her lips in a fierce, possessive kiss. My tentacles reach out, cradling her body against mine. The soft curves of her figure drive me wild with desire, and I deepen the kiss, claiming her mouth with an urgency that leaves us both breathless. As we break apart, I can see the hunger in her eyes, a hunger that matches my own. "Bella!" I growl, my voice barely recognizable. "You're driving me mad with want." I pull her closer to me, our bodies entwined in a desperate embrace, but I manage to control myself. For now. We can't afford to be distracted in this moment with the wearer so close to our sanctuary. We lie tangled in each other's arms, and I can't help but feel a sense of contentment. This woman, this brave, beautiful, incredible woman, has come to mean more to me than I ever thought possible. "Sleep now, my fierce little survivor," I murmur into her hair, my tentacles draped protectively over her body. "Tomorrow, we face whatever comes our way. Together." And as sleep finally claims us both, I know that whatever the future holds, we'll face it head-on, side by side. Because Bella is mine, and I am hers, and nothing in this world will ever change that.
Chapter 21. Bella. The morning sun filters through the cave entrance, casting long shadows across the rocky floor. I push another heavy boulder into place and my muscles strain with the effort. Gitos moves beside me, his powerful form dwarfing mine as he effortlessly lifts stones twice my size. "That should hold off those bastard wearer," he growls, his deep voice laced with irritation. I nod, wiping sweat from my brow. I hope so. Those traps we set outside should slow them down too. He grunts in agreement, his green eyes scanning our handiwork. Damn straight. Any wearer that gets past those won't live long enough to regret it. As we continue to work, I can't help but marvel at how much I've changed. Just weeks ago, I was a meek village girl, always deferring to others. Now, here I am, fortifying a cave against monster attacks alongside my Umbrath protector. "You're really getting stronger," he observes, his tentacles coiling around my waist. "Soon you'll be able to take on anything by yourself." I laugh, leaning into his touch. I don't know about that, but I do feel different. Tougher, somehow. "Good," he says, his sharp teeth glinting as he grins. "Since you're mine now, I need you tough." His possessiveness should frighten me, but instead it sends a thrill through my body. I've never felt so wanted, so protected. "I never thought I'd feel at home in a cave," I muse, running my hand along the rough wall. "But with you, it feels so right." He pulls me closer, his black skin cool against mine. "This is your home now, our home, and I'll kill anything that tries to take you from it." His words are harsh, but I hear the underlying tenderness. This fierce, monstrous creature cares for me in a way no one in my village ever did. "I know you will," I whisper, tracing the contours of his face. "And I'll fight right alongside you." He growls approvingly. "That's my girl," he says, his voice rough with emotion. "Now let's finish this up. I want to make sure you're safe when those wearer comes sniffing around." I nod, feeling a surge of determination. This is my life now, dangerous, unpredictable, but filled with a passion I never knew existed. The cold air of the cave nips at my skin as I work, but I barely notice it. My focus is entirely on Gitos moving with lethal precision beside me. His tentacles glide over the stone, and his muscles ripple beneath his black skin as he secures our makeshift fortifications. The sight of him is both terrifying and exhilarating. I pause, my hand resting on a boulder. "Gitos," I say in a soft voice. He turns to me, his eyes piercing through the dim light. "I don't want to see you get hurt." A low chuckle rumbles from his chest. "You think those Wyra can harm me?" He scoffs, the sound echoing off the cavernous walls. "I've been battling those beasts since before you were born." His confidence should irritate me, but instead it brings a small smile to my face. "I know you're capable, but there are so many of them. What if—" He cuts me off with a swift motion, his large hand cupping my cheek. "Bella, I am the last of the Umbrath. I have survived because I am the strongest. I have no intention of dying and leaving you alone." His words are a vow, a promise etched in the fierce determination of his gaze. I lean into his touch, the coolness of his skin a stark contrast to the warmth brewing within me. I couldn't bear it if something happened to you," I admit, my voice trembling slightly. He pulls me closer, his tentacles brushing against my back in a soothing rhythm. "You are mine to protect, Bella, and I will do whatever it takes to keep you safe. These Wyra are nothing to me." I wrap my arms around his waist, feeling the steady beat of his heart beneath my ear. "I know. It's just, I worry about you. I care so deeply for you." His body stiffens for a moment before he relaxes, his grip on me tightening. "Good, because you're stuck with me." I laugh, the sound bouncing around the cave. "I think I can live with that." He grins, his eyes softening in a way that makes my heart flutter. "Damn right you can. Now, let's finish up here. I have plans for us once this wearer nonsense is over." My curiosity piques, but I don't press him. Instead, I help him push the last of the boulders into place. Our bodies move in a dance of mutual understanding and respect. As the last stone falls into place, he turns to me, his gaze intense. "We're ready for them, and when they come, I'll show you just how formidable I can be." I nod, believing every word. With him by my side, I feel invincible. And in the heat of battle, our bond will only grow stronger. He leans down, pressing a kiss to my forehead. "Stay close to me, Bella, no matter what happens." I will, I promise, knowing that with him, I've found my true strength. As we prepare for the coming conflict, our connection deepens. His confident demeanour is a comfort, a shield against the fear that once consumed me. And in this moment, amidst the preparations for a battle that could very well decide our fate, I realise just how much he means to me. He catches my gaze, a question in his eyes. I answer with a smile, letting him see the truth in my heart. He may be a monster in the eyes of the world, but to me, he's everything, and I'll stand by him, no matter what. My heart races as I watch him move around the cave, making his final inspection of our fortifications. It's not fear this time that courses through my veins. It's a fierce, all-consuming love. And in this moment, I can't deny it any longer. I love him, this dark, terrifying beast who has become my protector, my confidant, my everything. I step forward, my hand reaching out to him, my voice a whisper of need. "Gitos." He turns to me, his eyes questioning. I don't need to say more. The look in my eyes must betray my thoughts. He moves towards me, a predatory grace in his step, and I'm reminded of the first time I saw him, a shadow among shadows. Now he's the light in my darkness. My hands tremble as they touch his chest, feeling the cool, slick texture of his black skin. He's watching me, giving me the space to explore, to take what I need. I rise on my tiptoes, pressing my lips to his. The kiss is hesitant at first, but then he responds with a fervour that leaves me breathless. He growls into the kiss, a sound that vibrates through me, setting my nerves alight. "Bella," he murmurs against my lips, "you have no idea what you do to me." I pull back slightly, looking up into his eyes. "I want all of you, Gitos. No holding back." A flash of something, surprise maybe, crosses his face before he crushes his mouth to mine once more. His kiss is demanding, dominating, and I yield to him, letting him take control. His hands roam my body, tugging at my clothing, impatient to claim what's his. He breaks the kiss long enough to strip me of my gown, the cool air of the cave pebbling my skin. But I don't feel the cold. I'm burning up from the inside out. He lifts me effortlessly, his tentacles supporting my weight as I wrap my legs around his waist. I can feel the rough texture of the cave wall against my back as he presses me against it. His mouth trails a path of fire down my neck, nipping and sucking at the sensitive skin. I'm panting, moaning, my fingers tangling in his tentacles, holding on for dear life as he drives me wild with desire. "Mine," he grunts, the word a primal claim that resonates deep within my soul.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
We stay there, locked together, our bodies slick with sweat and the aftermath of our lovemaking. He gently sets me down, his tentacles caressing my skin in soothing strokes. I lean into his touch, feeling cherished, protected. "I love you, Gitos," I murmur, the words feeling right, true. He gazes down at me, and for a moment, I see vulnerability in his eyes, a softness that he reserves only for me. "I love you too, Bella, more than the darkness loves the night." And in this moment, with the echoes of our passion still lingering in the air, I know that we'll face whatever comes our way, together.
Chapter 22. Gitos. I wake with a start and my senses are instantly alert. The howls of the Wera pierce the air closer than ever before. Damn, they're coming. "Bella!" I growl, shaking her gently. "Wake up, it's time." Her eyes flutter open, confusion quickly replaced by understanding. She's on her feet in seconds, grabbing the makeshift bow and arrow we crafted yesterday. "How close?" she asks, her voice steady despite the fear I can smell on her. I cock my head listening. Too damn close. We need to move. Now. We spring into action. Our plan soon unfolds with practiced precision. Bella heads to the cave entrance, ready to roll the boulder we'd positioned there. I stretch my tentacles and feel the familiar rush of adrenaline coursing through my veins. "Remember," I say, my voice low and commanding, "stay behind me no matter what happens." She nods, her jaw set with determination. "I've got your back, Gitos." Pride swells through me. My woman, ready to face down monsters by my side. But I'll be damned if I let any of those idiots get near her. I stride to the cave mouth, my muscles coiled tight with anticipation. The howls grow louder and echo off the mountain walls. I bare my teeth in a feral grin. Let them come. I'll tear them apart, one by one. "Gitos!" Bella's voice pulls me back. The traps! Right. I nod, moving to check our preparations. Sharp stakes line the path leading to our cave hidden beneath a thin layer of snow. Tripwires crisscross the ground, ready to send boulders crashing down. It's not much, but it'll slow the bastards down. I turn back to Bella, drinking in the sight of her. Her brown curls are wild and her eyes are bright with determination. My chest tightens. I'll keep her safe. I have to. Come here, I growl, pulling her close. I kiss her hard, pouring every ounce of my need and protectiveness into it. She responds with equal fervor, her small hands gripping my arms. When we break apart, she's breathless. What was that for? I grin. For luck, and because you're mine. She rolls her eyes, but I catch the smile she tries to hide. As if I could forget. Another howl splits the air, closer still. My tentacles writhe with anticipation, itching for a fight. Get ready, I say, moving back to the cave entrance. They'll be here soon. Bella takes her position. I scan the snowy landscape, my eyes searching for movement in the shadows. Nothing yet, but soon. Gitos. Bella's voice is soft. We'll make it through this. Together. I look back at her, this tiny human who's become my whole world. Damn right we will, I growl with confidence. The howls are deafening now. At any moment, they'll crest the ridge. I flex my hands, feeling my claws extend. Get ready, I tell her. It's about to get messy. The first wera crests the ridge, its mangy fur matted with blood and filth. I bare my sharp teeth in a feral grin. Finally, some action. All right, Bella, I rumble, my voice laced with excitement. It's showtime. The beast charges at me, all gnashing teeth and razor claws. I meet it head on, my own claws raking across its face. Blood sprays, hot and thick. The wera howls in pain, but I'm already moving, my tentacles lashing out to wrap around its throat. That all you got? I taunt, squeezing until I hear the satisfying crunch of bone. More of the bastards pour over the ridge in a seething mass of fur and fury. I laugh, the sound harsh and wild. This is what I live for. I soon tear into them. My claws and tentacles are a blur of motion. Blood soaks the snow, turning it a sickening crimson. Limbs fly as I rip through the pack. Each kill only fuels my bloodlust. Gitos, on your left! Bella's voice cuts through the chaos. I whirl just in time to see an arrow embed itself in a wera's eye socket. The beast drops, twitching. Damn, my woman's got aim. Nice shot, Bella, I call back, before diving back into the fray. A particularly large wera lunges for my throat. I duck, then drive my fist up through its jaw. My hand emerges from the top of its skull, dripping gore. I shake off the carcass, already scanning for my next target. The air is thick with the stench of blood and death. Dismembered wera parts litter the ground, a grotesque obstacle course. But they keep coming, an endless wave of snapping jaws and raking claws. I suddenly feel a sharp pain as claws rake across my back. Such an amateur move. I spin, grabbing the offending wera by its throat. With a roar of rage, I tear its head clean off, tossing it aside like garbage. You okay? Bella shouts, losing another arrow into the melee. Never better, I growl back, my blood singing with the thrill of battle. This is just a warm-up. I wade back into the thick of it, my tentacles lashing out in all directions. Wera after wera falls to my onslaught, their howls of pain music to my ears. But for every one I take down, 2 more seem to take its place. A particularly vicious beast manages to sink its teeth into my arm. I snarl in pain and fury, my free hand plunging into its chest. I rip out its still beating heart, crushing it in my fist. That's for ruining my day! I spit, kicking the corpse aside. The wound on my arm throbs, but I ignore it. There's no time for weakness. Not when Bella's safety is on the line. I chance a glance back at her. She's holding her own, her face set in grim determination as she fires arrow after arrow. Pride beams in me. That's my woman, fierce as any warrior. "How you holding up?" I shout, my tentacles snapping the spine of another Wera. "Running low on arrows," she calls back, her voice steady despite the chaos. "But I'm not out of the fight yet." "That's my girl," I grin, turning back to the battle with renewed vigor. The ground is slick with blood and entrails, but I move with deadly grace. My claws find vital points with unerring accuracy, leaving a trail of corpses in my wake. But the Wera keep coming, an endless tide of fur and fangs. As I tear the throat out of yet another beast, a chilling thought strikes me. How long can we keep this up? There's so many of them, and only 2 of us. No. I shake off the doubt. We'll win because we have to. Because I won't let those jerks anywhere near my Bella. I bare my teeth in a savage grin, diving back into the fray with renewed fury. "Come on, you mangy bastards!" I roar, my voice carrying over the din of battle. "I've got plenty more where that came from." I tear through another Wera, its blood splattering across my chest. My tentacles whip out, catching 2 more and crushing their spines with a satisfying crunch. But even as I dispatch these things, I can't help but steal glances at Bella. Holy moly, she's something else. Her arrows find their marks with deadly precision, each shot dropping a Wera in its tracks. She's transformed from the quiet village girl into a fierce warrior. I can't help but smile with satisfaction at her newfound skills. That's my woman. "Way to go, Bella," I call out as she takes down a particularly nasty beast that was creeping up on my blind side. She flashes me a quick grin. "Just returning the favor." I laugh, the sound harsh amidst the chaos of battle. I love her fire. We fall into a rhythm, working in tandem. I draw the Wera in close, my claws and tentacles dealing out death, while Bella picks off the stragglers with her arrows. It's a deadly dance, and we're the stars of this bloody show. But just as I start to think we might actually pull this off, the air shifts. The remaining Wera suddenly back off, their howls changing from bloodlust to fear. "What the hell?" I mutter, scanning the battlefield. That's when I see it. A massive shape emerges from the shadows, easily twice the size of the other Wera. Its fur is matted with blood and grime, and scars crisscross its muscled body. But it's the eyes that grab me, cold, calculating, and fixed right on us. "Bella!" I growl, not taking my eyes off the newcomer. "Get back! Now!" "Gitos, what?" She stops mid-sentence as she spots the behemoth. "Oh no." The Wera leader stalks forward. Its massive paws leave deep impressions in the blood-soaked snow, the remaining pack parts before it, whining and cowering. I bare my teeth. Finally, a real challenge. "Well, well," I taunt, flexing my claws. "Looks like the big bad wolf decided to join the party." The beast's lips curl back, revealing yellowed fangs the size of daggers. It lets out a roar that shakes the very mountain, a clear challenge. My blood sings with anticipation. This is what I was made for. The ultimate test of strength and will. But as I prepare to meet this new threat head-on, a small hand grips my arm. "Bella." "Gitos," she says, her voice low and urgent. "Be careful. This one's different." I turn to her, drinking in the sight of her flushed cheeks and fierce eyes. My woman, my warrior. I cup her face with one blood-stained hand. "Don't worry," I growl confidently. "I've got this. You just keep those arrows ready." She nods, firm determination blazing in her eyes. Damn, I love her. Turning back to the Wera leader, I crack my neck and stretch my tentacles. Time to show this overgrown mutt who's boss. "All right, you ugly son of a bitch," I snarl, baring my teeth. "Let's dance."
Chapter 23. Bella. My heart pounds in my chest as I watch Gitos square off against the massive Wera leader. The beast towers over him, its matted fur caked with blood and grime. Gitos looks small in comparison, but his stance is confident, his tentacles waving wildly in anticipation. "Come on, you nasty bastard!" Gitos growls, his green eyes gleaming with a predatory light. "Let's see what you've got." The wearer leader lunges forward. Its massive jaws snap shut inches from Gitos' face. He dodges, quick as lightning, and lashes out with his tentacles. They wrap around the beast's neck and squeeze it tight. I nock an arrow, my hands shaking as I take aim at a smaller wearer trying to flank us. The bow feels foreign in my grip, but I force myself to steady my breathing. I can't let Gitos down. Not now. The arrow flies true, embedding itself in the wearer's eye. It drops with a strangled yelp, and I allow myself a moment of pride before turning back to the main fight. Gitos and the wearer leader circle each other, neither willing to give an inch. Gitos' tentacles lash out, scoring deep gashes in the wearer's hide, but the beast seems unfazed. It charges again, and this time its claws find purchase, raking across Gitos' chest. "No!" I cry out, my voice lost in the cacophony of battle. Gitos stumbles back, blood seeping from the wounds. For a moment, fear grips my heart. Can he really handle this? The wearer leader is so much bigger, so much stronger. What if... I shake my head, banishing the thought. No, I can't think like that. Gitos is strong. He's survived this long on his own. He can do this. But as I watch them trade blows, doubt creeps in. The wearer leader is relentless, its attacks coming faster and harder with each passing second. Gitos is holding his own, but for how long? I can see the strain in his movements, the way he favours his left side. The wounds on his chest are still bleeding, staining his black skin with a darker sheen. I soon turn my attention back to the smaller wearer. I pick them off one by one with my arrows. Each shot is a silent prayer and a desperate hope that Gitos will emerge victorious. The battle rages on, a symphony of snarls and the wet sound of flesh tearing. I steal glances whenever I can, my heart in my throat as I watch Gitos and the wearer leader trade blows. They're evenly matched, I realise with a start. For all its size and strength, the wearer leader can't seem to gain the upper hand. But neither can Gitos. They're locked in a stalemate, and I don't know how long either of them can keep this up. "Come on, Gitos," I whisper, letting another arrow fly. "You can do this. You have to. Because if he doesn't, what will happen to us? To me? The thought of losing him, of facing this world alone again, is almost too much for me to bear." I watch as Gitos lands a particularly vicious blow, his tentacles wrapping around the wearer leader's throat. For a moment, hope flares within me, but then the beast twists, breaking free, and the fight continues. My arrows are running low, and the smaller wearer keep coming. I don't know how much longer I can hold them off. Everything hinges on Gitos defeating their leader, but as I watch them clash again and again, neither gaining the advantage, I can't help but wonder, is it even possible? I look on nervously as they continue their heated battle, a cacophony of snarls and roars that echo through the mountains. My heart thrums in my chest, a frantic drumbeat that matches the rhythm of my fear. Gitos is a blur of motion, his tentacles whipping through the air as he grapples with the wearer leader. They're in a deadlock at this point, a terrifying dance of teeth and claws and raw, unbridled power. I simply can't lose him. The thought is a cold, hard knot in my stomach. I've seen too much of what this harsh world can do to those who are vulnerable. And Gitos, despite his strength, his ferocity, is not invincible. I scan the ground nearby, my eyes landing on a long-discarded spear. It's crude, fashioned from the branch of a gnarled tree, but it's solid, the tip sharpened to a deadly point. My hands close around the shaft, the wood rough against my palms. I know what I have to do. With a deep breath, I sprint towards the fray. My heart is in my throat, my blood roaring in my ears. Gitos catches sight of me, his eyes widening in surprise and alarm. "Bella, no!" But I'm beyond hearing, beyond reasoning. All I can see is the wearer leader, its matted fur bristling, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. I hurl the spear with all my might, and it sails through the air, end over end, before embedding itself in the beast's torso. The wearer leader lets out a bellow of pain and surprise, its grip on Gitos loosening. It's enough. Gitos seizes the opportunity, his tentacles lashing out to deliver a series of swift, brutal blows. The beast stumbles backward, its sides heaving, its breath coming in ragged gasps. Gitos turns to me, his eyes locking onto mine. There's a moment of silence, of stillness, and then he's striding towards me, his movements fluid and predatory. "You," he growls, his voice a low rumble that sends a shiver through me, "are either the bravest or the most foolish woman I've ever met." I square my shoulders, meeting his gaze unflinchingly. I had to do something. I couldn't just stand there and watch. A slow, approving smile spreads across his face, revealing the sharp points of his teeth. "You did well, Bella. Very well." The praise warms me, bolstering my courage. But there's no time to revel in it. The wearer leader is regaining its footing, its eyes burning with renewed fury. Gitos positions himself between me and the beast, his body a solid wall of muscle and sinew. "Stay behind me," he orders, his voice leaving no room for argument. I nod, my hands curling into fists at my sides. I trust him, trust in his strength and his skill. But that doesn't stop the fear from coiling in my gut, doesn't stop the what-ifs from racing through my mind. The wearer leader charges and Gitos meets it head-on. They clash in a tangle of limbs, their roars filling the air. I watch, helpless and terrified, as they fight for dominance, for survival. My breath hitches in my throat as Gitos lands the final, devastating blow on the wearer leader. The beast crumples to the ground with a guttural roar that reverberates through the icy air. But the victory is short-lived. Gitos stumbles, his tentacles going limp, his black skin slick with blood and sweat. He collapses beside his vanquished foe, his deep green eyes locking onto mine for a fleeting moment before they flutter shut. "Gitos!" The cry rips from my throat, raw and anguished. I rush to his side, my hands fluttering uselessly over his massive form. His chest rises and falls in shallow, laboured breaths. I'm frozen, unsure of what to do. My knowledge of healing is limited to bandaging scraped knees and brewing herbal teas. This is beyond me. I glance around wildly, hoping to find something, anything that could help him. But there's nothing. Just the cold, unyielding ground and the eerie silence that follows the battle. I sink to my knees beside him, my heart pounding in my chest. My protector, my saviour, is now lying helpless at my feet. The irony isn't lost on me. "Gitos," I whisper, my voice barely audible. "You can't leave me. Not after everything we've been through." My desperate words hang heavy in the air. I reach out and gently trace the contours of his face. His skin is cool to the touch, too cool. Panic claws at my insides like a relentless beast that threatens to consume me whole. I swallow hard, trying to maintain some semblance of calm. "You're the strongest person I know," I say to him. You can't let this be the end." But he doesn't respond. His chest continues its torturously slow rhythm, each breath a stark reminder of his vulnerability. I feel helpless, utterly useless. I've always been the one needing protection, the one being saved. I've never had to save anyone before. I lean closer, pressing my ear to his chest. The steady thrum of his heart is a small comfort, but it's there, strong and steady. "I need you, Gitos," I murmur, my voice muffled against his skin. "I need you to fight, to come back to me." I don't know how long I stay like that. listening to the beat of his heart, praying to whatever gods might be listening. Minutes, hours. Time has lost all meaning. All that exists is Gitos and the fragile thread that tethers him to this world. Finally, I pull away, a fierce determination settling over me. I can't sit here and do nothing. I need to act. I need to find help, even if it means venturing out into the wilderness alone. The thought sends a shiver of fear down my spine, but I push it aside. For Gitos, I would face 1,000 wearer. I soon rise to my feet. My gaze sweeps over the carnage that surrounds us. The ground is littered with the bodies of our enemies, a grim testament to Gitos' ferocity and his willingness to protect what's his. And I am his, just as he is mine. I will find a way to save him, to return the favour and pull him back from the brink, because that's what you do for the ones you love. There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me. Chapter 24. Bella. My heart clenches painfully as I glance back at Gitos' wounded form. The cave's meagre supplies won't be enough to save him. I need more. Better. Stronger. I'll be back, I whisper, knowing he can't hear me. I promise. The trek to the village is treacherous. Every snapping twig makes me flinch. Every shadow is a potential threat. The forest that once felt like home now seems alien and hostile, but I press on, Gitos' life hanging in the balance. As I near the village outskirts, I slow my pace. Torchlight flickers in the distance, and the faint murmur of voices reaches my ears. I crouch low, using the underbrush for cover. Darn it, I mutter, realizing I'll have to sneak past the night watch. My heart pounds so loudly I'm sure they'll hear it. I inch closer, timing my movements with the guards' patrols. One misstep, and I'm done for. They won't welcome me back with open arms, not after offering me up as a sacrifice. Finally, I spot an opening and dart towards the healer's hut. It's dark inside, thank the gods. I slip in and adjust my eyes to the gloom. Where is it? I whisper frantically, rummaging through shelves and baskets. My fingers close around a jar of healing salve and I shove it into my satchel. Bandages, herbs, anything that might help Gitos. A noise outside freezes me in place. Footsteps, coming closer. No, no, no! I breathe, searching desperately for an exit. There's a small window at the back. It will be a tight squeeze, but it's my only shot. I wriggle through just as the door creaks open. Landing hard on the other side, I bite back a cry of pain. No time to recover. I have to move now. Panic lends speed to my feet as I plunge into the trees, praying I won't be spotted in the darkness. My lungs burn, but I don't slow down. Can't slow down. Gitos needs me. I won't let him down. Not now. Not ever. I soon burst through the trees, my chest heaving as I spot Gitos' crumpled form outside the cave. My heart plummets. He hasn't moved an inch. Gitos! I cry, dropping to my knees beside him. My hands hover over his body, afraid to touch him. Blood oozes from deep gashes across his chest and arms. One of his tentacles lies at an odd angle, clearly broken. Oh gods! I whisper, bile rising in my throat. I force myself to focus, assessing his injuries with trembling fingers. A particularly nasty wound on his side makes me wince. It's deep, too deep. I can almost see bone. Okay, I mutter, trying to calm my racing thoughts. We need to get you inside. Now. I grab him under his arms, straining to drag his massive form. He doesn't even stir. Sweat beads on my forehead as I inch him towards the cave entrance. Come on, I grunt, muscles screaming in protest. You're too damn heavy for this. Finally, after what feels like hours, I manage to haul him inside. I collapse next to him, gasping for air. But there's no time to rest. I scramble for my stolen supplies and dump them out on the cave floor. Please let this be enough, I pray, uncorking a bottle of strong-smelling liquid. The healer always used this to clean wounds. I pour it over the gash on his side and wince as it bubbles and hisses. I'm sorry, I whisper, even though he can't hear me. This is gonna hurt. I grab a handful of herbs and crush them into a paste like I've seen done before. My hands shake as I pack it into the wound. Blood seeps through my fingers, warm and sticky. Don't you dare die on me, I say firmly. You hear me? You don't get to leave me alone out here. I work feverishly, cleaning and bandaging every injury I can find. The salve I stole should help with healing, but will it be enough? I'm no healer. What if I'm doing this all wrong? Doubt gnaws at me as I finish tying off the last bandage. His chest rises and falls in shallow breaths. He's alive, but for how long? I brush a tentative hand across his forehead. It's burning hot. Oh no, I mutter. Fever. That's bad. I quickly grab a scrap of cloth and soak it in the cool water from our stores. I lay it across his brow, praying it'll help. You have to pull through this, I plead, clasping one of his massive hands in both of mine. I can't do this without you. I won't. I clutch his hand tighter. My chest constricts as I watch his laboured breathing. Each rise and fall of his chest feels like a countdown, ticking away the moments we have left. The cave suddenly feels too small and the air too thick. I can't breathe. Panic claws at my throat, threatening to choke me. What if I lose him? What if all my efforts weren't enough? The thought sends a jolt of icy fear through my veins. I press my forehead against his, feeling the heat of his fever seep into my skin. Don't you dare leave me, I plead, my words barely audible. I can't go on without you. The reality of those words hits me like a physical blow. I can't live without him. I don't want to. The thought of facing this harsh world alone, without him by my side, is unbearable. I pull back, studying his face. Even unconscious, his features hold a strength that comforts me. Those deep green eyes that once terrified me, now closed. The sharp teeth that I've grown to love, hidden behind slack lips. Remember when we first met? I say, desperate to fill the silence. I was so scared of you, but now... I trail off, a lump forming in my throat. Now, the thought of losing him scares me more than anything ever has. I trace the contours of his face with trembling fingers, memorizing every line. When did this happen? When did this monster become my entire world? You can't die, I whisper fiercely. You hear me? You're not allowed to die, because I love you. Those words hang in the air, an undeniable truth. I love him. This creature who should terrify me, who's so different from me in every way. I love him with every fibre of my being. I love you, I repeat, louder this time. So you have to wake up, you have to fight, because I'm not letting you go. As I sit by his side, my mind races. There has to be something more I can do. Suddenly, a memory flashes through my mind. An old healing technique I'd seen the village elders use. It was meant for humans, but maybe... Worth a shot, I mutter, fumbling through my stolen supplies. I take a bit of herbs I don't quite recognise and mix them in a cup of water. I bring the cup over to the fire and brew the mixture much like tea. The scent is pungent, earthy. "Okay," I say, my voice shaking. "Let's see if this works." I gently bring the cup to his lips and trickle the liquid very slowly into his mouth. Most of the liquid seeps out the sides of his lips, but I'm hoping enough makes it down his throat to help him. "Come on," I whisper, willing the ancient magic to work. "Please." The cave air feels thick and heavy with anticipation. I sit back, my hands trembling. Now comes the hard part, waiting. Soon, exhaustion hits me like a physical blow. My muscles ache, my eyes burn. But I can't sleep. Not yet. Not until I know he's okay. I grab his hand again. His skin is cool to the touch, a stark contrast to the earlier fever. Is that good or bad? I have no idea. "Stay with me," I whisper. "I need you." The cave falls silent save for the sound of his laboured breathing. Each inhale feels like a victory, each exhale a relief. I focus on that rhythm, willing it to continue. My mind wanders, replaying moments from our time together. The way his eyes crinkle when he laughs. The gentle touch of his tentacles when he's being careful with me. The fierce protectiveness in his gaze. "Remember when you taught me to hunt?" I say, filling the silence. "I was terrible, kept scaring away all the prey, but you were so patient with me." I squeeze his hand tighter, fighting back tears. "You have to wake up so we can do that again, so I can show you how much I've improved." The minutes drag by, each one feeling like an eternity. My eyelids grow heavy, but I force them open. I can't fall asleep. What if he needs me? "I love you," I whisper, pressing my forehead to his again. "I love you. I love you. I love you." I repeat it like a mantra, willing him to hear me, to come back to me. Just as I'm about to lose my battle with exhaustion, I feel it. A twitch. So small, I almost miss it. My eyes snap to his face, searching for any sign of consciousness. And there, a flicker of movement behind his eyelids. "Gitos!" I breathe, hardly daring to hope. His eyes flutter open for the briefest moment, those deep green irises focusing on me before sliding shut again. A sob of relief escapes me as I collapse against his chest, careful to avoid his wounds. He's pulling through. He's going to be okay. "You're not getting rid of me that easily," I murmur, feeling the steady rise and fall of his breathing beneath me. As the adrenaline fades, exhaustion claims me. I curl up next to him, my hand still clasped in his, and let sleep take me.
Chapter 25. Gitos. I drift in and out of consciousness as my body burns with fever. The pain from my wounds comes and goes, replaced by vivid memories that assault my senses. Suddenly I'm back in the Umbrath homeland. The air is thick with smoke and the stench of blood. My people scatter, their screams piercing the night. I stand frozen and watch shadowy figures tear through our defenses like paper. "Fight, you cowards!" I roar, my tentacles lashing out at the nearest attacker. But it's not enough. Never enough. The scene shifts. I'm running through dense forest, branches whipping at my face. Behind me, the dying cries of my kin echo through the trees. My lungs burn, but I can't stop. Won't stop. I'm the last. The only one left. "Weak!" A voice hisses in my ear. "You let them die!" I snarl, thrashing against invisible bonds. "No! I fought!" But the voice is right. I ran. I survived while others fell. The forest melts away, replaced by the cold, damp walls of my cave. My sanctuary. My prison. Years of solitude flash by in an instant. Hunting, surviving, existing, but not living. Then, warmth. A gentle touch. Bella's face swims into view, her eyes filled with concern. Even in my fevered state, my heart clenches at the sight of her. My human. My mate. "Don't leave me," I growl, reaching for her with clumsy fingers. But she fades away, replaced by the leering face of the Wera leader. "She'll never truly be yours," it taunts. "You're a monster. Alone. Always alone." Rage boils within me. My tentacles whip out, tearing the creature apart. "She's mine!" I roar. "I'll kill anyone who tries to take her!" The cave dissolves and I'm standing atop a mountain. Bodies litter the ground. Wera, humans, creatures I can't even name. At my feet lies Bella, her eyes closed. "No," I whisper, dropping to my knees. "Wake up. You can't leave me." Her eyes flutter open and she smiles. "I'm here, Gitos. I'll always be here." I jolt awake and gasp for air. The cave comes into focus, lit by the soft glow of embers. Bella sleeps beside me with her hand clutching mine. Relief floods through me and chases away the last wisps of the nightmare. I soon drift back to sleep. My mind slips into another vivid dream. The cave fades away, replaced by a sun-drenched clearing in the forest. Bella stands before me, her brown curls dancing in the breeze. She's wearing a dress made of soft animal hide, adorned with intricate beadwork that catches the light. "About damn time you woke up," she teases, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "I was beginning to think you'd sleep the whole day away." I growl playfully, closing the distance between us in 2 long strides. My tentacles snake out, wrapping around her waist and pulling her flush against my chest. "You should know better than to challenge me, little one." Her laugh is music to my ears. She doesn't flinch at my touch, doesn't shy away from my monstrous form. Instead, she leans into me, her small hands tracing the contours of my arms. "I wouldn't dream of it," she murmurs, tilting her head back to meet my gaze. "You're the fiercest warrior these mountains have ever seen." Pride swells throughout me at her words. I've never needed anyone's approval, but hearing Bella's admiration stirs something primal within me. I lean down, capturing her lips in a searing kiss that leaves us both breathless. When we part, I notice movement behind her. 2 small figures emerge from the tree line. Their features are a perfect blend of Bella's softness and my own otherworldly appearance. Our children. The sight nearly brings me to my knees. I never dared hope for this. A family, a legacy, a future beyond mere survival. "Papa!" The little ones cry out, racing towards us on unsteady legs. I scoop them up effortlessly, one in each arm, while my tentacles keep Bella close. "Look at you," I rumble, my voice thick with emotion. "Strong like your old man, aren't you?" Bella laughs, reaching up to ruffle our son's hair. "And just as stubborn, I'm afraid." I grin, baring my sharp teeth in a way that once struck fear into the hearts of my enemies. Now it only makes my family giggle. "Good," I declare. "They'll need that strength to survive in this world." As if on cue, a distant howl echoes through the trees. The children tense, but I stand tall, my tentacles flaring protectively around my family. "Nothing to fear," I assure them, my voice filled with unwavering confidence. "Your papa will tear apart anything that dares threaten what's his." Bella's hand finds mine, squeezing gently. "We know," she says softly. "You've always kept us safe." I look down at her, at our children, at this life I never thought possible. And in that moment, I know with absolute certainty that I would burn the world to ash to protect them. Always, I vow, pulling them closer. You're mine, all of you, and I protect what's mine. The dream begins to fade, but the warmth within me lingers. Even as my consciousness fades in and out, I cling to the image of that perfect future. It gives me strength, fueling my determination to heal, to fight, to claim the life I now know I want more than anything. I suddenly wake with a start. My eyes snap open as full consciousness floods back. The cave's familiar scent of damp stone and earth fills my nostrils, grounding me in reality. My body aches. Each movement sends sharp jolts of pain through my muscles. But I'm alive, damn it. And that's what counts. Bella's face swims into focus, her brown eyes red-rimmed and puffy. Tears have carved glistening tracks down her cheeks, and dark circles shadow her eyes. She looks like hell, but she's still the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. You're awake, she breathes, her voice cracking with relief. I was afraid you... Takes more than a few mangy wara to keep me down, I growl, my voice rough from disuse. I try to sit up, but my body protests violently. Ouch! I hiss through clenched teeth. Bella's hands are on me instantly, gentle yet firm as she eases me back down. Don't move, she orders, and I can't help but smirk at the authority in her tone. My little human's grown some backbone. You've been out for days, she continues, reaching for a crude wooden bowl nearby. I've been doing my best to keep you hydrated and tend to your wounds, but... She trails off, biting her lip. I take in the cave around us. Signs of Bella's efforts are everywhere. Piles of herbs, strips of cloth stained with blood, the remnants of small game animals. I suddenly feel overwhelmed with pride. My mate is a survivor. I reach out, ignoring the pain as I cup her face with one massive hand. You did good, little one, I rumble, my thumb brushing away a stray tear. Kept us both alive. She leans into my touch, her eyes fluttering closed for a moment. When she opens them again, there's a fire there that sends a thrill through me. I won't lose you, she says fiercely. Not now, not ever. A soft growl of approval rumbles in my throat. I pull her closer, ignoring the protest of my battered body. You won't, I promise, my voice rough with emotion. I'm not going anywhere. She nods and says softly, You should keep resting. You need to regain your strength. I nod reluctantly, settling back against the furs. As my eyes start to close, I catch her hand in mine. Thank you, I murmur, the words feeling foreign on my tongue. But she deserves to hear them. She squeezes my hand as a smile spreads across her face. Always, she whispers, as sleep claims me once more. I'm filled with a sense of peace I've never known before. I'm home, I'm safe, and I'm loved. I soon wake from my short nap. My body still aches, but my mind is clearer. Bella's warm presence beside me is a balm to my battered soul. I turn my head, drinking in the sight of her. Even exhausted and worried, she's beautiful. Hey, I growl softly, my voice still rough. Miss me. Her eyes snap to mine, relief flooding her features. Gitos, she breathes, her voice cracking. How are you feeling? I smirk, flexing my muscles despite the pain, like I could take on a whole pack of wara single-handedly. She laughs, the sound music to my ears. Liar, she accuses, but there's no heat in it. Her small hand finds mine, squeezing gently. I was so scared, she admits. Something in my chest tightens at her words. I tug her closer despite the protest of my wounds. I'm not leaving you. Not now. Not ever. Tears well up in her eyes, and she buries her face in my chest. I wrap my arms around her, my tentacles curling protectively around us both. I love you, she murmurs against my skin. A growl of satisfaction rumbles through me. I cup her face in my hands. I love you too, I declare. Her eyes shine with unshed tears and something else. Desire, maybe. Love, definitely. She leans in, pressing her lips to mine in a kiss that's equal parts desperate and tender. When we break apart, I can't help but grin. Careful, little one, I tease. I might not be fully healed, but I'm more than capable of showing you exactly how much I love you. She blushes, but there's a glint in her eye that sends a thrill through me. Later, she promises, when you're stronger. I pull her close again, savoring the feeling of her soft body against mine. When I'm healed, I'll show Bella just how much she means to me, how she's changed everything.
Chapter 26. Bella. I cradle Gitos' head gently and bring a wooden bowl of broth to his lips. Easy now, I murmur, tipping it slowly. Small sips. His eyes lock onto mine, gratitude shimmering in their depths. Even in his weakened state, he exudes an aura of power that makes my heart race. Tastes like garbage, he grumbles, but drinks obediently. I can't help but chuckle. Well, I'm no master chef, but it'll help you heal. As I tend to him, my mind wanders. Who would have thought I'd end up here, nursing this formidable creature back to health? The village elders certainly didn't see this coming when they offered me up as a sacrifice. Gitos shifts, wincing. His tentacles twitch, and I gently smooth them down. Easy, I soothe. You took quite a beating. Stupid wearer, he snarls. Should have ripped them all to shreds. I smile, oddly comforted by his ferocity. You did pretty well, considering. His hand finds mine, squeezing with surprising gentleness. We did well, he corrects. Your aim was impressive. I can't help but feel a sense of pride at his praise. I've come so far from the meek village girl I once was. I had a good teacher, I reply, leaning in to kiss his forehead. He growls softly, a sound that sends a wave of excitement through me. When I'm fully healed, he rumbles, I'll show you just how good a teacher I can be. I blush, but don't look away. I look forward to it, I whisper, but for now, rest. Doctor's orders. He snorts but settles back, allowing me to change his bandages. As I work, I marvel at how natural this feels. My hands move with confidence as I apply salves and rewrap his wounds. You know, I muse aloud, I always wanted to be a healer. Back in the village, they said I was too soft-hearted. His laugh is a low rumble. Soft-hearted. The woman who speared a wearer through the gut. I grin, feeling a rush of confidence. I guess I've changed a bit. You've grown stronger, he says, his voice uncharacteristically soft. But your heart, that kindness, that's what saved me. Our eyes meet, and in that moment, I know I'm exactly where I'm meant to be. We saved each other, I whisper, leaning in to capture his lips in a gentle kiss. Later that day, I pace around the cave reflecting on the recent battle and the ongoing Waira threat in the region. I pause for a moment and lean against the rough cave wall. My fingers absently trace the intricate patterns of moss growing there. The air is thick with the scent of healing herbs and the metallic tang of blood. Gitos shifts on his makeshift bed, his tentacles twitching restlessly. I heard the Waira howling last night, I say, breaking the silence. They're getting bolder. He grunts, his green eyes flashing with barely contained fury. Annoying pests. I bite my lip, hesitating before voicing the thought that's been nagging at me. They attacked my old village again. His gaze snaps to mine, sharp and questioning. How do you know? I saw the smoke, I admit. When I was gathering herbs yesterday, it was rising from that direction. His tentacles coil tightly, a clear sign of his agitation. And, what of it? Those bastards sacrificed you. Let them burn. His words are harsh, but I can't deny the small, vindictive part of me that agrees. Still, I shake my head. It's not just about them. The wearer are getting more aggressive. What if they come back here in greater numbers? He barks out a laugh, wincing slightly at the movement. Let them come. I'll tear them apart, rip their damn hearts out. You're still healing, I remind him gently. And even at full strength, we barely survived the last attack. His eyes narrow, a growl rumbling in his chest. What are you suggesting? I take a slow, steady breath, steeling myself. Maybe we should consider leaving. Once you're healed, of course. Find somewhere safer, away from the wearer packs. For a moment, silence reigns. Then he sits up abruptly, ignoring my protests about his wounds. His tentacles reach out and wrap around my waist, pulling me close. Leave? He snarls, his face inches from mine. This is my territory. Our territory. I don't run from anything, especially not those mangy mutts. I shiver, not entirely from fear. His possessiveness, his raw power, it both terrifies and thrills me. I'm not saying we should run, I explain, placing a hand on his chest. But sometimes, a tactical retreat is the smart move. We could find a better defensible position, somewhere with more resources. His grip on me tightens, but not painfully. His eyes search mine, and I can see the conflict there. You want to leave because you're scared, he accuses. I'm scared for you, I admit. For us. Is that so wrong? His expression softens slightly, one hand coming up to cup my face. No one's ever cared about my safety before, he murmurs. I lean into his touch. My heart aches for the loneliness he must have endured. Well, I do, and I'm not going anywhere without you. But I think we need to consider our options. He's quiet for a long moment, his thumb tracing my cheekbone. Finally, he sighs. Fine. We'll talk about it. With that, he pulls me down onto the bed beside him, his tentacles wrapping around me. As I settle against his warmth, a hopeful smile plays on my lips. I curl up closer next to him and rest my head on his chest. The steady thrum of his heartbeat is a comforting rhythm that grounds me as my mind wanders to the future. Gitos, I murmur. Can you try and picture a life somewhere away from this cave? He grunts, his arm tightening around me. Why the hell would I want to? We've got everything we need right here. I bite my lip, hesitating. I know, but there's so much out there we haven't seen. His tentacles twitch, betraying his agitation. Out there is dangerous, Bella. Here, I can protect you. You nearly died protecting me here, I remind him gently. What if we found somewhere better? Somewhere we could build a real life together. He shifts slightly. His green eyes bore into mine, intense and searching. What kind of life are you dreaming of? I feel my cheeks flush under his scrutiny. I don't know exactly. Maybe a home of our own. Somewhere we could explore without constant threat. Where we could. I trail off, suddenly embarrassed. Could what? He presses, a hint of a growl in his voice. I take in a slow breath. Where we could maybe start a family someday. For a moment, he's silent, and I fear I've said too much. Then, to my surprise, he laughs. It's a deep, rumbling sound that vibrates through his chest. A family, he repeats, shaking his head. Bella, you really are something else. I start to pull away, stung, but his tentacles wrap around me, holding me close. Hey, he says, softer now. I didn't say no, it's just not something I ever thought possible. Hope blooms within me. So you're not opposed to the idea? He snorts. Opposed to the idea of little Bellas running around? Number, but you need to understand something. His hand cups my face, forcing me to meet his gaze. It doesn't matter where we go. Wyra, dark elves, orcs, none of that matters. I will always, always protect what's mine, and you, Bella, are mine. The possessiveness in his voice sends a shiver through me. I know, I whisper. I want us to have a chance at a real future, without constant fear. His expression softens, just a fraction. Fear keeps you alive, little human. But I get it. You want more than just survival. I nod, relieved that he understands. Is that so wrong? No, he admits. It's not wrong. It's incredibly terrifying, but it's not wrong. I can't help but laugh at that. The great Gitos, last of the Umbrath, scared of a little domestic bliss. His tentacles give me a playful squeeze. Watch it, or I'll show you just how undomestic I can be. I grin and joke playfully. Is that a promise? I nestle closer to him, his warmth enveloping me like a cocoon. As I trace the intricate patterns of his tentacles with my fingertips, a profound realization washes over me. You know, I murmur, I used to dream about finding my place in the world. Turns out it's right here with you. Damn straight it is, he growls, his arm tightening around me possessively. You're mine forever, Bella, no matter where we end up. His words send a delicious sensation through my body. I used to think such possessiveness would frighten me, but with Gitos, it feels like coming home. I mean it, I continue, emboldened by his response. The village, this cave, wherever we might go in the future, none of that matters. You're my home now. A rumble of approval vibrates through him. And you're my home, Bella, he declares. He suddenly shifts, despite his wounds, and rolls us over so he's hovering above me. His tentacles cage me in, but instead of feeling trapped, I feel utterly safe, protected. His lips crash into mine, fierce and demanding. I lose myself in the sensation. This is where I belong, I think hazily, in the arms of this powerful, complex creature who sees me for who I truly am. When we finally break apart, both breathless, I cup his face in my hands. I love you, Gitos, I whisper, the words carrying the weight of absolute truth. Whatever comes next, whatever we face, we'll face it together. His expression softens, just for a moment, before that familiar glint of determination returns to his eyes. Together, he agrees, sealing the promise with another searing kiss.
Chapter 27. Gitos. I stand at the mouth of our cave. My muscles are taut and ready for action. The crisp mountain air fills my lungs as I survey the landscape. My wounds have healed, leaving only faint scars as reminders of the brutal battle. Bella's unwavering care brought me back from the brink, and now I'm stronger than ever. You're looking fierce today, Bella says, approaching from behind. Her scent, a mix of something floral and uniquely her, reaches me before her words do. I turn, my tentacles curling with pleasure at the sight of her. Feeling fierce, I growl, pulling her close. Ready to hunt. She laughs, a sound that still surprises me with its lightness. Just don't bring back anything too disgusting this time. I'm still having nightmares about that slime beast. Picky eater, I tease, nipping at her ear. She shivers and I feel a surge of possessive pride. This human, this incredible woman is all mine. As I prepare to leave, my thoughts drift to how much my life has changed. Before Bella, my existence was a monotonous cycle of survival and solitude. Now, every day brings new challenges, new joys. She's given me purpose beyond mere existence. Be safe out there, she calls out as I start down the mountain path. I pause, turning back to her. Always am. This territory is mine, ours. Nothing out there can touch us. Her smile is radiant, and for a moment I'm tempted to forget the hunt and stay. But the need to provide, to protect, drives me forward. As I move through the forest, my senses alert for prey. I reflect on the transformation Bella has wrought in me. The rage that once consumed me has found focus, channeled into defending what's mine. The loneliness that gnawed at my soul for centuries has been replaced by a fierce, burning love. I spot a tusked boar rooting in the underbrush. It's massive, easily twice Bella's size. Perfect. With silent grace, I stalk closer, my tentacles twitching in anticipation. The boar senses me a moment too late. I launch myself at it, and my claws sink deep into its hide. It squeals and thrashes, but I've already won. My teeth find its throat, and I taste the coppery rush of blood. As the beast's struggles weaken, I feel a familiar thrill of victory. But it's tempered now by thoughts of Bella, of sharing this kill with her, of seeing pride in her eyes when I return. I hoist the carcass onto my shoulders, already imagining Bella's reaction. She'll pretend to be disgusted, but I've seen the way her eyes light up when I bring home a worthy prize. The journey back to our cave is swift. My steps are light despite my burden. As I approach, I hear Bella humming, a habit she's picked up since coming to live with me. "Honey, I'm home!" I call out, my voice a rumbling growl of satisfaction. She emerges from the cave, and her eyes widen at the sight of my kill. "Wow, Gitos! Did you wrestle a mountain?" I drop the boar at her feet, puffing out my chest. "Just a little something for dinner. Thought you might be hungry." She laughs and shakes her head. "You're impossible and amazing." Her hand reaches out and brushes my cheek. Her touch sends sparks through me. "How are you feeling?" "Strong," I reply, pulling her close. "Unstoppable." I nuzzle into her neck, inhaling her scent. "All thanks to you." She wraps her arms around me, and I feel something inside me settle. This is home. This is where I belong. With her. "Come on, mighty hunter," she says, tugging me towards the cave. "Let's get that thing cleaned up before it attracts every predator in a 10-mile radius." I follow, my tentacles curling possessively around her waist. As we work together to prepare our meal, I'm struck again by how much she's changed me. The solitary beast I once was seems like a distant memory. Before long, I tear into the succulent boar meat and savor the rich flavor. Bella sits beside me, her small frame dwarfed by my massive bulk. She's eating more delicately, but I can see the hunger in her eyes. Good. She needs to keep her strength up. "This is good," I growl. "Nothing like a fresh kill." She smiles, a bit of grease on her chin. "You're right. I never thought I'd enjoy boar meat, but, well, things change." The words stir something in me. I lean back and say, "Things do change, but some things stay the same." She looks at me curiously. "What do you mean?" I take a slow, steady breath, memories flooding back. This land, Prothika, it's always been wild, always been dangerous, but it wasn't always like this for my people. She leans in, her warmth against my side. "Tell me more about it." "We were kings once," I say, my voice low. "The Umbrath. We walked these lands without fear. From the crimson deserts to the whispering woods, we owned it all." I can see it in my mind's eye. The vast expanse of Protheka, untamed and beautiful. We had cities that would make your human villages look like anthills. Towers that scraped the sky, built from living stone that pulsed with our magic. Her eyes are wide. That sounds incredible. It was. I nod, a mix of pride and bitterness in my voice. We were magnificent. The other races looked at us with awe and fear. I pause, remembering the glory days. There was this place called the Obsidian Citadel. It was our greatest stronghold, right in the heart of the Shadow Mountains. The walls were so high, they say, Birds would fall exhausted before reaching the top. She laughed softly. That's hard to imagine. It was a sight to behold, I say, my tentacles tightening around her. But more than that, it was home. A place where every Umbroth could feel safe, powerful. I looked down at her, my green eyes meeting her brown ones. That's what I want to give you. That feeling of safety, of strength. You're mine now, and I'll be damned if I let anything threaten what's mine. She blushes, but I can see the spark of desire in her eyes. I feel safe with you, Gitos. Safer than I ever felt in my entire life. I growl with satisfaction, pulling her closer. Good, because I'm not letting you go. Ever. As we sit there, the remains of our meal forgotten, I think about my new life. The world outside might be different, more dangerous than in the days of the Umbroth's glory. But here, in this cave with Bella, I found something I never had even then. A home, a purpose, a reason to fight. And fight I will. For her, for us, for this new world we're building together. As the day wears on, I pace the cave. My tentacles twitch with a restless energy. The icy wind howls outside. It's a constant reminder of the dangers lurking in this frozen wasteland. Bella sits cross-legged by the fire, her brow furrowed in concentration as she sharpens an arrow. We really should think about getting out of here, I growl, running a clawed hand through my hair. These Wera are getting more aggressive by the day. She looks up, her brown eyes reflecting the firelight. I agree, but where should we go? I crouch beside her. South, I say decisively. Away from all this ice and snow. Somewhere warm, where we can build a life without constantly looking over our shoulders. She nods in agreement. What about the Whispering Woods? I've heard stories of ancient ruins there, hidden deep in the forest. Maybe we could find a place to call our own. I grunt, considering. The Whispering Woods are treacherous, full of dark magic and creatures even I'd rather avoid. But they're also far from the Wera's territory, and the dense foliage would provide cover. It's risky, I admit, but so is staying here. At least in the woods, we'd have a fighting chance. She leans gently against me, her warmth seeping into my cool skin. We make a good team, you know? Between your strength and my ability to not piss off every living creature we meet, we might just survive. I chuckle, a low rumble in my throat. Damn right we do. As we continue plotting our escape, my mind wanders to the gift I've been working on for Bella in secret. It's time, I decide. Screw waiting for the perfect moment. Stay here, I order, rising to my feet. I've got something for you. I duck into a hidden alcove at the back of the cave, where I've stashed my creation. It's a necklace crafted from the teeth and claws of the Wera leader I killed. The centerpiece is a polished obsidian stone, dark as night but shot through with veins of deep crimson. Returning to Bella, I hold out the necklace. Here, I say in a low voice, suddenly feeling awkward. I made this for you, to show that you're mine, forever. Her eyes widen as she takes in the savage beauty of the piece. Gitos, she breathes. It's beautiful. I fasten it around her neck, my tentacles brushing her soft skin. The obsidian gleams against her pale throat, marking her as mine for all to see. You're mine completely now, I growl, pulling her close. No matter where we go, no matter what we face, you belong to me, and I'll tear apart anyone who tries to change that. She reaches up, her small hand cupping my face. And you're mine, she says softly. My fierce, impossible monster. I lean down, capturing her lips in a passionate kiss. As we sink to the floor, our bodies entwining, I know without a doubt I'm stronger because of her. She's given me a reason to live, to be more than just the last of a dying race.
From the depths of the darkness of Prothika
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prothika Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprothika.com. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 28. Bella. I run my fingers over the rough-hewn cave walls, tracing the familiar contours one last time. This place, once my prison, has become a sanctuary over the last several months. Now, as Gitos and I prepare to leave, memories flood my mind. You okay? Gitos' deep voice rumbles behind me. I turn to face him, my heart swelling at the sight of his towering form. Just remembering. He nods, understanding in his eyes. This cave's seen a lot. It has, I agree, watching as he expertly packs our supplies. His tentacles move with surprising grace, wrapping Umbrath artifacts in protective cloth. Grab that bow, he instructs, nodding towards the crude weapon I'd fashioned. You're damn good with it now. I can't help but smile wide at the pride in his voice. Thanks to you, I say, blushing slightly. He grunts, but I catch the pleased glint in his eye. He tosses me a pack. Fill this with those herbs we dried. They'll come in handy. As I gather the pungent leaves, my mind wanders to our first days together. The fear, the uncertainty. And now? Now I can't imagine my life without him. What's going on in that head of yours? He asks, his tentacles wrapping gently around my waist. I lean into him, savouring his warmth, just realising how differently I feel about you. He chuckles loudly, the sound reverberating through his chest. You're not scared of me anymore, that's for damn sure. No, I'm not, I agree, turning to face him. I'm yours now, very willingly yours. His eyes darken with desire. He leans down, his sharp teeth grazing my neck. Damn right you are, he growls. A shiver runs through me, but I force myself to focus. We should finish packing. Releasing me reluctantly, he grumbles, always the voice of reason. I laugh, tossing him a bundle of furs. Someone has to be. As we continue our preparations, I can't help but marvel at how natural it feels. Working together, planning our future. It's so far from what I'd imagined when the village chose to sacrifice me to him. I kneel down in the corner of the cave to grab the last of our supplies. The cold stone beneath me is a stark reminder of the life I once knew. From a village girl who flinched at every shadow, to a woman who stood shoulder to shoulder with a being born of nightmares, I've certainly come a long way. I watch Gitos across the cave, his hulking form aglow in the firelight, as he meticulously packs the last of his artifacts. His tentacles dance with precision, wrapping items with the same care I've seen him use when handling me. It's a stark contrast to the raw power he wields in battle, the alpha strength that has slain countless wearer to keep me safe. You're staring, he rumbles, a smirk playing on his sharp features. I flush, caught in the act. Just thinking about how strong you are and how you taught me your skills to survive out here. He pauses, his eyes locking onto mine. You've learned well in a short amount of time. You're not that same frightened and uncertain girl. I can't deny that I've become stronger, braver. I've learned to wield a bow, to track, to fight. I've learned the language of the wind through the mountains and the subtle shifts in the air that speak of danger long before it arrives. Yet a sudden pang of nostalgia washes over me. It's a fleeting whisper of my old life, the warmth of the village hearth and the chatter of Mara and Thomas as we prepared meals. It's a distant memory now, replaced by my new reality with Gitos. Sometimes, I confess, I miss the simplicity of my old life. But then I remember what it cost me, the fear, the loneliness, and I realise I wouldn't trade this for anything. He moves to me, his large hand cupping my cheek. You're mine now, Bella, and I am yours. He leans down, his lips brushing against mine in a promise of protection, of passion, of a future. I yield to him, to the creature who claimed me as his own, who taught me to fight, to love, to live. As we break apart, I turn back to the corner of the cave. I really should gather the rest of our food and water stores, I mutter. As I work tirelessly, I can't help but reflect on the journey that lies ahead. New lands, new dangers, a world beyond the confines of this cave. But with Gitos by my side, I suddenly feel invincible. He soon joins me, his presence a comforting shadow. You're lost in thought again, he observes, a hint of amusement in his voice. I smile softly, meeting his gaze. Just thinking about the road ahead, about all the things we'll face together. He grunts, a sound that's become endearing. We'll face them as we always have, together. And with that simple truth echoing in my heart, I know that no matter what trials we encounter, we will endure. For we are more than the sum of our parts. I am his heart, and he is my strength. Our love is the forbidden fruit, blooming in the harshest of climates, defying the world that would see us torn apart. I am Bella, once a meek village girl, now a warrior, a lover, a partner to the monster who reigns over my soul. We soon take a break from our packing and sit down for dinner. The flickering glow of the fire dances across the cave walls and casts shadows that twist and writhe like living things. Gitos sits across from me. His green eyes reflect the flames like twin emeralds. The scent of roasted meat fills the air, making my stomach growl. I pick up a piece of the meat and take a small bite. Suddenly I blurt out, I used to think my life was set in stone, that I was destined to be the lonely spinster of the village, tending to everyone else's needs but my own. He growls as his sharp teeth tear into a piece of the meat. Sounds like a pretty miserable existence, he remarks, his voice low. I nod in agreement. It was. But now? I trail off, my gaze meeting his. Now I see a world of possibilities, with you. He smirks, a rare, genuine smile that transforms his monstrous features into something almost tender. My eyes drop to the makeshift bowl in my hands. You've shown me a strength I never knew I had in me. He leans forward, his gaze intense. You're a survivor, Bella. You just needed someone to show you that. I laugh softly, the sound echoing off the cave walls. And you needed someone to show you that you're not a monster. His smirk fades, replaced by a thoughtful expression. Perhaps I'm still a monster on the outside, but you've tamed the beast within. I reach across the fire, my hand brushing against his. His skin is rough, scarred from countless battles, but his touch is gentle. I guess we've both changed for the better, I say. Suddenly, his lips crash into mine with the force of a hurricane. The power of his kiss consumes every inch of my being. My heart thrums in my chest, a frantic rhythm that matches the fervent beat of his own. I cling to him, my fingers curling into the hard muscles of his arms, anchoring myself to this being who has become my world. His sharp teeth graze my lower lip, and sends a jolt of exhilarating fear mingled with desire coursing through my veins. He is all that is dangerous, all that is forbidden, and yet, in his embrace, I find a sanctuary that I never knew existed. His tongue demands entry, and I yield to him. I am lost in the taste of him, the primal essence that is uniquely Gitos, a hint of the untamed wilds, a whisper of ancient magic, and the undeniable truth of his desire for me. As we break apart, breathless and hearts pounding, his deep eyes bore into mine. There is a fierce possessiveness in his gaze, a silent vow that he will protect and cherish me until his last breath. In that moment, I see beyond the sharp teeth and towering form, past the tentacles and the violence that simmers just beneath the surface. I see the being who has captured not just my heart, but my very soul. I want to see it all with you, I say suddenly. The frozen wastelands, the ancient ruins, the mythical lands beyond the mountains, the whole entire world. He raises an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eye. You're asking for quite the adventure. I grin, the excitement of it all making my heart flutter. I am, and I know you're the one I want to share it all with. He pulls me closer and says, I want to share it all with you too. I am suddenly struck by the realization that our real journey has only just begun. I find solace in the knowledge that no matter what we may face, we will face it as one. For we are not just survivors, we are warriors, forged in the fires of adversity and united by a love that is as powerful as it is forbidden. As we settle down for the night, wrapped in each other's arms, I can't help but feel a sense of rightness. The world outside is harsh and unforgiving at times, but here, in the embrace of my monstrous lover, I am always safe. I am always home. Though our future may be uncertain, we will find a way to carve out a life for ourselves, together. A life filled with adventure, love, and the freedom that comes from forging one's own path.
Chapter 29. Gitos. I stand by the rocky outcrop near the cave the following day. My tentacles twitch as I survey the familiar landscape one last time. The jagged peaks and icy winds have been my only companions for so long. Now, everything's changed. Gitos? Bella's soft voice pulls me from my thoughts. Is everything secure? I turn to face her, reveling in the sight of her warm brown eyes and delicate features. Yeah, we're good to go. Just saying goodbye, I guess. She nods, a deep understanding in her gaze. It's been your home for so long. Home, I echo, tasting the word. Nah, it was just a place to exist. You've shown me what home really means. Her cheeks flush, and I can't help but grin. Even after all this time, I still affect her. Good. Come on, I say, holding out my hand. Let's have one last meal here before we hit the road. We retreat into the depths of the cave, where I've prepared a spread of our favorite foods. Roasted jongor meat, sweet berries, and even some of that weird bread stuff Bella taught me to make. As we eat, I can't help but think about how far we've come. From terrified sacrifice to fierce partner, Bella's transformed before my eyes. And me? The solitary beast is gone, replaced by someone who actually gives a damn about another living creature. What are you thinking about? She asks, licking berry juice from her fingers. The sight sends a jolt of heat through me. How I never thought I'd be capable of this, I admit gruffly. Love, especially not with a human. Her eyes dance playfully as she jokes, You really love me? I scoff. Of course I do. Thought that was obvious by now. She laughs, the sound echoing off the cave walls. It is. I just like hearing you say it. Brat, I growl, but there's no heat behind it. I reach over and cup her face in my hand. My thumb traces her lower lip, and I watch as her pupils dilate. Gitos, she breathes, and that's all the invitation I need. I surge forward, claiming her mouth in a searing kiss. My tentacles wrap around her waist, pulling her closer as I deepen the kiss. She tastes like berries and possibility, and I can't get enough. When we finally break apart, we're both panting. Her lips are swollen, her hair mussed, and she's never looked more beautiful. You, I growl, resting my forehead against hers. You drive me crazy, you know that? She grins and teases. Good. That's the plan. I laugh, a deep rumble reverberating through me. Well, mission accomplished. Now come here. I want to make sure you remember this cave fondly. The cavern's chill does nothing to cool the fire that burns within me. I take Bella in my arms, her body a perfect fit against mine. Her wide eyes, filled with a mix of trepidation and desire, send a surge of primal hunger coursing through my veins. I'm an alpha, a predator, and she is my willing prey. You're mine, I growl. She nods, her breath hitching as I lay her down on the soft furs that line the cave floor. My tentacles move with a mind of their own, tracing the curves of her body, memorizing every dip and swell. I revel in the way her skin pebbles beneath my touch, the way her breath quickens with anticipation. Her hands roam over my body, exploring with a courage that makes my chest swell with pride. Her fingers trace the lines of my muscles, the ridges of my skin, the curves of my tentacles. She's not afraid of me, not of my appearance or my strength. She sees me, the real me, and she wants me just the same. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, the guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
But the passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprothika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
When the haze of our passion clears, I roll onto my back, taking her with me. She lays her head on my chest, her fingers drawing lazy patterns on my skin. I can feel the steady thrum of her heartbeat against mine, a rhythm that speaks of unity and understanding. I love you, Gitos, she murmurs, her voice filled with a contentment that I never thought I'd hear from a human. I wrap my arms around her, pulling her closer. I love you too, Bella. More than you'll ever know. I hold her close, her warmth seeping into my skin. The cave's chill doesn't touch us here, wrapped in each other's arms. My tentacles coil lazily around her body, protective and possessive. Damn, I never thought I'd have this. Bella, I murmur, my voice low. There's something I want to show you. She lifts her head to meet my gaze, those big brown eyes curious. What is it? She asks softly. I sit up, bringing her with me. I tell her in my most gentle voice. It's an old Umbrath ritual. Kind of like a binding ceremony. Her eyebrows shoot up and she asks, You mean like a wedding? I snort and say, Sort of. Less fancy nonsense, more meaning. She nods, a smile playing on her lips, and says, Show me. I stand, pulling her up with me. My hands cup her face, thumbs tracing her cheekbones. I state matter-of-factly, It's simple. We share blood, then vows. Her eyes widen slightly, but she doesn't flinch. That's my girl. Okay, she says, voice steady. I use one sharp nail to make a small cut on my palm, then do the same to hers. We press our hands together, blood mingling. I, Gitos, last of the Umbrath, claim you as my mate, I growl, the words rising from deep within me. Your life is mine to protect. Your heart, mine to cherish. I swear to stand by your side, to fight for you, to love you until my last breath. Her eyes shimmer with unshed tears. She takes a shaky breath before speaking. I, Bella, accept you as my mate. My life is yours. My heart is yours. I swear to stand with you, to support you, to love you until my last breath. Something shifts in the air around us, a primal energy humming between our joined hands. I pull her close, crushing my lips to hers in a fierce kiss. She responds with equal passion. When we break apart, I rest my forehead against hers. You're mine now, body and soul, I growl. Forever. She grins, a mix of joy and mischief in her eyes, and echoes, and you're mine now, body and soul, forever. We sink back down onto the furs, limbs entangled. My tentacles wrap around her, cocooning us in our own little world. As sleep starts to claim us, I can't help but feel a sense of peace I've never known before. Tomorrow, we'll face whatever the world throws at us. But tonight, in this cave, it's just us. Just Bella and me, bound together in ways that go beyond the physical. I press another kiss to her forehead as her breathing avens out. Yeah, I think as I drift off, this is exactly what home feels like.
Chapter 30. Bella. I wake with a start. My heart pounds with excitement in my chest. Today's the day. We're leaving the cave, our sanctuary, our home. I turn to see Gitos still sleeping beside me. His massive form rises and falls with each breath. Even in sleep, he exudes power and strength. I slip out of our makeshift bed, careful not to wake him. The cave floor is cold beneath my feet as I pad towards the entrance. The sky outside is just beginning to lighten. The first hints of dawn peek over the horizon. Where you going? Gitos' deep voice rumbles behind me, making me jump. I turn to see him sitting up, his green eyes fixed on me. Just wanted to watch the sunrise, I say, my voice but a whisper. He's on his feet in an instant, moving with a grace that belies his size. Then we'll watch it together, he says. We stand at the cave entrance, his arm wrapped protectively around me. The sky slowly transforms, painting itself in hues of pink and gold. It's beautiful, but I can't shake the nervousness beginning to gnaw at my gut. You're tense, he observes, his tentacles twitching slightly against my skin. I nod, unable to hide anything from him. I'm scared, I admit. What if we can't find a safe place? What if Dash... Stop. He cuts me off, his voice firm but not unkind. We'll be fine. I'll keep you safe no matter what. I look up at him, at the determination etched into every line of his face. I know you will, I say, meaning it with every fibre of my being. He grins, showing off his sharp teeth. Damn right I will. No wearer, no human, no creature on this earth is going to harm you while I'm around. His confidence is infectious, and I feel my fears start to melt away. This is Gitos, my protector, my lover, my everything. With him by my side, how can I be afraid? The sun finally crests the horizon and bathes us in its warm light. I close my eyes and savour the moment. When I open them again, I catch Gitos staring at me, his gaze intense. What? I ask, suddenly self-conscious. He shakes his head, a small smile playing on his lips. Just thinking about how damn lucky I am, he says. Never thought I'd have this. A partner. Someone to protect. My heart swells at his words. I'm the lucky one, I insist. You saved me, Gitos. In every way possible. He pulls me closer, his tentacles wrapping around me in a gentle embrace. We stand there for a while longer and watch as the world wakes up around us. Birds start to sing, their melodies carried on the cool morning breeze. In the distance, I can hear the faint rustling of animals in the underbrush. We should get ready, he says finally, reluctantly pulling away from me. I nod, knowing he's right. We have a long journey ahead of us. As we turn back into the cave, I can't help but feel a mixture of excitement and trepidation. We're leaving behind everything we know, venturing into a world full of unknowns. I breathe deeply and adjust the pack on my shoulders. The weight of our supplies, meagre as they are, feels like nothing compared to the emotions swirling in me. Gitos stands beside me, his massive form blocking out the rising sun. "Ready?" he asks, his deep voice rumbling through me. I nod, unable to find words in this moment. We step out of the cave together and leave behind the only true home I've ever known. The crisp morning air nips at my cheeks, carrying with it the scent of pine and snow. As we begin our journey south, I can't help but glance back at the distant silhouette of my old village. It's barely visible, a smudge on the horizon, but my heart clenches at the sight. "Having second thoughts?" he growls, his green eyes narrowing slightly. I shake my head quickly. "No, just saying goodbye." He grunts, his tentacles wrapping protectively around my waist. "Forget about them. They threw you away like trash. You don't owe them anything." His words are harsh but true. I lean into his embrace, grateful for his strength. I know, it's just that place made me who I am, for better or worse. He stops, turning me to face him. His sharp teeth glint in the early morning light. "No, Bella, you made yourself who you are. Those weak humans didn't do anything except try to break you." I stare up at him, my heart swelling with love and pride. He's right. The village might have shaped my past, but I chose my future. I chose Gitos. "You're right," I say, standing on my tiptoes to kiss his rough cheek. "Let's go. Our future's waiting." We continue our trek, the landscape slowly changing around us. The stark, snow-covered mountains give way to rolling hills dotted with evergreens. I breathe in deeply, savouring the scent of freedom. "What's the first thing you want to do when we find a new home?" I ask, breaking the comfortable silence. He chuckles, a sound that still sends shivers through me. "First thing, claim every inch of it as ours. Make sure every creature for miles knows not to mess with us." I laugh, shaking my head. "Always the territorial one, aren't you?" "Damn straight," he growls playfully, pulling me closer. "Got to protect what's mine." His possessiveness should worry me, but instead it makes me feel safe, wanted, loved. I've never belonged anywhere like I belong with Gitos. As we walk, I'm reminded of just how much I've grown in the past several months. The meek village girl who trembled at the sight of a monster is gone. In her place stands a woman who's face down wearer, who's fought alongside a fierce warrior, who's found love in the most unexpected place. "What are you smiling about?" he asks, his eyes scanning the horizon for threats. "Just thinking about how far we've come in such a short amount of time," I reply, squeezing his hand. "I never thought I'd be here, you know, leaving everything behind and starting a new life." He stops, pulling me into his arms, a cocoon of safety and warmth. He asks, "You regret it?" I look up into his fierce green eyes, seeing the vulnerability hidden beneath the surface. "Never," I say firmly. "You're the best thing that's ever happened to me, Gitos. I'd choose you every time." His answering smile is predatory, full of sharp teeth and promise. "Good, 'cause you're stuck with me, forever." As we continue our journey south, I take one last look at the distant mountains. Goodbye, I think silently. Thank you for everything, the pain, the fear, the sacrifice. It all led me here, to Gitos, to love, and for that, I'll always be grateful. Soon the air grows warmer, filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and fresh grass. My hand, still intertwined with Gitos's much larger one, feels warm and secure. "Look," I breathe, pointing to a clearing nestled between two gentle slopes. A crystal clear stream meanders through it, catching the sunlight and sparkling like diamonds. It's beautiful. He grunts, his green eyes scanning the area with predatory intensity. Defensible position, good water source, plenty of game in those woods. His tentacles twitch, betraying his excitement despite his gruff tone. It'll do. I can't help but laugh. Trust Gitos to see our potential new home in terms of strategy and survival. But that's one of the things I love about him, his unwavering focus on keeping us safe. Is that your way of saying you like it? I tease, bumping my hip against his thigh. He grins and says, Hell yeah, I like it. It's perfect for us, Bella. My heart swells at the word us, and I can't imagine my life without this fierce, protective monster by my side. We make our way down to the clearing, and I can almost imagine our future here. A sturdy shelter to keep out the rain and cold. A garden full of herbs and vegetables. Maybe even... What's got you smiling like that? He asks, his deep voice pulling me from my daydreams. I blush, realizing I'd been grinning like an idiot. Just thinking about our life here, all the possibilities. He pulls me close. Yeah? And what possibilities you got in mind? I look up at him, feeling slightly awkward. Well, maybe someday. I trail off. For a moment he goes very still. Then a slow smile spreads across his face, more tender than I've ever seen. You mean to tell me you really want little half-umbraths running around? Bella, I never thought... He trails off, but I understand. Neither of us ever expected to find this kind of love, let alone dream of a family. We could have it all, I whisper, reaching up to touch his face. A home, a family, a life together. He leans down, pressing his forehead against mine. Already got everything I need right here. He growls gently. Then he claims my lips in a passionate kiss that makes my knees weak. When we finally end our kiss, I can see the future stretching out before us. It won't be easy. Nothing worth having ever is. But with Gitos by my side, I know we can conquer anything. Come on, he says, tugging me towards the stream. Let's check out our new kingdom. I laugh, following him eagerly. Kingdom, huh? Does that make you the king? He grins back at me, all fierce pride and possessive love. Damn straight, and you're my queen, Bella. Always. As we wade into the cool water, hand in hand, I know in my heart that we'll be okay. Whatever obstacles we may face, we'll overcome them together, because we have each other, always and forever.